A windswept tale of courage and shadows unfolds on the untamed prairie. Beneath a boundless sky, a journey for love twists into a perilous quest through dust and deception. Raw beauty hides buried truths in this gripping western, where every whisper of the wind teases a secret waiting to be unraveled. Dive into a haunting saga of resilience and mystery. Listen now and let the frontier call you. Chapter 1. The Train Whistle's Lonely Cry. The relentless rhythm of the iron wheels was a sound Abigail Conway had grown accustomed to over days that blurred into an indistinguishable smear of soot, cinders, and aching hope. Click-clack, over rails that stretched like dark ribbons across an endless sun-scorched canvas. It was the sound of escape, the sound of a future rushing towards her, or perhaps the sound of her running desperately away from a past she dared not name, even in the privacy of her own thoughts. Each metallic beat against the track seemed to echo the hammering in her chest, a frantic counterpoint to the lonesome wail of the train whistle that periodically tore through the vast, indifferent silence of the prairie. That whistle, it sounded less like an announcement of progress and more like the cry of something lost, adrift in the immensity of this raw, untamed land. She pressed her forehead against the cool, vibrating glass of the window, the pane gritty with the fine dust that permeated everything. Outside, the world was painted in shades of ochre, rust, and pale, sun-bleached green. Jagged mesas rose in the distance like the broken teeth of some ancient beast, their slopes scarred by shadow and time. Closer, the prairie grasses rippled under a wind that carried the scent of dust, dry vegetation, and something wilder, something that spoke of space untroubled by fences or the confining streets of Boston. It was beautiful, in a stark, terrifying way, a beauty that promised hardship as much as freedom, a landscape that swallowed ambition whole and demanded resilience as the price of survival. Abigail traced the outline of a cloud, shaped like a running horse, with a finger clad in a worn leather glove. 27 years old, and she felt as brittle as dried parchment. Her life thus far a series of closed doors and quiet disappointments. The small inheritance that might have offered a measure of independence had vanished like smoke, consumed by family obligations and the lingering debts of a father whose dreams had always outpaced his means. Marriage prospects in the East had been limited. Suitable gentlemen sought youth, beauty unmarred by worry, and dowries she could not provide. Unsuitable ones offered only compromise and a slow fading into obscurity. Then came the advertisement in the Matrimonial Times, tucked discreetly between notices for farm equipment and patent medicines. Wealthy rancher, established, seeks respectable woman, aged 25 to 35 for marriage. Object, companionable union, shared future in prosperous Western territory. Must be of good character, willing to embrace frontier life. Photograph requested. It was signed simply, Silas Croft, Redemption Creek. Redemption Creek. The name itself felt like a promise, a chance to wash away the accumulated grime of past sorrows and start anew. Silas Croft's letters had followed, penned in a surprisingly elegant hand for a man described as a rancher. They spoke of vast acres under a boundless sky, of cattle herds that stretched to the horizon, of a sturdy house built with his own hands, waiting for a woman's touch to make it a home. He wrote of loneliness, a quiet yearning for partnership that resonated with the hollow ache in Abigail's own heart. He sent a photograph, a man perhaps 20 years her senior, with kind eyes crinkled at the corners, a square jaw softened by a neatly trimmed beard showing touches of gray, a look of quiet confidence and prosperity. He looked dependable, solid, a haven. She touched the reticule resting on her lap, the stiff edges of his photograph reassuring beneath the worn fabric. Silas Croft, her intended, a man she had never met, whose voice she had never heard, yet upon whom her entire future now rested. Was it foolish? Reckless, even? The whispers of the few acquaintances she'd confided in echoed in her memory. Warnings of desperados, wild Indians, the sheer, brutal hardship of the West. "You'll be eaten alive out there, Abigail," her aunt had clucked, her face a mask of disapproval. "A delicate woman like you? What do you know of ranches and dust?" Perhaps they were right. The journey itself had been a trial. The crowded, stifling cars, the rough food, the constant jarring motion that left her bones weary and her head aching. The endless plain seemed to press in on her, vast and empty, magnifying her own insignificance. Doubt, cold and sharp, pricked at the edges of her carefully constructed hope. What if Silas Croft was not the man his letters portrayed? What if Redemption Creek was not a place of new beginnings, but just another dead end, dustier and more isolated than the last? She pulled his photograph from the reticule, studying the face again, searching for reassurance. The paper was slightly creased from handling, the image captured in stark black and white. He wore a good suit, a sign of his means, but his gaze seemed fixed on something beyond the camera, something distant. There was strength there, yes, but also a shadow? A hint of weariness, perhaps? Or was she merely projecting her own anxieties onto the image? She forced a small smile. He had kind eyes. That had to count for something. He had chosen her photograph from amongst who knew how many others. He wanted her. The train whistle shrieked again, longer this time, a mournful sound that seemed to signal an ending rather than an arrival. The rhythmic clatter of the wheels began to slow, the landscape outside ceasing its dizzying rush, resolving into clearer shapes, scraggly trees, a meandering creek bed choked with dry weeds, the first scattered signs of settlement. A few rough-hewn cabins appeared, looking small and vulnerable against the backdrop of the immense sky. Smoke curled lazily from a stone chimney. Her heart leaped into her throat. A frantic bird trapped in a cage. This was it. Redemption Creek. With trembling hands, Abigail smoothed the wrinkles from her traveling dress, a serviceable gray wool, practical rather than fashionable, its collar tight against her throat. She checked her bonnet in the reflection of the darkening window, tucking away stray strands of auburn hair that had escaped their pins. She needed to look presentable, respectable, worthy of the future Silas Croft had offered. The train ground to a halt with a final protesting hiss of steam and screech of brakes. Doors were thrown open, and the sounds of the platform rushed in. Mingled voices, the clang of baggage being unloaded, the impatient stamping of unseen horses. The air that filled the carriage was thick with dust, carrying the smells of coal smoke, livestock, and something else, the dry, earthy scent of the town itself. Taking a deep breath, Abigail gathered her small valise and the precious reticule containing Silas's letters and photograph. She joined the trickle of passengers making their way towards the exit, her steps hesitant on the swaying floor. Descending the steep iron steps, her boots touched solid ground for the first time in what felt like an eternity. The platform was rough-planked, weathered gray by sun and wind. It wasn't crowded, but the few people present seemed rougher, more weathered than those she'd left behind in Boston. Men in dusty denims and wide-brimmed hats paused their conversations to watch her alight, their gazes lingering with open curiosity, perhaps a touch of appraisal. A couple of women in faded calico dresses, their faces prematurely aged by hardship and sun, exchanged quiet words, their eyes flicking towards Abigail before returning to their own business. She felt suddenly conspicuous, an exotic bird blown far off course. She scanned the faces eagerly, her gaze searching for the man from the photograph. Silas Croft. He should be here. He had promised in his last letter, the ink bold and decisive, "I shall meet your train personally, Miss Conway. Look for a man impatient to begin our new life." There were several men standing near the small, clapboard station house, but none matched the image she held so clearly in her mind. There was a burly man with a florid face arguing with the station master over a crate, a pair of lean cowboys lounging against a support beam, rolling cigarettes, their eyes narrowed against the glare. An older man with a stoop shuffled past, leading a pack mule laden with supplies. No Silas. Her initial excitement began to curdle into a familiar unease. Perhaps he was delayed. Ranch business, surely. This was a working territory. Responsibilities wouldn't wait simply because a train had arrived. She forced herself to stand straight, clutching her valise, trying to project an air of calm confidence she did not feel. She moved slightly away from the main bustle, finding a spot near a stack of freight where she could observe without being directly in the way. The sun, beginning its slow descent toward the jagged horizon, cast long, distorted shadows across the platform and the dusty street beyond. The light turned the air golden, bathing the rough buildings of Redemption Creek in a warm, deceptive glow. She could see the main thoroughfare now, a wide, unpaved track lined with wooden storefronts. A saloon, boldly proclaiming Golden Spur, had its doors swung open, emitting bursts of tinny piano music and loud male laughter. Next to it stood a general mercantile, its windows displaying dusty wares. Further down, a sign for the sheriff's office creaked faintly in the breeze, beside what looked like a small assay office. Opposite, a livery stable exhaled the pungent scent of hay and horse manure. It was a town built of necessity, raw and functional, huddled against the vastness that surrounded it. Minutes stretched into an eternity. The train, having disgorged its passengers and cargo, gave another mournful whistle, gathered steam, and began to pull away, its retreating form shrinking rapidly against the immense landscape. The rhythmic click-clack faded, leaving behind a profound silence, broken only by the wind sighing around the corners of the station house and the distant, muffled sounds from the saloon. Abigail was alone, truly, utterly alone on the platform. The other passengers had dispersed, claimed by waiting wagons or disappearing into the town's dusty embrace. The station master, a harried-looking man with spectacles perched on his nose, finished his business and retreated into his office, closing the door firmly behind him. Panic began to coil in her stomach, cold and tight. Where was he? Had she mistaken the day? No, she checked the date on the letter clutched in her hand. Today, October 14th, 1888. Had she arrived at the wrong town? She looked at the faded sign on the station house, Redemption Creek. This was the place. Had something happened to him? An accident on the trail? Illness? The possibilities, each more dreadful than the last, crowded her mind. Or perhaps he had simply changed his mind. Perhaps seeing her descend from the train, older than her photograph suggested, undoubtedly travel-worn, possessing none of the delicate beauty prized back east, had caused him to reconsider his proposal. The thought brought a flush of shame and humiliation, prickling behind her eyes. To have come all this way, burned all her bridges, only to be rejected on arrival. It was unthinkable. She forced the thought away. Silas Croft seemed like an honorable man. His letters spoke of integrity. He wouldn't simply abandon her on a train platform without a word. There had to be a reason, a logical explanation. The sun dipped lower, painting the sky in violent streaks of orange, purple, and blood red. The air grew cooler, the prairie wind carrying a distinct chill that had nothing to do with the approaching night. It whispered secrets through the tall, dry grass, secrets she couldn't decipher but which raised the fine hairs on the back of her neck. The shadows lengthened, swallowing the details of the town, turning familiar shapes into indistinct, potentially menacing forms. The light filtering from the saloon windows seemed garish now, the laughter harsher. A figure emerged from the sheriff's office, pausing on the boardwalk. He was tall, broad-shouldered, silhouetted against the fading light. He wore a long duster coat over dark clothing, a wide-brimmed hat pulled low, obscuring his face. A star glinted dully on his chest. The sheriff. He stood there for a long moment, surveying the street, his gaze sweeping over the station, pausing. Abigail felt with unnerving certainty on her solitary figure. He didn't approach, didn't call out, just stood there watching. A sentinel in the twilight, radiating an aura of quiet authority, perhaps even suspicion. Why was he watching her? Did he know who she was? Did he know where Silas Croft was? Her hand tightened on the reticule, the photograph inside suddenly feeling less like a promise and more like a clue to a mystery she hadn't anticipated. The train whistle's lonely cry echoed in her memory, no longer just a sound, but a premonition. She had traveled thousands of miles seeking refuge, seeking a future built on the word of a stranger. Now stranded under the vast, indifferent sky of the Wild West, with night falling and her intended nowhere in sight, Abigail Conway felt a chilling premonition that the redemption she sought might demand a far higher price than she had ever imagined. The silence of the empty platform seemed to press in, heavy with unspoken questions and the terrifying possibility that her journey had not led her to a new beginning, but to the edge of an abyss. The sheriff remained motionless, a dark statue against the dying light, his unseen eyes fixed upon her, and a shiver, cold and sharp as ice, traced its way down her spine. Chapter 2. An empty house on a barren plain. The sheriff remained a stoic silhouette against the fiery remnants of the sunset, his presence a heavy weight across the dusty expanse separating them. Abigail clutched her valise tighter, the worn leather cool against her palm. Approaching him felt like wading into deep, uncertain waters. His stillness wasn't passive. It felt watchful, assessing. Was he the law here to help? Or just another obstacle in this increasingly bewildering landscape? Prudence, a virtue hard-learned through years of navigating disappointment, warred with the rising tide of desperation. Silas was gone. Standing here, shrinking under the gaze of a stranger, wouldn't conjure him out of thin air. Taking a breath that tasted of dust and the encroaching chill of night, she squared her shoulders. She was Abigail Conway, not some wilting flower to be left unattended on a platform. She had come here for a purpose, and if Silas Croft wasn't here to meet her, then she would find out why. With measured steps, ignoring the way her heart hammered against her ribs, she walked towards the sheriff's office, her boots crunching softly on the gritty planks of the platform and then sinking slightly into the deeper dust of the street. As she drew closer, the remaining light caught the angles of his face beneath the hat brim. He was younger than she'd initially thought, perhaps in his late 30s or early 40s, but his features were etched with the harsh lines of experience. A square jaw, set firm, hinted at stubbornness. His eyes, when they met hers directly as she stopped a respectable distance away, were a startling shade of gray, sharp and discerning, holding no welcome, only a cool neutrality that felt colder than the evening air. The star pinned to his duster was tarnished, catching the light dully. He didn't speak, simply waited, his stance unwavering. "Sheriff?" Her voice sounded thinner than she intended, less assured. She cleared her throat. "Forgive me for intruding. I've just arrived on the train." He gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod. "Saw that, ma'am." His voice was low, rough-edged, like stones grinding together. It held the flat cadence of the West, devoid of pleasantries. "I was expecting to be met," Abigail continued, forcing steadiness into her tone, "by Mr. Silas Croft of the SC Ranch. Perhaps you know him?" The sheriff's expression didn't change, but something flickered deep in those gray eyes. A recognition, perhaps, but shaded with something else she couldn't decipher. Caution? Pity? Or something harder? "Silas Croft," he repeated, the name sounding flat, final. He shifted his weight slightly, the leather of his gun belt creaking. "Reckon most folks round here knew Silas." Knew. Past tense. A knot of ice formed in Abigail's stomach, tightening with suffocating force. "Knew?" she echoed, her voice barely a whisper. Is he all right? Has something happened?" The sheriff studied her face for a long moment, his gaze intense, searching. It felt invasive, as if he were trying to peel back the layers of her composure to see the desperation beneath. "Depends on what you mean by all right," he said finally, his tone deliberately non-committal. "Where you travelin' from, ma'am?" "Boston," she answered, distracted by the cold dread spreading through her. "I came. Mr. Croft and I corresponded. We had an arrangement." She felt a flush creep up her neck. A mail-order bride. It sounded so tawdry, so desperate, spoken aloud under this man's scrutinizing gaze. "An arrangement," he repeated, his voice inflectionless. He pushed his hat back slightly, revealing more of his forehead lined by sun and thought. "You Abigail Conway?" Surprise jolted her. "Yes. How did you—" "Word gets round," he cut her off curtly. Silas wasn't exactly shy about expecting his bride. He paused, his gaze drifting past her towards the darkening plains beyond the town. "Thing is, ma'am, there ain't been word from Silas for nigh on a week now. Not since—" He hesitated, his eyes meeting hers again, sharp and direct. "Not since the night he was supposed to ride into town to get things ready for the wedding." The world tilted slightly. A week? Not since the night he was preparing for their wedding? The ice in her stomach spread, freezing her limbs, stealing the air from her lungs. "Supposed to ride in?" she managed, the words sticking in her throat. What happened?" The sheriff sighed, a rough exhalation of breath. "That's what folks are wondering. He never showed. Sent his foreman Jed ahead with supplies couple days before. Jed came back to the ranch after setting things up in town. Found the place empty. No Silas. No sign of struggle. Nothing. Just gone." Gone. The word hung in the air, stark and terrifying. Not delayed, not reconsidering. Gone. Vanished into the vast, indifferent emptiness of the prairie. Abigail swayed slightly, gripping her valise handle until her knuckles turned white. The carefully constructed hope she had nurtured for months shattered, leaving behind jagged edges of fear and disbelief. "But his ranch?" she stammered. "Someone must be there? Jed, the foreman you mentioned?" "Jed's looking," the sheriff said. "Rode out with a couple in hands day after Silas went missing. Covered ground towards the South Pass, nothing. Came back yesterday, looking grim. Said he'd checked the North Range today. But hopes ain't high, ma'am. This country, it swallows people whole sometimes." He looked her up and down again, that assessing gaze returning. "You got somewhere to stay in town?" The question was practical, necessary, but it felt like a dismissal, like confirmation that her purpose here had evaporated before she even arrived. No, I was meant to go directly to the ranch. Mr. Croft arranged everything." Her voice trembled despite her best efforts. The sheriff rubbed his jaw, the rasp of stubble audible in the quiet. "There's the boarding house down the street. Mrs. Gable runs it. Clean enough." He didn't offer to escort her, didn't offer any further assistance beyond the bare minimum information. His suspicion, initially a subtle undercurrent, now felt palpable. A lone woman arriving to marry a man who conveniently disappears? He likely saw her as an adventuress, perhaps even complicit in whatever fate had befallen Silas Croft. The thought was galling, unjust, but understandable in this harsh land where trust was earned, not given freely. "Thank you, Sheriff," she said, her voice tight with a mixture of disappointment and wounded pride. "But I need to go to the ranch. I need to see for myself." It was perhaps foolish, clinging to a destination that now seemed cursed. But where else could she go? Returning east was impossible. Staying in this suspicious town untenable. The ranch, Silas Croft's ranch, was the only tangible link she had to the life she had traveled so far to claim. Even empty, it represented something. An answer, perhaps, or at least a place to start looking for one. The sheriff frowned, his brow furrowing. "Ma'am, I just told you the place is empty. Jed's likely not back yet. It's miles out of town, dark's coming on fast, and it ain't safe country for a woman alone, especially now." "I understand the risks, Sheriff," Abigail insisted, finding a sliver of resolve amidst the wreckage of her expectations. "But I must go. Is there someone at the livery stable, perhaps, who could be hired to drive me out?" He considered her for a moment, his gray eyes narrowed. Then, with another sigh that seemed to carry the weight of the whole territory, he gave a curt nod. "Suppose so. Ask for Ben at the livery. Tell him Sheriff Brody sent you." He touched the brim of his hat in a gesture that was less courtesy and more dismissal. "Just be careful, Miss Conway. Things ain't always what they seem out here." Sheriff Brody. The name echoed in her mind as she turned away, murmuring a thank you she wasn't sure he heard. His warning lingered, ambiguous and unsettling. Things ain't always what they seem. What did that mean? Was it a general caution about the dangers of the frontier or something more specific? Something related to Silas Croft's disappearance? The livery stable smelled strongly of horses, hay, and manure. Honest, earthy smells that were somehow grounding after the shock of the sheriff's news. A lantern cast flickering yellow light over the stalls, where horses shifted and snorted softly. A lanky youth was mucking out a stall, whistling tunelessly. "Excuse me," Abigail called out, her voice echoing slightly in the cavernous space. "I'm looking for Ben. Sheriff Brody sent me." The youth stopped whistling and leaned on his pitchfork, eyeing her curiously. "Ben," he yelled towards the back, "someone here asking for ya. Says the sheriff sent him." A moment later, a stout, weathered man with arms like oak branches emerged from the shadows, wiping grease from his hands onto a dirty rag. His eyes, small and shrewd, took in Abigail's traveling dress and valise. "Evening, ma'am. Ben Carver. What can I do for you?" "I need transport, Mr. Carver," Abigail explained, trying to sound businesslike. "Out to the Croft Ranch, as soon as possible." Ben Carver's eyebrows shot up. "The SC? Tonight?" He glanced towards the wide stable doors, beyond which the last vestiges of light were rapidly fading. "Bit late for that trip, ma'am? And ain't nobody out there right now. Place is shut up tight since Mr. Croft went missing." So the news was common knowledge. "I'm aware of the situation," Abigail said carefully, "but I still need to get there. I was Mr. Croft's fiancé." Ben's expression softened slightly, a flicker of sympathy replacing the initial surprise. "Aw, hell. Beg pardon, ma'am. Heard he was expecting someone. Rough welcome." He scratched his balding head. "Still, going out there tonight. Jed ain't back, like I said. Just an empty house sitting on a barren plain." An empty house on a barren plain. The phrase resonated with a chilling finality. "Nevertheless, Mr. Carver, I must go. I will pay you well for your time and trouble." She opened her reticule, her fingers finding the small pouch containing the last of her funds, enough for passage west and a little extra, intended for settling in, not nearly enough to survive long if things went truly wrong. Ben hesitated, looking from Abigail to the encroaching darkness. Driving a lone woman out to an abandoned ranch miles from town at night wasn't ideal, but times were likely hard, and payment was payment. "All right, ma'am," he sighed, resigned. "Give me a few minutes to hitch up the buckboard. Won't be comfortable, but it'll get you there. Cost you $5, though, night driving and all." It was steep, nearly half of what she had left, but she had no choice. "Agreed, Mr. Carver. Thank you." The journey was made mostly in silence, broken only by the creak of the buckboard's wheels, the rhythmic clopping of the horse's hooves on the packed earth track, and the occasional muttered instruction from Ben to the horse. The moon, a pale sliver in the vast star-dusted sky, offered little light, casting long, eerie shadows that danced and shifted like phantoms at the edges of the lantern light, swinging from the buckboard's side. The wind had picked up, moaning across the open prairie, carrying the scent of sagebrush and distant rain. It whipped strands of hair from beneath Abigail's bonnet, stinging her cheeks. The landscape was immense, overwhelming in the darkness. Hills rolled away into blackness, indistinct shapes against the slightly less black sky. Occasionally, the yip of a coyote echoed in the distance, a lonely, wild sound that underscored her own isolation. She huddled deeper into her thin cloak, clutching the valise on her lap like a shield. Doubts gnawed at her. What was she doing? Riding into the unknown, towards an empty house where the man she was supposed to marry had simply vanished? Sheriff Brody's warning echoed. Be careful. After what felt like hours, though was likely closer to 2, Ben pointed ahead. Almost there, ma'am. See the cottonwoods? That marks the creek running through Croft's land. House is just beyond. Abigail strained her eyes, peering into the gloom. She could just make out the darker shapes of trees, huddled together along an unseen watercourse. A few minutes later, the buckboard turned off the main track onto a fainter trail, rutted and overgrown. Fence posts, some leaning drunkenly, appeared out of the darkness, marking the boundary of the SC ranch. This wasn't the prosperous, well-maintained spread Silas's letters had described. A sense of neglect hung heavy in the air. The buckboard bumped over the uneven ground, finally pulling to a stop in what must have been the ranch yard. Ahead, silhouetted against the star-strewn sky, stood the house. It was larger than she expected, a 2-story clapboard structure with a wide porch, but it looked wrong. Dark, silent, utterly lifeless. No welcoming light shone from the windows. No smoke curled from the chimney. The wind whistled around the corners of the building, rattling a loose shutter somewhere on the upper floor with a persistent, nerve-wracking clatter. Outbuildings, a barn, a bunkhouse, sheds, stood nearby, equally dark and silent shadows. "This is it, ma'am," Ben said, his voice subdued. "Like I said, empty." Abigail swallowed hard, her throat dry. This desolate, silent place was supposed to be her home, her sanctuary. Now it felt like a tombstone marking the death of her hopes. "Thank you, Mr. Carver," she managed, her voice strained. She fumbled in her reticule, her fingers numb with cold and apprehension, and handed him the coins. He took the money, his rough hand brushing hers briefly. "You sure you want to stay out here alone, ma'am? Ain't right." There was genuine concern in his voice now. "I'll be all right," she lied, forcing a confidence she didn't feel. "Perhaps Jed will return soon." Ben didn't look convinced, but he wasn't about to argue further. "Well, you need anything, you send word somehow. Though how you do that from out here." He shook his head, gathered the reins. "Good luck to you, ma'am." With a click of his tongue to the horse and a groan of wooden wheels, the buckboard turned and slowly retraced its path back towards the distant, indifferent lights of Redemption Creek, leaving Abigail utterly alone in the vast, whispering darkness. The silence that descended after the buckboard disappeared was profound, broken only by the mournful wind and the rhythmic rattle of the loose shutter. Abigail stood frozen for a long moment, the valise heavy in her hand, the empty house looming before her like a judgment. It was colder here than in town, the wind cutting deeper, carrying the scent of dust and decay. Taking a tentative step forward, her boots crunched on the dry, packed earth of the yard. Weeds grew thick around the porch steps. She climbed the steps slowly, each creak of the warped wood sounding unnaturally loud in the stillness. The front door was imposing, made of thick, weathered timber. She reached out a trembling hand and pushed. It swung inward with a low groan, scraping against the floor. The air inside was cold, stale, carrying the scent of dust, old wood smoke, and something else, an underlying faintness of mildew, of disuse. Darkness swallowed the interior, absolute and suffocating. She fumbled in her reticule again, her fingers finding the small box of lucifer matches she always carried. Striking one against the rough wood of the door frame, the tiny flame flared, casting flickering, inadequate light into the entryway. She stepped inside, holding the match high. Dust motes danced in the feeble light. To her left, a doorway led into what looked like a parlor. Straight ahead, stairs ascended into blackness. To her right, another doorway likely led to the kitchen or dining area. Dust lay thick on every surface, a layer of fine gray powder covering a sturdy table near the door, the floorboards, the banister of the staircase. Cobwebs draped elegantly in the corners, undisturbed. The match burned down, threatening her fingers. She dropped it hastily and lit another. Moving cautiously into the parlor, she saw furniture shrouded in white dust cloths, ghostly shapes in the gloom. A large stone fireplace dominated one wall, its hearth cold and swept clean, but with no ashes, suggesting it hadn't been used in some time. On the mantelpiece, coated in dust, sat a framed photograph. Holding the match closer, Abigail's breath caught. It was Silas Croft. The same photograph he had sent her, but larger, framed in dark wood. His kind eyes seemed to stare out from the past, oblivious to the desolation surrounding his image. A wave of grief and overwhelming loss washed over her. He had been real. This house had been real. The future they were supposed to share. It had existed, however briefly, in his plans, in his preparations. And now, nothing. Just dust and silence, and a missing man. She moved through the downstairs rooms, lighting match after match, each sputtering flame revealing more evidence of abandonment. The dining room held a large table and chairs, also draped in cloths. The kitchen was tidy but cold, pots hanging neatly from hooks, a sack of flour sitting half-used on the counter, coated in the ubiquitous dust. It was as if someone had simply walked out mid-task and never returned. There were no signs of violence, no overturned furniture, no bloodstains darkening the floorboards. Just absence, a profound, chilling emptiness. Upstairs, the bedrooms echoed the same story. A master bedroom, presumably Silas's, contained a large bedstead, a wardrobe, a washstand with a pitcher and basin, all dusty, all untouched. Another smaller room held only a narrow cot. A third room, however, stopped her cold. It was clearly intended as her room, or perhaps their room after the wedding. Unlike the others, the furniture here wasn't draped. A beautiful quilt patterned with prairie roses was folded neatly at the foot of a polished maple bed. A rocking chair sat near the window, and on a small bedside table lay a book, a volume of poetry, its cover slightly worn, and beside it, a small dried bouquet of wildflowers, tied with a simple ribbon, lying on its side as if placed there and forgotten. Their colors were faded, the petals brittle, but the gesture spoke volumes. Silas had prepared for her. He had anticipated her arrival, placed these small tokens of welcome. Tears pricked Abigail's eyes, hot and sudden. This tangible evidence of his intention, his thoughtfulness, made his absence even more painful, more baffling. Where could he have gone? Why would he leave all this behind? Leave her waiting? As the last match flickered out, plunging the room back into darkness, the rattling shutter downstairs seemed to grow louder, more insistent. The wind moaned around the eaves, sounding almost like a human voice, whispering secrets she couldn't understand. A floorboard creaked upstairs, somewhere down the hall. Abigail froze, her heart leaping into her throat. Was she truly alone? Or was Sheriff Brody right? Were things not what they seemed? The empty house suddenly felt less empty, charged with unseen presences, heavy with the weight of unanswered questions and the chilling possibility that Silas Croft hadn't just disappeared. He had met a fate much darker, leaving his phantom bride to inherit only dust, shadows, and a terrifying, encroaching silence. The cold seeped into her bones, a deeper chill than the night air could explain, the chill of profound isolation and looming, unknown danger. Chapter 3. The Sheriff's Cold Regards. Dawn arrived not with a gentle blush, but as a slow dilution of the oppressive darkness, leaching the ink from the sky to reveal a bruised gray expanse overhead. The cold that had seeped into Abigail's bones during the long, sleepless night seemed to intensify with the first pale light. She hadn't dared undress fully, merely loosening her bodice and collapsing onto the dusty quilt in the room Silas had prepared for her, pulling the heavy fabric around her like a shroud. Sleep had been fitful, shallow, haunted by the rhythmic rattle of the loose shutter downstairs, a sound like skeletal fingers tapping, and the mournful sighing of the wind that seemed to carry whispers just beyond the edge of hearing. She rose stiffly, every muscle protesting, and went to the window. Wiping a clear patch on the dusty pane with her sleeve, she looked out. The view was stark, immense, and utterly desolate. The prairie rolled away in waves of dun and faded olive green, stretching towards a horizon so distant it seemed to belong to another world. There were no neighboring ranches visible, no comforting plume of smoke from another chimney, nothing but the endless land and the vast, indifferent sky. The cottonwoods marking the creek bed were skeletal in the morning light, their leaves long shed. The silence was profound, broken only by the incessant wind and the distant, lonely cry of a hawk circling high above, an empty house on a barren plain. Ben Carver's words echoed with chilling accuracy. This wasn't just isolation, it felt like exile. Shivering, more from unease than cold, Abigail forced herself into motion. Staying huddled in fear wouldn't change her circumstances. She needed water, food if any was palatable, and most importantly, information. She needed to understand what had happened here, what had become of Silas Croft. Smoothing her wrinkled dress as best she could, repinning stray locks of hair that felt gritty with dust, she descended the creaking staircase, her hand trailing lightly on the dusty banister. Daylight, even the weak gray light filtering through the dirty windows, stripped away some of the previous night's spectral terrors, replacing them with a more tangible sense of neglect and abandonment. Dust lay everywhere, a fine, persistent film that muted colors and softened edges. She ventured into the kitchen first. The pump handle over the stone sink felt icy cold, but after several vigorous, screeching pumps, water gurgled and then flowed, cloudy at first, then clearing. It tasted metallic, cold, but it was water. She drank deeply from a tin cup she found hanging on a hook, then splashed some onto her face, gasping at the shock of the cold. Searching the pantry revealed sacks of flour and beans, tins of coffee, dried apples, jerky. Basic provisions, enough to survive on for a while, though much of it looked old, possibly predating Jed the foreman's recent supply run. Everything was coated in that pervasive dust. In a tin bread box, she found a half loaf of bread, hard as rock. Discouraged, she settled for gnawing on a piece of tough jerky and drinking more water. It wasn't the welcoming breakfast Silas's letters had implicitly promised, but it was sustenance. With a little fuel in her belly, she began a more systematic exploration of the house. The parlor, with its shrouded furniture, felt like a room holding its breath, waiting for occupants who would never arrive. The photograph of Silas on the mantelpiece drew her gaze again. In the clearer light, the weariness she'd imagined seemed more pronounced, a subtle tension around the eyes, the mouth. Had he been worried? In trouble? Or was she projecting again, letting the grim reality of the present color her perception of the past? She moved on to what seemed to be Silas's study or office, a smaller room off the main entryway dominated by a heavy oak desk. Unlike the rest of the house, this room felt less abandoned and more interrupted. Papers were stacked neatly on one corner of the desk, weighted down by a rock. An inkwell sat beside a blotting pad, a pen resting beside it as if recently set down. The chair was pushed back slightly, not tucked in. Abigail's heart gave a hopeful leap. Perhaps there were clues here. Ledgers, letters, something to explain his disappearance? She approached the desk hesitantly, feeling like an intruder violating a private space. The top layer of dust was thinner here, suggesting it hadn't been untouched for as long as the other rooms. She picked up the pen. Its nib was dry, crusted with ink. Setting it down carefully, she examined the papers. They were mostly ranch accounts, lists of supplies, tallies of cattle numbers, notes on grazing rights, mundane details of a working life. She leafed through them carefully, her fingers growing grimy, searching for anything unusual, a name, a place, a worried notation. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, though the complexity of the operations hinted at by the ledgers surprised her. Silas Croft had indeed been a man of considerable means, his ranch a significant enterprise. Beneath the main stack, she found a small, leather-bound journal. Her breath hitched. A personal diary? She opened it carefully. The first few pages were filled with Silas's elegant script, detailing weather observations, calving numbers, notes on repairs needed around the ranch. Then, interspersed, were more personal entries. He wrote of the loneliness of the plains, the long winters, the satisfaction of building something from nothing. And then he wrote of her. Received another letter from Miss Conway today. Her photograph sits before me as I write. A steady gaze, intelligent eyes. None of the simpering foolishness one sees too often. She writes plainly, honestly. Perhaps this venture is not as foolish as Jed seems to think. A later entry. Sent funds for her passage. It feels momentous to invite a stranger into one's life, one's home. But the silence here grows louder each year. A companion, someone to share the sunsets with. Redemption Creek. May it prove aptly named for us both. Abigail's eyes blurred. He'd been hopeful. He had been lonely. He had seen something in her, something beyond a desperate woman seeking security. He had wanted a partner. Reading his words, his private thoughts, made his absence even more visceral, more painful. It solidified her resolve. She couldn't simply mourn and retreat. She owed it to this man, the man who had offered her a future, to find out what had happened to him. She continued reading, searching for any hint of trouble, any mention of enemies or fear. The entries detailed preparations for her arrival, ordering supplies, instructing Jed on readying the house, even a note about the wildflowers he'd picked for her room. The last entry was dated just over a week ago, the night he was supposed to ride into town. October 6th. All seems ready. Jed has taken the wagon to town. The house is clean, supplies laid in. Miss Conway's train arrives on the 14th. Strange to feel such anticipation, like a young man again. Must settle accounts with Henderson tomorrow before riding in myself. He's been pushing too hard lately. Thinks his C-Bar outfit owns the whole valley. Needs reminding where boundaries lie. Then to town and wait. Henderson? C-Bar outfit? A land dispute? The name meant nothing to her, but it was the first concrete hint of conflict. Silas had intended to confront someone named Henderson about boundaries the day before he vanished. Could this Henderson be involved? She carefully closed the journal, tucking this piece of information away. It wasn't much, but it was a start. She searched the rest of the desk, pulling open drawers. They contained more papers, receipts, old letters tied with ribbon, spare ammunition cartridges, a magnifying glass, a collection of oddly shaped rocks. In the bottom drawer, beneath a stack of survey maps showing the vast SC holdings and the neighboring C-Bar ranch, her fingers brushed against something hard and metallic. She pulled it out. It was a small, ornate silver locket, tarnished with age, shaped like a heart. It wasn't Silas's style, not from what she could discern. Feminine. She pressed the tiny catch. It sprang open, revealing not a portrait, but a tiny, intricately folded piece of paper. Her fingers trembled slightly as she carefully unfolded it. The paper was brittle, yellowed with age. Written in faded ink, in a looping, feminine hand completely different from Silas's, were the words, "My dearest S, forgive me. It is the only way. Always E." E? Who was E? And forgive him for what? This was clearly old, kept hidden away. A secret from Silas's past? It raised more questions than it answered, adding another layer of mystery to the man she thought she was beginning to understand. She folded the paper carefully, placed it back in the locket, and slipped the locket into the pocket of her dress. Another piece of the puzzle, perhaps, though she had no idea where it fit. Lost in thought, she didn't immediately register the sound, the rhythmic beat of hoofbeats approaching the house, growing steadily louder, clearer than the whisper of the wind. When she did, her head snapped up, heart pounding. Jed? Had the foreman returned? She hurried to the front parlor window, peering through the grimy glass. It wasn't Jed, or at least not the weathered ranch hand she pictured. It was Sheriff Brody, astride a powerful-looking bay horse, riding steadily across the barren yard towards the house. He sat tall in the saddle, his duster coat billowing slightly in the wind, his hat pulled low, casting his face in shadow even in the morning light. He looked completely at ease in this desolate landscape, a part of its harshness, yet his presence felt like an intrusion, a judgment. He reined in his horse near the porch steps, dismounting with fluid grace. He didn't immediately approach the door, instead taking a slow look around the yard, his gaze sweeping over the outbuildings, the neglected fence line, the silent house itself. His eyes lingered on the faint tracks left by Ben Carver's buckboard the night before. Finally, he turned towards the porch, his boots crunching on the earth. Abigail quickly smoothed her dress again, took a deep breath, and opened the front door before he could knock. She would meet him on her own terms, or at least give the appearance of doing so. Standing in the doorway of Silas Croft's house, even an empty, dusty one, felt marginally less vulnerable than being discovered hiding inside. "Sheriff Brody," she said, keeping her voice level, betraying none of the apprehension churning within her. He stopped at the foot of the steps, looking up at her. His gray eyes were just as sharp, just as unreadable as they had been the previous evening. "Miss Conway," he acknowledged, his tone flat. "See you made it through the night." It wasn't a question expressing concern, but a statement of fact, perhaps tinged with surprise or even disappointment. "As you can see," she replied coolly. "Was there something you needed, Sheriff?" He ignored her question, his gaze drifting past her into the dim hallway. "Still determined to stay out here alone, then?" "This was to be my home, Sheriff. Mr. Croft invited me here. Until I know what's become of him, this is where I belong." She tilted her chin slightly, refusing to be intimidated. "Has there been any news? Has Jed, the foreman, returned?" Brody shook his head slowly, his eyes returning to her face. "No sign of Jed. Should have been back by now if he was coming back today." Another seed of unease planted. Was the foreman also missing now, or simply delayed? Makes this place even less suitable for a lone woman. "I am managing, Sheriff. I found water and provisions." "Enough to last?" His question was sharp, probing her resources, her vulnerability. "Long enough," she answered evasively. "Did you ride all the way out here just to check on my suitability, Sheriff? Or do you have actual news regarding Mr. Croft?" A muscle twitched in his jaw. Her directness seemed to irritate him, chipping away at his stony composure. "Part of my job, ma'am, is keeping folks safe, even stubborn ones." He took a step closer, resting one boot on the bottom porch step, bringing him nearly level with her. The proximity made her acutely aware of his size, the latent strength hinted at in his broad shoulders, the faint scent of leather, dust, and strong coffee that clung to him. And yes, I came to look around, seeing as the owner's missin' and his intended arrived. The implication was clear. Her arrival was suspicious, a variable in the equation of Silas Croft's disappearance. "Then by all means, Sheriff, look around," Abigail said, stepping back slightly to allow him passage, though the gesture cost her effort. Having him inside this house, Silas's house, felt wrong, invasive. He ascended the steps, his boots heavy on the wooden porch, and stepped into the entryway. He moved with a quiet confidence, his eyes missing nothing: the layers of dust, the shrouded furniture, the cold hearth. He didn't comment, just absorbed the atmosphere of abandonment. He glanced into the parlor, then towards the study. "You been through his things?" he asked, his gaze sharp as he noted the slightly disturbed papers on the desk from across the hall. "I was looking for answers, Sheriff," Abigail admitted frankly. "Something to tell me where he might have gone or why." "Find anything?" His tone was casual, but his eyes were watchful. She hesitated. Should she mention Henderson? The C-bar outfit? The locket? Instinct told her to hold back, to keep what little knowledge she possessed close. Sharing it with this man, whose suspicion felt like a physical force, seemed unwise. He was the law, yes, but his cold regards felt like more than just professional detachment. "Only confirmation that Mr. Croft was expecting me," she said carefully, "and that he was a man of business, with ranch matters on his mind." Brody grunted, a non-committal sound. He walked towards the study doorway, pausing to look inside. He didn't enter, just surveyed the room, his gaze lingering on the desk. "Silas kept to himself mostly," he said, his voice slightly muffled by the distance. "Had dealings like any man running an outfit this size. Some friendly, some less so." "Like Mr. Henderson, perhaps?" The name slipped out before Abigail could stop it. She immediately regretted it, seeing the way Brody's head turned slowly, his eyes narrowing. "Henderson?" he repeated. "What do you know about Cole Henderson?" "Mr. Croft mentioned him in his journal," Abigail explained quickly, trying to sound matter-of-fact. "Something about settling accounts, about boundaries. It was in his last entry, the day before he disappeared." Brody's expression became even more guarded, his face hardening into an unreadable mask. "Henderson runs the C-bar. Neighbors." He offered no further explanation, no reaction to the potential conflict Silas had mentioned. He turned away from the study, his gaze sweeping the dusty hallway again. "You plan on staying here indefinitely, Miss Conway?" "I plan on staying until I find out what happened to Mr. Croft," she reiterated firmly. "This is his home. I have a right to be here." "Rights get tricky out here, ma'am," Brody said, his voice low and gravelly. He stepped back towards the open doorway, pausing on the threshold, silhouetted against the gray morning light. "Silas Croft disappeared over a week ago. No body, no ransom note, no witnesses. Man vanishes like smoke. Now his mail-order bride shows up, penniless by the looks of it, claiming rights to his property." He let the words hang in the air, heavy with accusation. Abigail felt a surge of anger, hot and sharp. "Are you accusing me of something, Sheriff?" He met her gaze directly, his gray eyes cold as slate. "Just statin' facts, Miss Conway. Facts look peculiar. This is rough country. Folks look out for their own, and strangers raise questions, especially when they arrive under circumstances like these." He settled his hat more firmly on his head. "My advice? Go back to Boston. Nothing for you here but dust and trouble." He didn't wait for a reply. He turned, descended the steps, and swung himself effortlessly onto his horse. Without a backward glance, he urged the animal forward, riding away at a steady trot, leaving Abigail standing alone in the doorway, the dust settling around her, his cold regards lingering like frost in the air. His suspicion was no longer just a feeling, it was an open declaration. He believed she was an opportunist, possibly worse, and his dismissal of the Henderson lead, his curt warning, it felt less like advice and more like a threat. The empty house suddenly felt even more isolated, surrounded not just by the barren plain, but by a wall of suspicion and unspoken danger, with the sheriff himself standing guard, his motives as obscured as the prairie horizon in the gathering mist. What secrets was Sheriff Brody hiding behind those cold gray eyes? Chapter 4. Whispers in the wind in town. Sheriff Brody's departure left a silence that felt heavier, more charged than before. The dust kicked up by his horse settled slowly, coating the already gray-green weeds in the yard with another fine layer. Abigail stood in the doorway, the sheriff's parting words echoing in the empty house behind her. "Nothing for you here but dust and trouble." His suspicion had been a palpable thing, cold and hard as the gunmetal gray of his eyes. He hadn't offered help, only judgment and a thinly veiled warning to leave. And his dismissal of the Henderson lead, it felt deliberate, too quick. Why wouldn't the sheriff investigate a known conflict involving a missing man? Unless he had reasons not to. The thought sent a fresh chill down her spine, colder than the prairie wind that snaked its way under the ill-fitting doorframe. She couldn't trust him. That much was starkly clear. The man tasked with finding Silas Croft, with upholding the law in this raw territory, viewed her as a complication, an opportunistic stranger intruding on a tragedy he perhaps already understood better than he let on. With a sigh that felt heavy as lead, Abigail pushed the thick door closed. The groan of the wood seemed to complain at being disturbed. She fumbled with the latch, a simple iron bar that dropped into a bracket. It felt flimsy, inadequate against the vast emptiness outside, or against any determined human threat. Brody's warning, intended perhaps to scare her away, had instead solidified her resolve. Leaving meant accepting defeat, accepting ignorance. Leaving meant abandoning Silas, the man whose hopes and loneliness resonated so clearly from the pages of his journal. She couldn't do that. Not yet. First, survival. The jerky and cold water from the morning were a meager defense against the gnawing unease. She needed proper food, fuel for the stove if she intended to stay more than a day or two, and perhaps some basic tools. Brody was right about one thing. Staying out here alone indefinitely wasn't feasible, not without supplies, and certainly not without answers. And the continued absence of Jed, the foreman, was deeply troubling. Had he met with trouble searching for Silas? Or had he simply ridden off, unwilling to face the uncertainty, or perhaps knowing more than he cared to admit? Resolutely, she began a more thorough search of the kitchen and pantry. Behind sacks of beans, she found a tin of coffee, miraculously unopened. There was hardtack, sealed in a crate, dry and unappetizing, but filling. Deeper in the pantry, covered by a dusty burlap sack, she uncovered a small cache of preserves, peaches, pears, tomatoes, their glass jars glinting faintly in the gloom. Silas's preparations for her arrival, no doubt. A small, sharp pang of grief mixed with gratitude went through her. She also found a half-full kerosene can for the lamps and, crucially, a box of candles, offering a more reliable source of light than her dwindling supply of matches. Her search extended beyond the house. Pulling her thin cloak tighter against the wind, she ventured out into the yard, heading towards the large barn that stood silent sentinel beside the empty corral. The barn doors were heavy, secured by a thick wooden beam. It took considerable effort, her muscles straining against the weight and the rasp of weathered wood, but she managed to slide the beam aside and heave one door open just enough to slip inside. The air within was thick with the scent of old hay, dust, and the faint, lingering warmth of animals. Sunlight streamed in dusty shafts through cracks in the walls and roof, illuminating floating moats. Stalls lined one side, empty except for scattered straw. Tack, saddles, bridles, ropes hung neatly from pegs coated in dust but seemingly serviceable. And in one of the larger stalls, standing quietly, were two horses. One was a sturdy-looking sorrel, placidly munching hay from a trough that still held a small amount. The other was a finer animal, a sleek black mare with intelligent eyes that watched Abigail's approach with cautious curiosity. Water troughs held rainwater, indicating someone, Jed presumably, had cared for them relatively recently, before he too disappeared. Relief washed over Abigail, potent and immediate. She wasn't completely stranded. She approached the black mare slowly, speaking in a low, calm voice. "Hello there, girl. You're a beauty, aren't you?" The mare flicked her ears but didn't shy away. There was a brand on her flank, the SC mark. Silas's horse? Or one of them, at least. Finding the horses felt like a small victory, a tangible resource in this place of unnerving emptiness. In a small, adjoining tack room, she found saddlebags, dusty but intact, and a canteen. She could ride back to town. The thought was both daunting and necessary. She couldn't learn anything hiding out here, living on preserves and suspicion. She needed to face Redemption Creek again, face the whispers and the stares, and try to piece together the truth. Sheriff Brody seemed determined to obscure. Gathering her courage, Abigail decided to act quickly, before doubt could overwhelm her resolve. She found oats in a bin and gave both horses a measure, refilled their water troughs from a rain barrel outside the barn, her movements practical, focused, pushing away the larger fears. She selected a sturdy, plain saddle that looked roughly her size and, recalling lessons from her youth spent visiting country cousins, managed to saddle the black mare. The horse stood patiently, accepting the unfamiliar touch, as if sensing the woman's need. Back in the house, she packed essentials into the saddlebags, the remaining jerky, a jar of peaches, the canteen filled with fresh pump water, her small pouch of money, Silas's journal, and the tarnished silver locket. She paused, looking at Silas's photograph on the mantelpiece. His kind eyes seemed to hold a question. "Be careful, Abigail," they seemed to say. She touched the frame gently. "I will," she whispered to the dusty image. "I'll find out what happened to you." Locking the house felt symbolic rather than truly secure, the flimsy bar a poor deterrent. But it was a gesture, a claim on the space. Mounting the mare from a rickety wooden block felt awkward after years away from riding, but the horse stood steady. Once settled in the saddle, reins held firmly, Abigail felt a surge of something akin to empowerment. She was no longer just waiting, passively accepting her fate. She was moving, acting, seeking. She urged the mare forward, out of the desolate yard, and onto the faint track leading back towards town. The wind whipped at her face, pulling strands of hair from her bonnet, challenging her progress. The sun remained hidden behind a thick veil of cloud, casting the landscape in a flat, shadowless light that seemed to emphasize its immensity and emptiness. The ride felt vastly different from the jolting journey in Ben Carver's buckboard under the cloak of night. Now, in the stark gray daylight, she could see the rolling expanse of the prairie, the distant hazy mountains, the sheer scale of the land Silas Croft had claimed, and the scale of her own vulnerability within it. Occasionally, she scanned the horizon, half expecting, half dreading to see riders, Jed returning perhaps, or the C-Bar cowboys Silas had mentioned, or even Sheriff Brody, watching her from some unseen vantage point. But there was nothing, only the wind, the cry of the hawk, and the rhythmic hoofbeats of the mare on the dry earth. The silence pressed in, amplifying the whispers of doubt in her mind. Was this foolish? Riding into a town where the sheriff suspected her, where unknown dangers related to Silas's disappearance surely lurked? It took nearly 2 hours, the mare maintaining a steady pace, before the first outlying structures of Redemption Creek came into view. The town looked just as raw and temporary as it had the day before, huddled under the vast sky. Smoke rose from a few chimneys, thin gray plumes quickly snatched away by the wind. As she rode down the main street, the silence of the prairie gave way to the muted sounds of town life, the clang of a hammer from the blacksmith shed, the murmur of voices from the saloon, even at this hour, the creak of a wagon wheel. Heads turned as she passed. Faces appeared in dusty windows. Men paused their conversations on the boardwalks, their eyes following her progress. The curiosity was blatant, mixed with something else, suspicion, speculation, perhaps even resentment. She was the outsider. The phantom bride arrived too late, a tangible reminder of the mystery surrounding Silas Croft, a man who, despite Brody's claim of him keeping to himself, was clearly a significant figure in this small community. She felt their gazes like physical touches, prickling her skin. Sheriff Brody hadn't needed to warn the town about her. Her very presence under these circumstances was enough to set tongues wagging. She dismounted in front of the General Mercantile, tethering the mare loosely to the hitching rail. The horse nuzzled her shoulder, a small, reassuring presence in this sea of unfamiliar, potentially hostile faces. Taking a steadying breath, Abigail pushed open the door to the Mercantile. A bell jangled overhead, announcing her arrival. The interior was dim, cluttered, smelling of coffee beans, leather, kerosene, and countless other mingled scents. Shelves overflowed with goods, everything from canned peaches and bolts of calico to shovels, ammunition, and patent medicines promising cures for all ills. A pot-bellied stove in the center radiated a welcome warmth. 2 men in dusty range clothes stood near the counter, talking quietly with the storekeeper, a thin, balding man with spectacles and an anxious air. All 3 looked up as Abigail entered, their conversation ceasing abruptly. The storekeeper, Mr. Peterson, according to the sign outside, blinked behind his glasses, surprise warring with professional courtesy. "Good morning," Abigail said, trying to inject a note of cheerful normalcy into her voice. "I need to purchase a few supplies." "Mornin', ma'am," Mr. Peterson replied, his voice hesitant. He glanced nervously at the 2 other men, who made no move to resume their conversation, instead openly studying Abigail. "Just arrived, did you say yesterday? Miss Conway?" The whispers had already solidified into fact. "Yes, that's right," Abigail confirmed, refusing to be flustered. She walked further into the store, pretending to examine the shelves, acutely aware of the 3 pairs of eyes fixed on her back. "I'm staying out at the Croft place for the time being." One of the ranchers, a burly man with a thick red beard, spoke up, his voice rough. "Ain't nobody out there, ma'am. Ain't been since Silas." "Well, since he went off." "I'm aware," Abigail said, turning to face them, her gaze steady. "But it's where I need to be. Has there been any word? From Mr. Croft or his foreman, Jed?" The men exchanged glances. Mr. Peterson wrung his hands nervously. "Nary a word, ma'am. Jed ain't back neither. Sheriff Brody rode out lookin' again this mornin' towards the North Range this time, folks say." "Before stopping by the SC Ranch," Abigail added quietly. This revelation caused a ripple of interest. The red-bearded man frowned. "Brody was out there? Didn't mention that when he passed through town earlier." "He came to see if I'd survived the night," Abigail stated plainly, letting the implication hang. The other rancher, leaner and quieter, spoke for the first time. "Brody keeps things close to his chest." The statement was neutral, but the way he said it suggested hidden depths. perhaps disagreement with the sheriff's methods or conclusions. Mr. Peterson cleared his throat, eager to steer the conversation back to safer ground. "What supplies was you needin', Miss Conway?" Abigail listed her requirements: kerosene, candles, coffee, flour, bacon, perhaps some tinned goods. As Peterson gathered the items, moving with a nervous energy, the red-bearded man leaned against the counter. "Heard tell Silas was having trouble with Henderson again," he remarked, seemingly to his companion, but loud enough for Abigail to hear clearly. "Pushing fences over on the west pasture. Silas weren't happy about it." "Cole Henderson pushes everyone," the leaner man replied quietly. "Thinks 'cause he bought out the old Miller place. He owns the whole damn valley now. Got Brody in his pocket, too, some say." Abigail froze, her hand hovering over a bolt of cloth. Got Brody in his pocket. The whisper, dropped so casually, landed like a stone in her stomach. Could it be true? Could the sheriff's suspicion of her, his dismissal of the Henderson lead, be motivated by an alliance with the very man Silas had planned to confront? The possibility was chilling, painting Brody's actions in a much more sinister light. He wasn't just a suspicious lawman, he could be actively obstructing the investigation, protecting a powerful ally. Protecting a killer? Mr. Peterson, overhearing the comment, shot the men a panicked look, shaking his head slightly. "Now, boys, that's just talk," he said quickly, his voice strained. "Sheriff Brody does his job." The red-bearded man shrugged, unrepentant. "Maybe, maybe not. All I know is Silas Croft had enemies. Henderson was top of the list, and now Silas is gone." He looked directly at Abigail then, his gaze sharp. "And you show up." The accusation, blunt and undisguised, hung in the air. Abigail met his gaze, her heart pounding, but her voice steady. "I showed up because Mr. Croft invited me here to be his wife. I know nothing of his enemies or his disappearance, but I intend to find out." The man held her gaze for a moment longer, then gave a curt nod, a grudging respect perhaps flickering in his eyes. "Best watch your step, ma'am. Redemption Creek ain't always redeeming." Abigail paid Mr. Peterson, her hands trembling slightly as she counted out the precious coins. The storekeeper avoided her eyes, hastily wrapping her purchases. The two ranchers watched her leave, their expressions unreadable. Stepping back out into the wind-swept street felt like escaping a pressure cooker, but the whispers followed her, swirling in the dust devils kicked up by the breeze. Henderson pushing fences, Brody in his pocket, Silas had enemies. Watch your step. She secured her supplies to the saddle, her mind racing. The fragments of conversation, the open suspicion, the veiled warnings. They painted a picture far more complex and dangerous than she had imagined. Silas hadn't just vanished into the wilderness. He had likely been caught in a web of rivalry, greed, and potentially corrupted law. And Sheriff Brody, the man who should have been her ally, might be standing on the other side, his cold regards a mask for something far darker. As she mounted the mare, preparing for the lonely ride back to the empty house, Abigail felt a profound sense of isolation, not just from the land but from the truth itself, hidden somewhere in the swirling dust and the poisoned whispers of Redemption Creek. The wind seemed to murmur Brody's name, a sibilant warning against the gray, unforgiving sky. Chapter 5, Shadows in the Mirror Glass. The ride back to the SC Ranch was lonelier than the journey into town. The whispers Abigail had overheard in the General Mercantile. Henderson pushing fences, Brody in his pocket. Silas had enemies. Watch your step. Circled in her mind like vultures over a kill. Each hoofbeat of the black mare seemed to punctuate the rising sense of dread. The vast gray prairie, which had initially seemed starkly beautiful, now felt menacing, imbued with unseen watchers and hidden dangers. Was Cole Henderson somewhere out there, surveying his domain, plotting his next move? Was Sheriff Brody even now receiving reports of her trip to town, his suspicion hardening into certainty? The wind persisted, a constant mournful presence that tugged at her cloak and bonnet, whispering unintelligible secrets through the dry grasses. She scanned the horizon ceaselessly, her eyes straining against the flat, deceptive light, but saw nothing move save for the swaying grass and the occasional hawk overhead. The isolation pressed in, no longer just a physical state but an emotional one, emphasizing how utterly alone she was in her quest for answers, surrounded by potential enemies and a landscape that offered no comfort, only indifference. When the skeletal cottonwoods marking the creek finally came into view, followed by the familiar, stark silhouette of the ranch house against the bruised sky, Abigail felt a strange mixture of relief and apprehension. Relief at reaching a destination, any destination, however unwelcoming. Apprehension because the house, in the revealing gray light, looked even more desolate, more haunted by absence than before. It didn't feel like shelter. It felt like a trap waiting to be sprung. She rode into the yard, the mare's steps echoing slightly in the stillness. Dismounting stiffly, her muscles aching from the unaccustomed ride, she led the horse towards the barn. The silence here was different from the silence of the open prairie. It was contained, watchful, as if the buildings themselves held their breath. After unsaddling the mare, rubbing her down with handfuls of straw, and providing her with fresh water and oats alongside the sorrel, Abigail gathered her newly purchased supplies. Each item, the heavy can of kerosene, the box of candles, the wrapped bacon, felt like a small anchor against the tide of uncertainty threatening to pull her under. Carrying the provisions back to the house, she had to force herself to push open the heavy front door again. The air inside was colder than she remembered, stale and thick with the scent of dust and disuse. She deposited the supplies on the kitchen table, the sound unnervingly loud in the silence. The simple act of unpacking, of putting the coffee tin on a shelf and storing the bacon in the cooler pantry, felt like a deliberate assertion of presence, a refusal to be cowed by the emptiness. Yet with every creak of a floorboard under her own weight, every sigh of the wind against the window panes, her nerves stretched tighter. As dusk began to bleed into the gray afternoon, deepening the shadows in the corners of the rooms, Abigail knew she couldn't face the encroaching darkness without light. She found a couple of kerosene lamps, dusty but functional. Cleaning the chimneys and trimming the wicks took time, her fingers clumsy in the fading light. Filling them carefully from the can she'd bought, she finally managed to light one, then another. The warm, yellow glow pushed back the oppressive gloom, casting flickering shadows that danced and leaped in unsettling ways. But it was infinitely preferable to the absolute darkness of the previous night. She carried one lamp into the kitchen and set about preparing a simple meal. Frying slices of the bacon she'd bought filled the cold air with a welcome, savory aroma. She brewed coffee strong and black, using water from the screeching pump, and toasted slices of the stale bread over the small fire she managed to coax to life in the cast-iron cookstove, feeding it with dry wood scraps found in a box near the hearth. Eating alone at the dusty kitchen table, the lamplight carving a small circle of warmth in the surrounding shadows, Abigail felt the profound weight of her solitude. This was the life Silas had envisioned sharing. Meals together, conversations filling the silence, companionship against the vast loneliness of the plains. Instead, she sat alone, eating fried bacon and hard toast, listening to the wind moan and the house settle around her, haunted by the ghost of a future that had vanished before it could begin. After cleaning up, her movements methodical, almost robotic, she took the other lamp and retreated upstairs. The room Silas had prepared for her, with its prairie rose quilt and waiting book of poetry, felt marginally less oppressive than the rest of the house. Setting the lamp on the bedside table, its glow illuminating the faded wildflowers, she felt a fresh wave of sadness. She sat on the edge of the bed, the springs groaning faintly beneath her weight, and pulled Silas's journal from the saddlebag. She reread his last entry, the words about Henderson and the C-Bar outfit taking on a more sinister weight after the whispers in town. He's been pushing too hard lately. Needs reminding where boundaries lie. Had Silas's attempt to remind Henderson resulted in more than just an argument? Had it led to violence? And if Brody was indeed protecting Henderson, her fingers traced the worn leather cover of the journal. Then, she pulled out the small silver locket she'd found. Opening it again, she stared at the tiny, folded note inside. "My dearest S, forgive me. It is the only way. Always E." Who was E? A former lover? A relative? And what had required forgiveness? Could this secret from Silas's past have any bearing on his present disappearance? It felt like another tangled thread in an already complex knot, pulling her further into a history she didn't understand. She rose and walked towards the washstand in the corner, intending to wash the dust and weariness from her face before attempting sleep. Above the washstand hung a large oval mirror in a heavy dark wood frame. The glass was old, slightly tarnished around the edges, reflecting the lamplight with a wavering quality. As she leaned closer, pitcher in hand, her own reflection stared back, pale, tired, her eyes wide with apprehension, her hair escaping its pins in untidy wisps. She looked like a stranger, lost and out of place. She splashed cold water onto her face, the shock sharp and bracing. As she reached for a thin linen towel hanging beside the mirror, her eyes flickered back to the glass and froze. For an instant, just an instant, hovering behind her own reflection, indistinct and wavering like heat haze off the prairie, she thought she saw another shape, a shadow, darker than the surrounding gloom, vaguely man-shaped, formless, yet present. It wasn't solid, more like a distortion in the air, a flicker at the edge of vision. There and gone in the space of a heartbeat, her breath caught in her throat, a sharp, painful gasp. Her heart hammered against her ribs so violently she thought it might break free. She spun around, clutching the towel, her eyes darting wildly around the small room. Nothing. Only the bed with its prairie rose quilt, the rocking chair still and silent, the lamp casting steady, unwavering light on the bedside table. The shadows thrown by the furniture were deep, but solid, unmoving. The wind sighed outside the window, rattling the glass pane gently. There was no one there, nothing there. Her legs felt weak, trembling. She leaned heavily against the washstand, staring at her own reflection again. Only her own pale, frightened face looked back now, her eyes searching the empty space behind her in the mirror's depths. Had she imagined it? Was it just a trick of the lamplight? The old, imperfect glass? Her own overwrought nerves? She pressed trembling fingers to her temples. Lack of sleep, the stress of the journey, the shock of Silas's disappearance, the hostility in town, Sheriff Brody's cold suspicion. It was enough to make anyone see things that weren't there. Of course it was her imagination. Dust and trouble, Brody had warned. Perhaps the trouble was starting within her own mind, yet the image, fleeting as it had been, felt chillingly real. That sense of presence, of something else in the room with her, lingered like a cold draft. She remembered the premise of the mail-order bride advertisement she'd seen back east. Nestled amongst more mundane notices, stories whispered among women of fortune sought, dangers faced, and sometimes of places haunted by past tragedies. Could this house? Could Silas? No. She shook her head fiercely, trying to dispel the thought. Ghosts were tales told around campfires, fodder for dime novels. This was reality, harsh and brutal, governed by greed, land disputes, and potentially murder. Henderson was real. Brody's suspicion was real. The danger she felt was real. Introducing spectral shadows only clouded the issue, weakened her resolve. It had to be exhaustion playing tricks on her mind. But as she stood there, heart still racing, listening to the old house creak and groan around her, the certainty wasn't as solid as she wished. The rattle of the loose shutter downstairs suddenly sounded like insistent tapping. The sigh of the wind through a crack in the window frame mimicked a mournful whisper. Every shadow seemed deeper, potentially concealing something. She forced herself to move, to finish washing, her movements jerky, clumsy. She avoided looking directly into the mirror again, catching only peripheral glimpses of her own reflection. Blowing out the lamp felt like plunging into an abyss, leaving her defenseless in the suffocating darkness, armed only with a flickering candle she lit with trembling hands. Getting into the cold bed, pulling the dusty quilt high around her chin, offered little comfort. Sleep felt impossible now. Every sound was magnified. The scuttling of a mouse within the walls, the distant howl of a coyote, the ceaseless moan of the wind. And the image from the mirror glass kept replaying behind her closed eyelids, that fleeting man-shaped shadow, hovering just behind her, a silent, unseen observer. Was it Silas? A spectral echo of the man who had prepared this room for her, now trapped between worlds, unable to rest? Or was it something else entirely? A manifestation of her own fear, perhaps, or a warning? She clutched the silver locket in her hand, its cool metal a small, tangible anchor in the overwhelming darkness. She didn't know what was real anymore, the whispers of the living or the potential shadows of the dead. Sheriff Brody wanted her gone. Cole Henderson was a potential threat. And now, the house itself seemed to harbor secrets, perhaps even a spectral presence. She was trapped, isolated miles from town, surrounded by questions without answers and dangers both seen and unseen. The shadow in the mirror glass, real or imagined, had fractured the last remnants of her fragile sense of security, leaving her adrift in a terrifying sea of uncertainty, where the line between psychological stress and supernatural dread blurred into terrifying indistinction. The night stretched before her, endless and black, filled with the whispers of the wind and the chilling possibility that she was not, after all, entirely alone. Chapter 6. A Touch of Ice in the Dead of Night. Sleep, when it finally came, was less a respite and more a descent into fragmented, uneasy dreams. Abigail drifted on a dark tide, tossed between images of Sheriff Brody's cold gray eyes accusing her, the leering faces of the men in the mercantile whispering slander, and the vast, empty prairie stretching endlessly under a bruised sky. Over it all hung the fleeting, indistinct image from the mirror, that man-shaped shadow, sometimes hovering just behind her, sometimes seeming to merge with the figure of Silas Croft in the dusty photograph downstairs, his kind eyes turning hollow, spectral. She woke abruptly, heart pounding, unsure what had disturbed her. The candle she'd left burning on the bedside table had guttered low, casting long, dancing shadows that writhed like living things on the walls and ceiling. The room was colder now, the fire in the distant kitchen stove long dead, the chill of the deep prairie night seeping through the thin walls and rattling window panes. The wind had died down slightly, replaced by an unnerving stillness, a silence so profound it seemed to roar in her ears. Lying there, straining to hear, every nerve ending felt raw, exposed. What had woken her? A sound? A feeling? Or just the culmination of fear settling deep in her bones? She held her breath, listening. The house groaned softly, settling, the way old timbers do. A floorboard creaked somewhere downstairs. Perhaps just the wood contracting in the cold, perhaps not. The rhythmic rattle of the loose shutter, which had become an almost constant companion, had ceased with the lull in the wind, making the silence feel even more unnatural, more expectant. Then she felt it, a distinct drop in temperature, localized, specific, right beside the bed. It wasn't just the ambient chill of the room, it was a pocket of intense cold, sharp and penetrating, like standing too close to a block of ice in winter. The fine hairs on her arms prickled, standing on end. Goose flesh pebbled her skin beneath the thin fabric of her nightgown and the heavy quilt. It was a cold that felt unnatural, sentient. Her breath hitched again, lodging painfully in her chest. She didn't dare move, didn't dare breathe too loudly, terrified of acknowledging, of confirming what her senses were screaming. The cold intensified, pressing closer, accompanied by a faint, almost imperceptible stirring of the air, like someone breathing softly, slowly, right beside her ear. Panic, cold and absolute, seized her. Her eyes, wide and staring in the near darkness, darted towards the space beside the bed where the cold seemed to emanate from. Nothing. Only shadows, deeper now as the candle flame flickered, threatening to extinguish entirely. yet the feeling of presence was undeniable, overwhelming. It was the same feeling she'd had standing before the mirror, but magnified, concentrated, terrifyingly close. She squeezed her eyes shut, praying it was a nightmare, a hallucination born of fear and exhaustion. It's not real. It's the house settling. It's the wind. It's my imagination. But the cold remained, icy tendrils seeming to probe, to reach for her beneath the covers. Then a touch. Feather light, colder than death. It brushed against her cheek. Not a physical touch, not skin on skin, but an ethereal contact, a whisper of impossible cold that raised every hair on her body and sent a jolt of pure terror through her system. It lingered for a fraction of a second, impossibly gentle, yet profoundly violating, before withdrawing. Abigail reacted instinctively, violently. A strangled cry tore from her throat as she recoiled, scrambling backwards across the wide bed, pressing herself against the cold, solid wood of the headboard, pulling the quilt up to her chin like a shield. Her heart hammered against her ribs with painful force, each beat echoing the frantic pulse throbbing in her temples. The candle flames sputtered, flared briefly, illuminating the room in one last desperate pulse of light, and then died, plunging the room into absolute suffocating darkness. The blackness was complete, disorienting. The cold spot beside the bed seemed to dissipate, or perhaps it merely blended into the general chill now that the small point of light was gone. But the feeling of presence lingered, heavy and watchful. Abigail sat frozen against the headboard, scarcely breathing, straining her ears in the darkness, every muscle tinned, expecting— what? Another touch? A whisper? A spectral face forming out of the gloom? Minutes passed, stretching into an eternity. The only sounds were the frantic pounding of her own heart and the occasional creak of the house. The silence felt charged, thick with unseen energy. Was this Silas? Was this the ghost of her murdered fiancé trying to communicate, trying to warn her? The touch had been gentle, almost sorrowful, not menacing. But its unnatural coldness, its undeniable otherness, had been terrifying. Or was it something else? Something tied to the house, to the land, something drawn by the tragedy of Silas's disappearance? The whispers in town spoke of enemies, of land disputes, of a sheriff potentially compromised. Those were tangible threats. But this was something different, something that defied rational explanation, striking at a deeper, more primal level of fear. Slowly, painstakingly slowly, Abigail forced herself to move. Her limbs felt heavy, unresponsive, locked by terror. She fumbled blindly on the bedside table, her fingers brushing against the smooth cover of the poetry book, the brittle stems of the dried wildflowers, before finding the small, reassuring shape of the matchbox. Her hands trembled so violently she could barely grasp it. It took several attempts, the scrape of the match head against the striking surface loud as a gunshot in the silence, before a tiny flame flared, unsteady in her shaking grip. She immediately lit another candle from the box she'd bought in town, its fresh wick catching quickly, casting a small, wavering circle of light. Shielding the flame with one hand, she scanned the room, her gaze darting into every shadowed corner. Empty. Utterly empty. The bed covers beside where she had lain were undisturbed, save for the indentation her own body had made. The air felt still, the intense cold dissipated. There was nothing. No sign that anything unusual had occurred, except for the wild fear still thrumming through her veins and the memory of that icy, ethereal touch against her cheek. Could she truly have imagined it all? A waking nightmare, perhaps? The power of suggestion, fueled by the eerie atmosphere of the house and the stress she was under? It seemed the only rational explanation. Yet the visceral reality of the cold, the touch, it felt undeniable, imprinted on her senses. She knew she couldn't stay in the bed. Sleep was impossible now. Carefully, holding the candle high, she slid off the mattress, her bare feet recoiling from the cold floorboards. Wrapping the quilt around her shoulders like a cloak, she moved cautiously towards the door. She needed to put space between herself and that room, that spot beside the bed where the cold had gathered. Downstairs, the main living area felt marginally less oppressive, perhaps because it was larger, less confined. She went into the kitchen and stoked the embers in the cook stove, adding small pieces of wood until a weak fire rekindled, offering a small measure of warmth and cheer against the pervasive chill. She made herself more coffee, brewing it strong and dark, needing the heat, the caffeine, the simple, grounding ritual of performing a normal task. Sitting at the kitchen table again, wrapped in the quilt, sipping the scalding coffee from the tin cup, she watched the first faint hints of gray begin to dilute the eastern horizon through the grimy window pane. Dawn was still a long way off, but the absolute blackness of the deep night was starting to recede. She replayed the events in her mind, trying to force logic onto them. The shadow in the mirror, a trick of the light, the cold spot, the touch, a hallucination brought on by fear, exhaustion, and the power of suggestion in this desolate, tragedy-tinged house. It had to be. Ghosts weren't real. Silas Croft, whatever his fate, was gone, not lingering as a spectral presence touching strangers in the night. But doubt remained, a cold counterpoint to the heat of the coffee. What if it was Silas? Why would he try to frighten her? Unless it wasn't meant to frighten, but to warn. Warn her of what? Of Henderson, of Brody, of some danger she hadn't yet perceived. The touch itself hadn't felt malicious, only cold, terribly cold and sorrowful, and the documents his ghost supposedly pointed her towards in the premise she'd constructed back east. That part felt like pure fancy now, a desperate woman's imaginative leap. Yet here she was, in the house where he'd vanished, experiencing something that defied easy explanation. She thought of the journal entry again. Henderson needs reminding where boundaries lie. A confrontation seemed imminent. And the locket? Forgive me. It is the only way. Always E. A past secret. Potentially explosive. Tangible clues, real-world conflicts. Surely the answers lay there in the realm of human greed and violence, not in spectral touches in the dead of night. Yet the feeling lingered, the cold, the presence, the touch. As the gray light strengthened, slowly revealing the familiar, stark lines of the kitchen, Abigail felt a subtle shift within herself. The terror of the night hadn't broken her. If anything, it had forged a harder resolve. Whether the touch was real or imagined, whether Silas lingered as a ghost or was simply gone, the danger surrounding his disappearance was undeniable. Brody's suspicion, Henderson's potential involvement, the whispers in town, these were threats she had to face. And if there was something else, something spectral trying to communicate, well, she couldn't afford to ignore that either, however terrifying the prospect. She needed proof. Something concrete to counter Brody's suspicion, something to expose the truth about Henderson, something to explain Silas's disappearance. The journal mentioned settling accounts with Henderson. Perhaps there were records of their dealings, disputes documented somewhere. The study seemed the most likely place. Leaving the relative warmth of the kitchen, candles still in hand despite the growing daylight, she returned to the study off the entryway. The room felt cold, still holding the night's chill. The desk sat as she had left it, papers neatly stacked, inkwell standing ready. She had searched it yesterday, finding the journal and the locket, but perhaps she had missed something. Ledgers, account books, letters. She began again, more systematically this time, fueled by nervous energy and strong coffee. She opened the drawers, carefully removing stacks of papers, examining each one. Receipts for feed, bills of sale for cattle, correspondence with suppliers in distant cities, survey maps detailing every acre of the SC ranch. It was a meticulous record of a thriving business, but offered no obvious clue to murder or foul play. She ran her hands along the insides of the drawers, feeling for hidden compartments, false bottoms, tricks she'd read about in novels. Nothing. She examined the heavy oak desk itself, tapping the wood, looking for seams or inconsistencies. It seemed solid, well-made, but ordinary. Frustration began to mount. Was she chasing shadows, both literal and figurative? Brody's advice echoed again. Nothing for you here but dust and trouble. Perhaps he was right. Perhaps she should just pack her meager belongings, sell the black mare in town, and use the money to buy passage back east. Back to a life of quiet disappointment, but at least one, free from hostile sheriffs, land-hungry neighbors, and potential ghosts. Her eyes fell on the stack of survey maps again, detailing the boundaries of the SC Ranch and the adjacent C-Bar. She remembered Silas's words, "Needs reminding where boundaries lie." She spread the largest map out on the desk. It showed the creek, the pastures, the fence lines. She traced the boundary between the SC and the C-Bar with her finger. According to the map, drawn by a certified surveyor years earlier, the boundary followed a distinct line of bluffs overlooking the creek on the western edge of Silas's property. Then she noticed it. Tucked underneath the main map was another rougher sketch, drawn by hand, not to scale. It seemed to depict the same area, the creek, the bluffs. But on this sketch, several annotations had been made in Silas's familiar script. Arrows pointed to specific sections of the fence line near the bluffs. Notes scribbled in the margins read, "Henderson moved markers again, April. Another. Posts cut, wire down, June. His work, no doubt." And a final chilling note, dated only weeks before his disappearance. Confronted H denies all lies. Claims ancient survey error, must find original deed grant papers. Proves SC rights clear back to 65. Original deed and grant papers. Proof of ownership. Potentially refuting Henderson's claims, whatever they were. Where would Silas keep such vital documents? Not just lying on his desk, surely. Somewhere safe. Somewhere hidden. Abigail's gaze swept the room again, searching. The fireplace? No, too obvious. Too vulnerable to fire. The wardrobe? Unlikely. Beneath a loose floorboard? Possible, but hard to locate without tearing the room apart. Her eyes landed on the heavy oak bookcase standing against one wall, filled with leather-bound volumes. Classics, histories, agricultural texts. It looked solid, immovable. But as she ran her hand along the carved wooden trim at the bottom, near the floor, her fingers encountered a slight irregularity, a seam that didn't quite match the pattern on the other side. Her heart leaped. Kneeling down, she examined it closely in the growing daylight. It looked like a very cleverly concealed panel, part of the decorative baseboard of the bookcase. Using her fingernails, she tried to pry it open, but it wouldn't budge. She needed leverage. Glancing around, she spotted a heavy brass letter opener on the desk. Wriggling the tip of the letter opener into the almost invisible seam, she applied gentle pressure. There was a faint click, and the small wooden panel sprang open slightly. Holding her breath, she pulled it open further. Inside was a small, dark cavity, just large enough to hold a flat, oilskin-wrapped package. Her hands trembled as she carefully withdrew the package. It was heavier than she expected, tied securely with twine. Setting it on the desk, she fumbled with the knot, finally managing to undo it. She peeled back the layers of protective oilskin. Inside were several folded documents, yellowed with age, some bearing official-looking seals and ribbons. The top document was clearly labeled, Original Land Grant, Silas Croft Holdings, Territory of State Name, June 65. Below it were deeds, survey reports, legal papers stretching back decades, establishing Silas Croft's undisputed claim to the land, including the section along the bluffs Henderson was apparently encroaching upon. But tucked within these official papers was something else, a smaller, folded sheaf of personal letters, tied with a faded blue ribbon. The handwriting was Silas's. Curiosity overriding caution, Abigail carefully untied the ribbon and unfolded the top letter. It wasn't addressed to her. It began, "My dearest Eleanor." E, the initial from the locket, Eleanor. The letter was dated years ago, long before Abigail had entered the picture. It spoke of shared dreams, hardships overcome, and a deep, abiding love. But the tone shifted in later letters, becoming strained, filled with references to disagreements, secrets, and eventually, a painful parting. The final letter in the bundle contained only a few lines. "Eleanor, I understand why you feel you must leave. Perhaps it is for the best. I cannot give you what you truly want. Know that a part of me will always regret. Always. S. So Eleanor had left him. The locket's message, "Forgive me, it is the only way," was likely her farewell. A hidden heartbreak in Silas's past. Did it connect to his present disappearance? It seemed unlikely, a separate sorrow. Yet he had kept these letters hidden with his most vital land documents. Why? Abigail carefully retied the ribbon around Eleanor's letters, her mind racing. This discovery was significant. The land grant papers were the proof Silas needed against Henderson. If Henderson knew Silas possessed these and knew Silas intended to use them, it provided a powerful motive for silencing him permanently. And Sheriff Brody? If he was indeed allied with Henderson, he would want these documents suppressed, perhaps even destroyed. His visit yesterday, his probing questions about whether she'd found anything, had he been searching for these very papers? A sudden noise from outside shattered the quiet intensity of the room, the distinct sound of an approaching horse, ridden at a brisk pace. Abigail's head snapped up, panic flaring. Who was it? Jed finally returning? Henderson come to investigate the newcomer? Or Brody back already, perhaps more determined this time? Quickly, she shoved the oilskin package back into the hidden compartment, fumbling slightly with the small wooden panel, praying it clicked securely back into place. She smoothed the survey map on the desk, trying to make everything look undisturbed. Her heart hammered against her ribs. The icy touch in the night, the whispers in town, the hidden documents, the approaching rider. The threads were drawing tighter, the danger escalating, moving from spectral uncertainty to tangible imminent threat. She stood frozen in the center of the study, listening to the hoofbeats draw closer, wondering who was coming and whether they brought answers or death. Chapter 7. Dust on a Forgotten Ledger. The hoofbeats slowed as they entered the ranch yard, the rhythm changing from a steady trot to a more cautious walk. Abigail remained frozen in the study, the location of the hidden compartment burning like a brand in her mind. Every instinct screamed at her to flee, to hide. But where? The house offered few true hiding places, and bolting would only confirm suspicion. She forced herself to take slow, deep breaths, trying to quell the frantic hammering in her chest. She had to appear calm, composed, the unsuspecting fiancé tending to her missing beloved's home, not a woman who had just unearthed potentially damning evidence and possibly communed with the dead. She smoothed her dress, tucked stray hairs back beneath her bonnet, which she hadn't even removed since her frantic awakening, and forced her feet to move. Walking deliberately, placing one foot carefully in front of the other as if wading through thick mud, she exited the study and moved towards the front door, stopping just short of it. She didn't want to appear too eager nor too reluctant. Just present. Through the grimy glass panels flanking the door, she could see the rider dismounting, not Brody's imposing figure, nor the rough-looking men she imagined belonging to Henderson's C-Bar outfit. This man was older, perhaps in his late 50s or early 60s, wiry and weathered, his face a road map of creases etched by sun and wind. He wore practical, well-worn ranch clothes, denim trousers, a flannel shirt under a sheepskin-lined vest, a battered felt hat pulled low against the persistent gray light. He moved with the stiffness of someone who had spent a lifetime in the saddle, but his eyes, scanning the silent house, held a weary sharpness. Could this be Jed, Silas's foreman? The man who had also vanished after searching for his boss. The man approached the porch steps hesitantly, his gaze sweeping the yard, lingering on the black mare Abigail had ridden, now standing patiently near the barn. He spotted Abigail through the window glass and paused, his expression unreadable. Surprise? Caution? Perhaps a flicker of hope? He removed his hat, revealing thinning gray hair plastered to his forehead with sweat, despite the coolness of the day. He held the hat awkwardly in his hands as he climbed the steps. Abigail opened the door before he could knock. "Good morning," she said, keeping her voice as steady as possible. The man stopped, blinking in the relative dimness of the entryway. He stared at her for a long moment, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Ma'am, beg pardon, I wasn't expectin' nobody." His voice was rough, gravelly, like Brody's, but without the underlying edge of hostility. This voice held only weariness and confusion. "I'm Abigail Conway," she introduced herself quietly. "I arrived 2 days ago. Mr. Croft was expecting me." Understanding dawned slowly in the man's eyes, quickly followed by a wave of profound sorrow and embarrassment. His weathered face flushed slightly. "Miss Conway? Aw, hell. Begging your pardon, ma'am, I'm Jedediah Harper. Jed, I was foreman for Mr. Croft." He twisted the brim of his hat in his hands. This is a terrible welcome. Terrible. I just got back. Rode the North Range for 3 days straight, looking for him. Found nothing. Not hide nor hair. Relief warred with disappointment. Jed was back, alive and unharmed. But he brought no news of Silas. "You found nothing at all?" Abigail pressed gently. "No tracks. No sign of where he might have gone." Jed shook his head, his shoulders slumping. "Nothing, ma'am. It's like the Prairie just swallowed him whole. Tracked him from here heading towards town that day. Clear as anything. Then about 5 miles out, near the Broken Spur Ridge, tracks just vanish. Ground's rocky there, hard to read, but it's like he just flew off. Or something made him change direction sharp. Head off trail where no man's got business going." He sighed heavily, the sound laden with exhaustion and frustration. "I circled wide, checked every draw and gully north towards the mountains. Nothing. Camped out last night hoping to pick up something in the morning light. Still nothing. Decided I had to come back, report to the sheriff." "The sheriff already knows Mr. Croft is missing, Jed," Abigail said quietly. "He seems less than concerned." Jed's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked past Abigail into the dusty house, then back at her face, assessing her. "Sheriff Brody," he muttered, his tone guarded. "Yeah, well." He didn't elaborate, but his reluctance to discuss the sheriff spoke volumes, echoing the whispers she'd heard in town. He seemed to make a decision. "Look, ma'am, standing out here ain't doing no good. You look like you could use some proper coffee, and frankly, so could I. Been living off jerky and creek water." "Please, come in," Abigail said, stepping aside. Having an ally, even a weary and potentially guarded one, felt like a lifeline. Jed Harper had known Silas, worked for him. He might hold keys to understanding the situation, keys Brody seemed determined to keep hidden. Jed stepped inside, his worn boots loud on the floorboards. He glanced around the dusty entryway, his expression grim. "Place feels wrong without him," he murmured, more to himself than to her. He followed her into the kitchen, where the small fire in the stove still flickered. The aroma of coffee lingered faintly. "I made some earlier," Abigail offered. "There might be a little left, or I can make fresh." "Whatever's easiest, ma'am. Much obliged." Jed sank onto one of the kitchen chairs, easing himself down with a soft groan, placing his hat carefully on the table. He looked utterly spent, the lines around his eyes deeper in the indoor light. Abigail reheated the remaining coffee, adding fresh grounds and water to stretch it, the familiar actions strangely comforting. As she worked, silence stretched between them, broken only by the crackle of the fire and the sigh of the wind outside. Jed watched her movements, his gaze thoughtful. "So," he said finally, accepting the steaming tin cup she offered him. "Silas? Mr. Croft? He wrote you much about this place? About things?" Abigail sat opposite him, cradling her own cup for warmth. "He wrote about the ranch, the land," she answered carefully. "He seemed proud of what he'd built. He mentioned wanting a companion. He didn't write much about difficulties. Except," she paused, meeting Jed's gaze, "in his journal, his last entry mentioned needing to settle accounts with a Mr. Henderson over boundaries." Jed's reaction was immediate, though subtle. His hand tightened almost imperceptibly on his cup, and a muscle feathered in his jaw. He took a slow sip of coffee before answering, choosing his words. "Henderson? Yeah. Cole Henderson runs the C-Bar, neck spread over. Him and the boss. They didn't see eye to eye. Not for years. What was the dispute about, Jed? Truly. Jed sighed, rubbing his temples wearily. Land, Miss Conway. Always land out here. Henderson claimed Silas's fence line, the one along the west bluffs overlooking the creek, was encroaching on C-Bar territory. Said some old survey from way back proved it. Silas knew it was hogwash. He had the original grant papers providing his claim clear as day. Said Henderson was just greedy, trying to grab the water access along that stretch of creek. Silas wrote he intended to confront Henderson about it the day before he disappeared, Abigail said, watching Jed's face closely. Jed nodded grimly. He did. Rode out towards the C-Bar headquarters that morning. Told me he was going to settle it once and for all, show Henderson the proof. I advised against it, ma'am. Henderson's got a temper, and he's got men working for him. Rough types. Told Silas to take me with him, or at least wait till Sheriff Brody could mediate. And what did Silas say? Said Brody wouldn't lift a finger unless forced. Jed muttered, staring down into his coffee cup. Said Brody and Henderson were thicker'n thieves sometimes. Said this was between him and Henderson, man to man. Jed looked up, his eyes filled with regret. I should have insisted. Should have just rode with him anyway. But he was the boss, stubborn when he got his back up. He rode off alone. Said he'd meet me in town the next day to get ready for your arrival. Jed trailed off, his face clouded with guilt and sorrow, and he never showed. Brody and Henderson, thicker than thieves. The confirmation coming from Silas's own foreman sent another chill through Abigail, colder than the spectral touch in the night. The sheriff wasn't just neutral or suspicious, he was potentially complicit, tied to the man with the strongest motive for Silas's disappearance. So, you think Henderson? Abigail couldn't bring herself to finish the sentence. Jed shrugged, a gesture of helpless uncertainty. Henderson's capable of it. Wouldn't put it past him. But proving it? That's another matter. Henderson's got influence. Got money. Folks in town are scared of him, or owe him favors, and like I said, Brody ain't likely to dig too deep if it points towards the C-Bar. He took another long drink of coffee. When Silas didn't show in town, I rode back here. Place was empty, just like you found it. No sign of struggle. His horse, Onyx, that black mare you rode and was in the barn, cool, like she'd been back a while. But Silas, gone. But his tracks vanished out near Broken Spur Ridge, Abigail recalled, not near the C-Bar. That's the part that don't make sense, Jed admitted, frowning. Broken Spurs miles east of the C-Bar headquarters towards town. Why would his tracks disappear there if the trouble happened with Henderson way over west? Unless someone forced him off trail there, ambushed him on his way back from Henderson's maybe, made it look like he just wandered off? The scenario was plausible, terrifyingly so. An ambush, forcing Silas off the main track onto the rocky ground where tracks wouldn't hold, then, what, taken somewhere? Killed and hidden? The possibilities were grim. Jed, Abigail began hesitantly, deciding to trust him, at least partially. Silas mentioned needing the original land grant papers to prove his claim against Henderson. Do you know where he kept them? I looked through his desk, but... Jed frowned in thought. The grant papers? Yeah. He guarded those like gold. Said they were his anchor, proof against any claim jumpers. Kept them locked up tight. Used to be in a strong box he had bolted under the floorboards in the study. But then he got worried about fire, especially after the Peterson place burned down last year. Moved him somewhere else. Said it was safer, cleverer. He scratched his head. Never did tell me exactly where, though, just winked and said only he knew the spot. Abigail's heart beat faster. The hidden compartment in the bookcase. Silas hadn't told his trusted foreman. It truly was a secret. Should she reveal her discovery to Jed? He seemed honest, loyal to Silas, and clearly distrustful of both Henderson and Brody. Having him know could be crucial if something happened to her, but the habit of caution, hard-learned and reinforced by recent events, held her back. Not yet. Not until she was surer of him, surer of everything. So the proof against Henderson might still be here, hidden somewhere in this house. Abigail mused aloud, watching Jed's reaction. Could be, Jed agreed. If Henderson didn't find it first, if Silas met with foul play, whoever did it might have come looking for those papers. He glanced around the kitchen, then towards the rest of the silent house, a new layer of unease settling on his features. Place gives me the creeps now, knowing he vanished. Like it's watching, listening. His words resonated eerily with Abigail's own experiences, the shadow in the mirror, the icy touch. Should she mention those? Confide in Jed about the unsettling, possibly supernatural occurrences? She opened her mouth, then closed it again. Jed seemed like a practical, down-to-earth man. He might dismiss her fears as feminine hysterics, the product of stress and isolation. It might damage the fragile trust building between them. Better to focus on the tangible, on Henderson and Brody, for now. What do we do now, Jed? She asked quietly. We can't just wait. Jed drained his coffee cup and set it down on the table with a decisive click. No, ma'am, we can't. First off, I gotta check on the stock, make sure everything's all right in the barn and the near pastures. Been gone too long. Then, I reckon we need to search this house. Properly. Top to bottom. Look for them papers or any other clues Silas might have left behind. Something out of place, something hidden. He was a careful man, Mr. Croft. If he suspected trouble was brewing, he might have left some kind of sign. He pushed himself stiffly to his feet. You feel up to helpin', Miss Conway? 2 pairs of eyes are better'n 1, and frankly, searchin' this place alone. He shuddered slightly. Don't care much for the idea. Yes, Jed. I'll help. Abigail agreed immediately. Searching the house systematically felt like purposeful action, a way to fight back against the encroaching fear and uncertainty. And doing it with Jed felt infinitely safer than doing it alone, especially after the events of the previous night. They started methodically, Jed beginning with the outbuildings while Abigail focused on the main floor of the house, revisiting the rooms she'd already briefly explored. She started again in the study, wanting to be there when Jed eventually joined her, to steer him away from the bookcase if necessary, or perhaps, if the moment felt right, to reveal her discovery. She went through the desk drawers again, more thoroughly this time, removing every item, checking beneath linings, tapping for hollow spots. Nothing. She examined the shrouded furniture in the parlor, lifting the dust cloths, checking cushions, peering underneath. Only more dust and the faint scent of decay. In the dining room, she ran her hands under the heavy table, checked the sideboard drawers filled with tarnished silverware and linen napkins. Still nothing. Jed returned after an hour or so, reporting that the horses were fine, and the small herd of cattle Silas kept in the near pasture seemed undisturbed. He joined Abigail in the parlor, his presence solid and reassuring, despite the grim task. Together, they worked their way through the downstairs, their search thorough but fruitless. The house seemed determined to keep its secrets. Nothing obvious, Jed sighed, wiping dust from his hands onto his trousers as they stood in the bleak entryway. If those papers are here, they're hidden damn well, or someone already found them, Abigail finished quietly. Jed nodded grimly. Let's try upstairs. As they climbed the creaking staircase, Abigail felt a fresh wave of apprehension. Returning to the upper floor, especially to the room where she had experienced the terrifying cold and the spectral touch, filled her with dread. She gripped the banister tightly, steeling herself. They started with Silas's bedroom. It was sparsely furnished, masculine, functional. They checked the wardrobe, finding sturdy clothes, worn boots, an extra rifle wrapped in oilcloth. They looked under the bed, behind the washstand, even lifting the dusty rug. Nothing. Next was the small, almost empty room with the narrow cot. A quick search revealed nothing of interest. Then, only one room remained, her room. Abigail hesitated at the doorway, Jed pausing beside her, sensing her reluctance. "This the room Silas fixed up for you?" he asked quietly, his voice softened with sympathy. She nodded, unable to speak, and forced herself to step inside. The room looked just as she had left it that morning, the prairie rose quilt neatly folded, the book of poetry and faded wildflowers on the bedside table. The mirror above the washstand reflected the gray daylight, seeming innocuous now, harmless. But the memory of the shadow, the lingering chill of the icy touch, remained vivid. They searched. Jed checked the small wardrobe, finding it empty. Abigail forced herself to look under the bed, her heart pounding, half expecting to find... she didn't know what. Only dust bunnies and cold floorboards. She checked the drawers in the bedside table. Empty. Jed walked over to the washstand, peering into the pitcher, lifting the basin. He glanced up at the mirror, then did a double-take, leaning closer. "Well now, that's odd," he murmured. Abigail hurried to his side. "What is it?" Jed pointed to the back of the heavy mirror frame. "See here? This wood. It's newer than the frame itself. Like the back panel's been replaced sometime. And look." He ran a calloused finger along the edge. "There's a faint line, almost invisible, like a join. Could it be? Another hidden compartment? Right there, in the mirror where she'd seen the shadow?" Her skin prickled. Together, using Jed's sturdy clasp knife, they carefully worked at the faint seam. It took effort. The wood fitted tightly, but eventually they managed to pry the thin back panel of the mirror away from the heavier frame. It wasn't deep, just a shallow space behind the silvered glass, and nestled inside, lying flat against the wood, was a small, slim, leather-bound book. Not a journal. Smaller, older. A ledger. Jed carefully lifted it out. The leather cover was worn smooth with age, the title embossed in faded gold leaf, barely legible. S.C. Ranch. Accounts, 1875. An old ledger? Abigail questioned, confused. Why would Silas hide this here? These dates are from long ago. Jed frowned, carefully opening the brittle pages. The ledger detailed ranch expenses, cattle sales, wages paid, mundane records from over a decade past. He flipped through the pages, his brow furrowed. "Don't make sense," he muttered. "Why hide this old thing?" He kept turning pages, nearing the end of the recorded entries. Then he stopped abruptly, his breath catching audibly. "Sweet mother," he whispered, staring down at the page. Abigail leaned closer, peering over his shoulder. The last few pages of the ledger weren't filled with numbers and accounts. Instead, written in Silas Croft's familiar, elegant script, but clearly penned much more recently than the ledger's dates, was a narrative. A confession, or rather, the start of one. "If you are reading this," the entry began, the ink dark and stark against the faded lines of the old ledger, "then I have likely met with foul play, and the man responsible is Sheriff Brody." Abigail gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. Jed stood frozen, his face pale beneath its weathered tan. Brody, not just complicit, but directly responsible? The entry continued, detailing Silas's growing suspicions about Brody's relationship with Henderson, citing instances where the sheriff had ignored evidence of C-bar encroachment, dismissed complaints, and seemed overtly protective of Henderson's interests. It spoke of Brody owing Henderson significant gambling debts, a fact Silas had apparently uncovered accidentally. "Brody is compromised," Silas wrote. "He cannot be trusted. I believe he actively aids Henderson in his attempts to steal my land, likely for a share of the profits or forgiveness of his debts. I tried to reason with him, present evidence, but he warned me off, told me to let it lie. His threats were veiled but clear. I fear he will stop at nothing to protect Henderson and himself." The narrative described Silas's decision to hide the original land grant papers, though it didn't specify the bookcase location. And this ledger, splitting up the evidence in case one location was discovered. He intended this ledger, hidden behind the mirror in the room prepared for his bride, to be found if the worst happened. A final testament, a finger pointing from beyond the grave, but the entry ended abruptly, mid-sentence. "I have the proof regarding the boundaries. Henderson knows I have it. Brody knows I intend to use it. Tonight I ride to settle accounts with Henderson. If I don't return, know that Brody—" The ink trailed off, as if the writer had been suddenly interrupted, forced to stop before completing his accusation. before detailing what Brody might do. A profound silence filled the room, broken only by the distant sigh of the wind. Jed slowly closed the ledger, his hand trembling slightly. "Brody," he repeated, his voice hoarse, "all this time, protectin' Henderson, warnin' Silas off. It was him." The shadow in the mirror glass, the icy touch. Had it been Silas, trying to lead her here, trying to show her this hidden proof, this dusty ledger containing his final, unfinished accusation against the man who was supposed to uphold the law? The sheriff himself, the man who held all the power in Redemption Creek, the man who knew she was here, alone, potentially uncovering his secrets. The danger, which had felt amorphous and threatening before, now had a face, a name, and a badge. And he knew exactly where she was. Chapter 8, An Uneasy Alliance, Forged in Suspicion. The faded ink on the brittle page seemed to pulse with a life of its own, stark and damning in the quiet room. Sheriff Brody. The name hung in the air between Abigail and Jed, heavy as a shroud, colder than the spectral touch Abigail still felt phantomly against her cheek. The silence stretched, thick with the implications of Silas Croft's unfinished accusation. The wind sighed outside, rattling the window pane, a mournful counterpoint to the sudden, terrifying clarity that had descended upon them. Jed Harper stood utterly still, the slim leather ledger held loosely in his hand, his weathered face pale beneath its tan. His eyes, usually sharp and assessing, looked clouded with a mixture of shock, dawning horror, and a profound, weary guilt. He swallowed hard, the sound loud in the stillness. "Brody," he repeated, his voice a hoarse whisper. He finally looked away from the ledger, his gaze meeting Abigail's. There was no doubt in his eyes now, only a grim acceptance of a truth he had perhaps suspected but hadn't dared to confront. "Silas, he tried to tell me, warned me Brody wasn't sound, said he was too friendly with Henderson, overlooking things. I thought he was just being stubborn, seeing shadows 'cause of the feud." Jed shook his head slowly, regret etched deep in the lines around his eyes. "God forgive me. I told him he was letting the quarrel cloud his judgment about the sheriff. Told him Brody was the law, rough maybe, but square enough." He closed his eyes briefly, a flicker of pain crossing his features. "And all along—" "You couldn't have known, Jed," Abigail said softly, though her own mind was racing, connecting the dots. Brody's cold dismissal of her concerns, his pointed questions about what she might have found, his deliberate downplaying of the Henderson conflict, his warning for her to leave. It hadn't just been suspicion of her, it had been fear. Fear of exposure. Silas himself seemed unsure until recently. He was gathering proof that likely got him killed. Jed finished grimly. He opened his eyes, his gaze hardening. The weariness was still there, but overlaid now with a simmering anger, a protective loyalty to the man he had served, the man Brody had apparently betrayed. That explains why Brody wasn't keen on searching too hard, why he seemed more interested in you being here than in finding his friend. The word friend dripped with sudden irony. "He came here yesterday morning," Abigail recounted, her voice low. "Asked questions, looked around, warned me off, told me to go back to Boston. Said there was nothing here but dust and trouble." "He knew you were Silas's intended," Jed reasoned, thinking aloud. "Knew Silas might have told you things in his letters, maybe even sent documents for safekeeping. Or maybe—" Jed's eyes narrowed. "Maybe he just saw you as a loose end, someone who might start asking awkward questions, stirring things up. Someone who needed scaring off before you stumbled onto something. Like this." He tapped the cover of the ledger significantly. The air in the room felt suddenly colder, tighter. They possessed tangible proof. Silas's own words, hidden away for discovery, accusing the most powerful man in Redemption Creek of complicity in his potential murder. This ledger wasn't just a clue. It was a death warrant if Brody discovered they had it. "We need to hide this," Abigail whispered urgently, glancing towards the door as if expecting the sheriff to materialize on the threshold. Somewhere else. Somewhere safer. Not here. Leaving it behind the mirror felt incredibly vulnerable now that they knew its true significance. Jed nodded immediately, his mind snapping into practical focus. You're right, can't leave it where we found it. Too obvious if Brody gets suspicious enough to toss this place proper. His gaze swept the room, then flickered back towards the hallway. Where, though? Every spot feels exposed. Abigail thought quickly. The hidden compartment in the study bookcase held the land grant papers and Eleanor's letters. She hadn't told Jed about that discovery yet, and a stubborn nod of caution, a refusal to lay all her cards on the table, even with this newfound ally, made her keep it secret for now. Splitting the evidence seemed wise, just as Silas himself had apparently done. If one cache was found, the other might remain hidden. What about the barn? She suggested. Or one of the outbuildings, somewhere Brody wouldn't necessarily connect to personal papers. Jed considered it. Maybe. The tack room has some loose floorboards under the feed sacks. Used to hide whiskey there back in the day, he admitted with a wry twist of his lips. Not elegant, but maybe unexpected. Let's do it now, Abigail urged. Carefully, Jed wrapped the precious ledger in a clean scrap of linen they found in the wardrobe, handling it as if it were made of spun glass. They moved quietly, quickly, down the stairs and out the back door, scanning the empty yard nervously as they crossed towards the barn. The gray sky pressed down, seeming to watch their furtive movements. Inside the cool, hay-scented dimness of the barn, Jed led Abigail to the small tack room. He moved aside heavy sacks of oats, revealing rough-hewn floorboards. Using the tip of his knife, he pried up one of the boards, exposing a shallow space beneath, smelling faintly of earth and old spirits. He carefully placed the wrapped ledger inside, then replaced the board, scuffing dirt and straw over the seams to conceal the disturbance. He piled the feed sacks back on top. There, he said, straightening up, wiping dust from his hands. Not perfect. But better in the house, I reckon. Brody might search Silas's desk, maybe even look behind a mirror if he's thorough. He ain't likely to dig up the floor under my feed sacks looking for old account books. They returned to the kitchen, the shared act of hiding the ledger forging a stronger, albeit uneasy, bond between them. The danger felt more real now, but facing it together, taking concrete action, lessened the sense of helpless isolation. Abigail rebuilt the fire in the stove, needing the warmth, the semblance of normalcy. Jed poured the last dregs of the coffee, swirling the grounds in the bottom of the pot. "All right, Miss Conway," Jed said, leaning against the counter, his arms crossed over his chest. "We know Silas believed Brody was behind whatever happened. We got his own words saying so, hidden safe for now. Question is, what in God's name do we do about it?" It was the question hanging heavy in the air. Abigail sank onto a kitchen chair, wrapping her arms around herself. "We can't go to the law," she stated the obvious, bleak truth. "The law is Brody." "Exactly. And going to the townsfolk?" Jed scoffed softly. "Some might believe us, maybe. Old man Peterson at the mercantile, maybe Carver at the livery. But Henderson's got half the town owing him money, or scared of his hired guns. And Brody, well, folks might whisper behind his back, but facing him down, accusing him direct, they won't risk it. Not without ironclad proof. Silas's word in a hidden ledger ain't enough to hang a sheriff, especially not with Henderson likely back in Brody's play." "What about outside Redemption Creek?" Abigail wondered. "Is there a marshal, a higher authority we could appeal to?" Jed shook his head. "Nearest federal marshal's 2 days' ride in Junction City, and we'd need more than this ledger to get him interested. He'd likely send word back to Brody first, asking the local lawman to investigate. See the problem? They were trapped. Isolated not just physically on this remote ranch, but legally and politically as well. Brody held all the cards in Redemption Creek. "So we need more proof," Abigail concluded, frustration tightening her voice. "Proof that connects Brody directly to Silas's disappearance, or proof of what happened to Silas himself. A body—" The word felt ugly, brutal, but necessary. If we could find where Silas was taken, or where he's buried— "Broken Spur Ridge," Jed murmured, his eyes distant, "where the tracks vanished. That's where we gotta look closer. Something happened there, or something started there." He looked at Abigail. "It's rough country, ma'am, miles out, but it's the only lead we got besides this house." "Then we go," Abigail said immediately, surprising herself with her decisiveness. The thought of riding out into that desolate landscape, searching for signs of violence or a hidden grave, was terrifying. But staying here, waiting for Brody to realize they knew too much, seemed even more dangerous. "When can we leave?" Jed studied her, a flicker of respect in his eyes. "You ain't faint-hearted, Miss Conway, I'll give you that. Most women would be halfway back east by now." He pushed himself away from the counter. "We need supplies. Water, food for a day or two, maybe blankets if we get stuck out there overnight. Need rifles, ammunition. Henderson's men ride that range sometimes, checking fences, pushing boundaries like Silas said. And if Brody suspects we're sniffing around—" He didn't need to finish the thought. "I got my rifle in my saddle scabbard. There's Silas's in the wardrobe upstairs. You know how to use one?" Abigail nodded. "My father taught me years ago. For protection," he said, "though I never thought—" She trailed off. "Another lifetime ago." "I'm not an expert marksman, but I can load and fire." "Good. That's good." Jed seemed relieved. "All right. Let's gather what we need. We can ride out within the hour. Earlier we leave, the more daylight we have." As Jed went to check his saddle gear and retrieve Silas's rifle, Abigail gathered provisions in the kitchen, wrapping hardtack and jerky, filling canteens, finding a small sack for coffee and a pot. Her hands moved automatically, but her mind was working furiously. She still hadn't told Jed about the land grant papers hidden in the study. The ledger implicated Brody directly, making him the immediate shared enemy. The land grants implicated Henderson, providing motive. Should she tell Jed now before they rode out into potential danger together? If something happened to her, he needed to know where all the proof was hidden. But the ingrained caution held firm. Jed seemed trustworthy, his loyalty to Silas clear, his anger at Brody genuine. But they were still virtual strangers, thrown together by circumstance and suspicion. What if Jed had his own agenda? What if, faced with the full picture, he decided the risk was too great, tried to make his own deal, or simply abandoned her? Unlikely, perhaps, but the stakes were too high for blind trust. Holding back the knowledge of the second hiding place felt like retaining a small measure of control, a final safeguard in a situation rapidly spinning beyond anyone's control. She would keep that secret, for now. It felt like a betrayal of their nascent alliance, leaving a sliver of suspicion even in their shared purpose, but it also felt necessary for self-preservation. Jed returned carrying 2 rifles, a Winchester repeater, likely his own, and a slightly heavier Springfield rifle that must have been Silas's. He also carried 2 gun belts, one holding a Colt Peacemaker revolver, the other empty. "Silas kept a Colt in his desk," Jed said, offering the empty belt and the heavy revolver to Abigail. "Figure you ought to carry this, too. Might need something close at hand." Abigail took the gun belt, surprised by the weight of the revolver. She strapped it awkwardly around her waist, over her dress. The cold metal felt alien, dangerous yet strangely empowering. Another symbol of how drastically her life had changed, how far she was from the respectable, constrained world she had left behind. They worked together efficiently after that, packing saddlebags, checking cinches, ensuring they had matches, a knife, a small axe Jed found in the shed. The shared activity created a semblance of partnership, quieting the worst of their fears with practical tasks. Yet underneath, the tension remained palpable. Every creak of the house, every gust of wind, made them jump, exchange wary glances. The knowledge of Brody's treachery poisoned the very air they breathed. Just as they were leading the horses, the black mare Onyx for Abigail and the sturdy sorrel for Jed, out of the barn, Jed suddenly froze, holding up a hand for silence. He tilted his head, listening intently. "What is it?" Abigail whispered, her heart leaping into her throat. "Thought I heard—" Jed began, then shook his head. "Nothing. Just the wind in the cottonwoods, I reckon." But his eyes scanned the ridgeline bordering the ranch to the east, the direction of town, his expression tight with suspicion. He hadn't been imagining things, Abigail felt certain. He, too, felt watched. They mounted quickly, Jed swinging easily into his saddle, Abigail managing with slightly less grace but equal determination. Jed took the lead, rifle resting across his saddle horn, heading not directly east towards the ridge where Silas's tracks had vanished, but angling slightly northwest first, towards the cover of the creek bed and the skeletal cottonwoods. "Best stay out of sight long as we can," he explained tersely over his shoulder. "No tellin' who might be watching the main track." As they rode away from the silent, watchful house, Abigail glanced back one last time. It stood stark and lonely against the gray sky, windows like empty eyes staring after them. It held Silas's secrets, his sorrows, the hidden proof of his betrayal, and perhaps even the lingering echo of his presence. Leaving it felt like abandoning the last fragile link to the man she had come here for, but staying felt like suicide. Their uneasy alliance, forged in the shadow of Brody's suspected guilt and cemented by the discovery of the dusty ledger, was now carrying them out into the desolate immensity of the prairie, towards a place where tracks vanished and men disappeared, armed with little more than 2 rifles, a desperate hope, and a terrible, dangerous secret. The wind picked up again, whipping dust around them, seeming to whisper warnings or encouragement, impossible to tell which, as they rode towards Broken Spur Ridge. Chapter 9. The Phantom Points the Way. They rode northwest first, following the meandering line of the creek bed. The skeletal arms of the cottonwoods offered meager cover, their bare branches doing little to conceal them from any watchful eyes on the low ridges flanking the valley. Abigail kept glancing back towards the silent ranch house, half expecting to see Sheriff Brody emerge from its dark doorway, his gray eyes pinning them with cold accusation. Jed rode with his head constantly scanning their surroundings, his weathered face grim, his hand never straying far from the Winchester resting across his saddle. The air crackled with unspoken tension, a shared understanding of the danger they courted. The silence between them wasn't companionable. It was watchful, heavy with the weight of their discovery and the uncertainty of what lay ahead. Abigail wanted to ask Jed more about Silas, about Eleanor, about Brody's history in Redemption Creek. But the questions felt intrusive, ill-timed. Their alliance was new, fragile, born of necessity and shared peril, not deep-seated trust. She still held back the knowledge of the hidden land grants, a secret that felt like a small, hard stone in her pocket, a necessary precaution against, she wasn't sure what. Jed, for his part, seemed lost in his own thoughts, perhaps replaying conversations with Silas, berating himself for dismissing his late employer's fears about the sheriff. After perhaps an hour of following the creek, Jed angled the sorrel eastward, leading them out of the relative shelter of the trees and onto the open prairie. The land began to rise gradually, the grass thinning out, interspersed with patches of bare earth, scattered sagebrush, and increasingly rocks. The wind swept across this exposed ground with renewed force, tugging at Abigail's bonnet strings and whipping dust into her eyes. She pulled her cloak tighter, hunching her shoulders against the chill and the pervasive sense of vulnerability. "Broken Spur Ridge ain't far now," Jed called back over the wind, his voice tight. "See where the land juts out like a busted rowel?" He pointed towards a formation of rockier ground ahead and to their right, a low, jagged uplift breaking the monotony of the rolling plain. Abigail nodded, her eyes scanning the ridge. It looked desolate, unwelcoming, a place where secrets could easily be buried beneath stone and scrub. As they drew closer, the reason for its name became apparent. Sharp spurs of rock jutted out at odd angles, weathered by wind and time into hostile shapes. The ground underfoot became increasingly treacherous, littered with loose stones and fractured shale that shifted and slid beneath the horses' hooves. Progress slowed. "This is where the track gets rough," Jed commented, guiding his horse carefully around a cluster of sharp rocks. Easy to lose sign here if you ain't careful, or if someone wants sign lost. They reached the base of the ridge itself. Jed dismounted, tying his sorrel to a sturdy clump of sagebrush. Abigail followed suit, her legs stiff as she swung down from Onyx's back. The black mare snorted softly, tossing her head, her dark eyes seeming to take in the desolate surroundings with unease. "All right," Jed said, taking his rifle. Abigail automatically reached for Silas's heavier Springfield. "According to the tracks I found days ago, Silas rode along the base here, heading towards town. Then, somewhere along this stretch..." He gestured towards the rocky slope rising above them. "Nothing. Clean break." They began to walk, leading the horses, their eyes glued to the ground. It was difficult terrain, forcing them to watch their footing as much as search for clues. They scanned the packed earth between the rocks, looking for any scuff mark, any displaced stone, any shred of evidence that might indicate where Silas had gone, or what had happened to him. The wind whistled eerily around the rock formations, creating strange echoes and whispers that played on Abigail's already frayed nerves. Time stretched. They moved slowly along the base of the ridge, finding nothing but rocks, dust, and hardy wind-blasted vegetation. Frustration began to mingle with the ever-present fear. What if there was nothing here? What if Jed had been wrong, or the signs misinterpreted? What if Silas had simply chosen this rough patch to turn off the trail for reasons of his own, unrelated to foul play? The thought offered a sliver of hope, immediately countered by the damning words in the hidden ledger. Brody, Henderson, threats. Silas wouldn't have just wandered off. "See?" Jed said eventually, stopping near a particularly dense outcrop of jagged, rust-colored rock. "Ground's like iron here. Even if a whole troop of cavalry rode through, you'd be hard-pressed to find sign after a week of wind." He kicked disconsolately at a loose stone. Maybe there's nothing to find. Discouragement settled heavily on Abigail. Had they risked coming out here for nothing? Would they have to return to the menacing silence of the ranch house empty-handed, the sheriff's shadow looming ever larger? She looked up at the ridge rising above them, its broken silhouette stark against the monotonous gray sky. It felt like a wall, impenetrable, guarding its secrets fiercely. And then it happened again. That distinct, localized drop in temperature. It started subtly, a sudden intensification of the wind's chill against her right cheek. But it wasn't the wind. It was that same unnatural cold she had felt beside the bed, sharp and penetrating, focusing in a small area just ahead and slightly up the slope from where they stood. Her breath hitched. Gooseflesh prickled her arms beneath her sleeves. Jed, busy examining a patch of ground near his feet, didn't seem to notice. He muttered something about a possible scuff mark, likely just weather erosion, but Abigail couldn't look away from the spot where the cold seemed to emanate. It wasn't accompanied by a visible shadow this time, not in the flat, revealing daylight, but the feeling was the same, a sense of presence, of focused energy, cold and sorrowful. Her heart hammered against her ribs. Was it Silas? Here? Was he trying to tell them something? Trying to guide them? The thought was both terrifying and strangely compelling. She took a hesitant step towards the cold spot, drawn by an invisible current. "Jed," she said, her voice barely a whisper, tight with apprehension. "Up there." Jed looked up from the ground, following her gaze towards the rocky slope. "What is it, ma'am? See something?" I don't know," she stammered, unwilling, unable to explain the feeling of cold, the sense of presence. He would think she was losing her mind. "Just a feeling. We should look higher up, just there." She pointed towards a narrow cleft between two large, weather-scarred boulders, the area where the cold felt most intense. Jed frowned, scanning the indicated spot. It looked no different from the rest of the ridge: rocks, sparse, tough grass, wind-scoured earth. "Ain't likely he'd go up there, ma'am," he said doubtfully. "No reason to leave the trail and scramble up that." "Please, Jed," Abigail insisted, the feeling, the pull growing stronger, more insistent. The cold seemed to wrap around her, not threateningly, but with a profound sense of urgency, of grief. "Just look." Jed hesitated, clearly skeptical, but perhaps sensing the intensity of her conviction, or maybe just humoring her, he shrugged. "All right, can't hurt to look, I suppose." He started towards the slope, Abigail following close behind, the cold seeming to recede slightly as they approached, as if its purpose was guiding, not confronting. Climbing was difficult. The loose shale shifted underfoot, threatening to send them sliding back down. Abigail grabbed onto outcroppings of rock, her gloved hands scraping against the rough surfaces. Jed, more experienced, moved with greater certainty, occasionally pausing to offer her a steadying hand. As they reached the narrow cleft between the boulders Abigail had indicated, the feeling of intense cold dissipated completely, leaving only the normal chill of the wind. But the sense of significance, of presence, lingered. The space between the rocks formed a small, sheltered alcove, hidden from view from the trail below. The ground here was softer, protected from the worst of the wind, holding a thin layer of sandy soil instead of just bare rock. And there, half hidden beneath a clump of dry, thorny bush, glinted something metallic. Jed saw it first. "Hold on," he breathed, crouching down beside the bush. He carefully pushed aside the brittle, thorny branches. Lying in the sandy soil, partially obscured, was a single spent rifle cartridge casing, brass reflecting the dull gray light. Abigail knelt beside him, her heart pounding, a shell casing, proof of a shot fired. Jed picked it up carefully, turning it over in his calloused fingers. He sniffed the open end. "Fired recent?" he murmured. "Not brand new, but within the last week or two, I'd wager. Still got that sharp powder smell if you get close." He held it out for Abigail to see. .45-70, he identified the caliber. "Common enough round. Could be anybody's. Hunter, maybe." But why fire it up here, hidden between these rocks? And why leave the casing behind? Most hunters or careful shooters would retrieve their brass, unless the shot was fired in haste, in anger. Then Jed's eyes narrowed further. He gently brushed away more of the sandy soil around where the casing had lain. Beneath the thin layer of dirt, darker stains marked the ground, faint, almost washed away by time and any recent rains, but undeniably there. "Blood," Jed whispered, his voice grim. He touched the stained earth gingerly. "Dried, old, but it's blood all right." Abigail felt sick. Blood stains and a spent cartridge, hidden in this secluded spot just off the trail where Silas's tracks had vanished. The implications were horrifyingly clear. An ambush, a confrontation, a shot fired. Jed continued carefully clearing the soil, his fingers probing gently. A few inches away from the bloodstains, his fingers encountered something hard. He worked it free from the sandy earth. It wasn't a rock. It was a cufflink, small, made of polished agate set in silver, intricately carved with the initials SC. Silas Croft's cufflink. Abigail recognized it instantly. Silas had described his few treasured possessions in one of his letters, mentioning the cufflinks his father had given him. Tangible proof that Silas had been here, in this hidden alcove, where a shot was fired and blood was shed. Jed held the cufflink in his palm, its presence stark and final against his rough skin. He looked up at Abigail, his face a mask of grim certainty. "He was here, ma'am," he said quietly, his voice heavy. "Silas was right here. They ambushed him, forced him up here off the trail, out of sight." Jed's gaze swept the small, confined space. "Shot him, looks like. Maybe wounded him first, then—" He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't need to. Abigail stared at the cufflink, at the blood-stained earth, her stomach churning. The cold she had felt earlier, the sense of presence. Had it been Silas, leading them here? Pointing them towards the evidence of his own murder? The thought was both chilling and heart-wrenching. The phantom, whether real or a projection of her own intuition, fueled by grief and fear, had indeed pointed the way. "But where is he?" Abigail whispered, looking around the small alcove, then out at the vast, indifferent landscape stretching beyond the ridge. "If he was shot here, where's his body?" Jed stood up slowly, his eyes scanning the surrounding terrain with a new, grim intensity. He looked down the slope, then up towards the higher reaches of the ridge. They wouldn't leave him here, he reasoned grimly. Too close to the trail, even hidden like this. Someone might stumble on it eventually. No, they took him, moved him somewhere else, somewhere permanent. He pointed towards the north, where the ridge gradually merged with higher, more rugged hills leading towards distant blue-gray mountains. That way, he said. Wild country up there. Old mine shafts, deep canyons, places a man could disappear forever. If they wanted to hide a body, that's where they'd take it. The task ahead suddenly seemed immense, impossible. Searching this small alcove was one thing. Searching the vast, rugged wilderness to the north was another entirely. But they had proof now. Proof of foul play, proof Silas was ambushed here, proof linking directly back to him. It wasn't enough to convict Brody in a court of law, perhaps, but it was enough to confirm their deepest fears, enough to fuel their determination. We need to document this, Abigail said, thinking practically through the shock. Note down exactly where we found these things. Draw a map, maybe? Good idea, Jed agreed, retrieving a small notepad and pencil stub from his vest pocket. He began sketching the layout of the alcove, marking the locations of the casing, the bloodstains, the cufflink, adding notes about the terrain. As Jed worked, Abigail stood looking out from the cleft in the rocks, the wind whipping strands of hair across her face. The spectral cold had vanished completely, replaced by the biting reality of the wind and the chilling certainty of murder. The phantom, Silas or otherwise, had done its work, pointing them to this spot. Now the burden shifted back to the living. They had found the where of the ambush. The next step was to find the what happened next, and ultimately the who, though Silas's ledger already pointed a damning finger at Sheriff Brody. Jed finished his sketch, carefully wrapping the cufflink and the spent cartridge in his handkerchief and tucking them securely into his pocket. "All right, ma'am," he said, his voice regaining some of its steadiness, now hardened with purpose. "We know what happened here, or the start of it, anyway." He looked towards the rugged hills to the north. "Searching up there? That's going to take time. Could be dangerous. Henderson's men might patrol there. Brody, too, if he's checking on his handiwork." He met Abigail's gaze, his own clear and direct, the earlier suspicion replaced by the grim understanding of their shared predicament. We head back to the ranch now? Regroup? Or push on north? See if we can pick up any sign while the light holds? The choice hung in the air. Retreating to the dubious safety of the ranch felt tempting, a chance to catch their breath, to process the horrifying discovery. But pushing onward felt urgent, a need to follow the trail, however cold, before any further trace was obliterated by time or deliberate concealment. And the thought of returning to that silent, watchful house, now knowing the sheriff himself was likely Silas's killer, filled Abigail with a fresh wave of dread. Out here in the vast, dangerous wilderness, paradoxically felt almost safer than being trapped within those walls, waiting for Brody's next move. "We push on, Jed," Abigail said, her voice firm despite the tremor of fear beneath it. "We push on north, as far as the daylight allows." Jed gave a single sharp nod. The uneasy alliance held. Bound by the ghost's guidance and the grim reality of Silas Croft's fate, they turned away from the site of the ambush, towards the unforgiving hills to the north, searching for a body, searching for justice, acutely aware that the man they needed to fear most wore a sheriff's star. Chapter 10. Ink, Blood, and Betrayal. Leaving the sheltered alcove on Broken Spur Ridge felt like stepping out of a tomb into a vast, indifferent wilderness. The wind hit them with renewed force, carrying the scent of dust, dry sage, and something ancient, like secrets held too long by the stone and soil. Abigail pulled the collar of her cloak higher, the weight of the Springfield rifle awkward but necessary across her saddle pommel, the Colt revolver heavy against her hip. Beside her, Jed rode with a grim set to his jaw, his eyes constantly scanning the rugged terrain ahead, his hand resting lightly on his Winchester. The discovery of the spent cartridge, the bloodstains, and Silas Croft's cufflink had irrevocably shifted the atmosphere between them. The uneasy suspicion had solidified into a shared, terrible certainty, binding them together in a pact sealed by ink, blood, and the chilling knowledge of betrayal. They pushed north, away from the relatively easier ground along the base of the ridge and into the increasingly broken country Jed had indicated. The rolling prairie gave way to steepening hills, cut by deep, shadowed ravines and littered with treacherous scree slopes. Old gnarled junipers clung stubbornly to the rocky inclines, their dark green foliage offering little comfort or cover. The horses picked their way carefully, hooves dislodging loose stones that rattled down into the silence below. Progress was slow, laborious, each rise revealing only more of the same desolate, unforgiving landscape stretching towards the distant, hazy mountains. Daylight, already weak beneath the oppressive gray overcast, began to fade perceptibly as the afternoon wore on. Long shadows stretched from the rock formations, filling the hollows with pools of purple gloom. The air grew colder, the wind carrying a sharper bite, hinting at the possibility of rain or even snow later, though the clouds remained stubbornly intact for now. "Keep your eyes peeled," Jed cautioned, his voice low, barely carrying over the wind. "Look for anything out of place. Broken branches, unnatural piles of rock, disturbed earth, anything that says someone came this way recently, someone trying to hide something." Abigail scanned the ground, the rocks, the sparse vegetation until her eyes ached. Every twisted root looked like a dragging mark. Every shadow seemed to conceal a hidden grave. Hope warred constantly with dread. Part of her prayed they would find something, anything to confirm Silas's fate and potentially lead them to his killers. Another part, smaller and colder, prayed they would find nothing, that somehow Silas had escaped, that the blood wasn't fatal, that he was injured, lost, but alive. But the image of the cufflink lying in the blood-soaked earth, coupled with the stark accusation in the hidden ledger, made that hope feel increasingly fragile, almost naive. They found traces of passage, but nothing definitive. Old deer trails, the tracks of coyotes, or perhaps a lone wolf, weathered signs of prospectors from years past, a rusted pickaxe head half buried in the dirt, the collapsed remnants of a small stone shelter. Nothing recent, nothing human besides their own tracks. Exhaustion began to set in, a bone-deep weariness exacerbated by the tension and the cold. Abigail's muscles screamed from the unaccustomed riding and climbing. Her hands, gripping the reins, were numb inside her gloves. Jed, though clearly more accustomed to the rigors of the trail, moved with a stiffness that spoke of his own fatigue and the weight of his years. "We should maybe think about making camp soon," Jed suggested, squinting towards the darkening sky as they paused on a windswept knoll overlooking a deep, shadowed canyon. "Another hour, maybe less, and we won't be able to see our hands in front of our faces. Dangerous going in this terrain after dark." Abigail looked around at the desolate landscape. The thought of spending a night out here, exposed and vulnerable, with the knowledge of what had likely happened to Silas so close by, and the sheriff potentially hunting them, sent a fresh wave of fear through her. "Is it safe?" she asked quietly. Jed sighed, the sound barely audible above the wind. "Nothing's safe right now, Miss Conway. Not here, not back at the ranch. Maybe less chance of Brody stumbling on us out here than if we was sitting ducks back at the house. We find some shelter, build a small fire, just enough for coffee and warmth, not enough to be seen for miles. Keep watches. It's the best we can do." He scanned the canyon below. "Might be an overhang down there," he mused. "Or maybe one of them old mine shafts Silas mentioned dotted these hills. Some are just prospect holes, but some go deep, offer real shelter." The thought of sheltering in a dark mine shaft, a place potentially used to hide a body, made Abigail's skin crawl. But Jed was right. They needed shelter from the elements and potential pursuit. They began the difficult descent into the canyon, leading the horses down a steep, winding game trail. The shadows deepened rapidly as they lost elevation, the air growing stiller, colder, amplifying the sounds of their own movements. The clink of a horseshoe on rock, the rustle of their clothes, their own strained breathing. The silence felt watchful, ancient. Near the bottom of the canyon, tucked back beneath a significant rock overhang that offered protection from the wind and prying eyes above, they found a relatively flat, sheltered spot. A trickle of water seeped from the rock face nearby, pooling in a small depression, enough for the horses and to refill their canteens. "This'll do," Jed said, his voice echoing slightly in the enclosed space. "Good overhang, defensible if it comes to that. Gather some dry wood, deadfall from up the slope, keep it small." While Jed saw to the horses, tethering them where they could reach the water and sparse patches of grass, Abigail scrambled back up the slope slightly, gathering dry twigs and branches, her eyes constantly scanning the canyon rim above. Every gust of wind through the rocks sounded like footsteps. Every moving shadow seemed like a lurking figure. The feeling of being watched was intense, visceral. They built a tiny fire shielded by rocks, its flames barely visible from more than a few yards away. The small circle of warmth was immensely welcome, thawing Abigail's frozen fingers and offering a fragile pocket of cheer against the encroaching gloom. They brewed coffee, strong and bitter, and chewed on tough jerky and hardtack, the simple meal feeling almost luxurious after the long, harrowing day. Silence fell between them again, broken only by the crackle of the fire and the soft noises of the horses nearby. The shared danger, the shared discovery, had created a bond, yet vast spaces remained between them. Abigail thought of the ledger hidden beneath the feed sacks, of Silas's stark words accusing Brody. Ink spilled onto paper, documenting a betrayal that had culminated in blood spilled on desolate ground. "Jed," Abigail began hesitantly, staring into the small flames. "Silas, did he ever mention anyone else? Besides Henderson and Brody? Anyone else he feared or distrusted?" Jed frowned, poking at the fire with a stick. "He wasn't a man to gossip, Miss Conway. Kept his own counsel mostly. He grumbled about Henderson for years. The stuff about Brody, that seemed newer, something he'd only recently become sure of. As for anyone else," he paused, thinking. "There was talk, years back, about some trouble over water rights further south. Involved a big outfit from down near the territory line. But Silas seemed to settle that. Paid for access, drew up agreements. He wasn't looking for fights. Not usually. Just wanted to protect what was his." He shook his head. "No. Near as I can figure, it circles back to Henderson wanting his land, and Brody helping him get it, one way or another." "And Eleanor?" The name slipped out before Abigail could stop it. She felt her cheeks flush, intruding on what was clearly a painful past. Jed looked up sharply, surprised. "Eleanor?" He studied Abigail's face in the flickering firelight. How do you know about Eleanor?" "I found some letters," Abigail admitted quietly, "hidden away with some other important papers." She still couldn't bring herself to reveal the location, the exact nature of the land grants. They seemed old. She left him? Jed's expression softened, turning sad. Aye, she left him, long time ago now. 15 years, maybe more. He sighed, looking back into the fire. She was different. From Boston, too, like you. Came out here full of fire and ideals. Loved Silas, I reckon, in her way, but she hated the loneliness, hated the harshness of the life, wanted society, comforts, things Silas couldn't give her, not out here, not then. He'd poured everything into building the ranch. There was disagreements, secrets maybe, on both sides. Eventually, she just went back east. Broke his heart, I think, though he never spoke of it after she left, just threw himself deeper into the ranch. Jed glanced at Abigail. Finding you, sending for you. That was the first time in all those years I saw him looking towards the future again, towards sharing his life. He hoped. Jed trailed off, shaking his head sadly. So Eleanor was just a past sorrow, a closed chapter, another betrayal, perhaps, of a different kind, but unlikely connected to the present danger, unless... Secrets, maybe, on both sides. What secrets? It was another loose thread, potentially meaningless, but unsettling nonetheless. The conversation lapsed again. Jed took the first watch, settling near the edge of the overhang with his Winchester across his knees, staring out into the deepening darkness of the canyon. Abigail huddled closer to the dying fire, wrapping herself in her quilt, trying to find some rest, though sleep felt impossible. The weight of the hidden ledger, Silas's cufflink in Jed's pocket, the bloodstains on the ridge, Brody's smiling menace, it all pressed down on her. Ink, blood, betrayal. The themes of her unfolding tragedy swirled in the darkness. She must have dozed. Exhaustion finally claiming her despite the fear. She woke with a start, unsure what had disturbed her. The fire was down to glowing embers. Jed was a still silhouette against the slightly less black opening of the overhang. The silence was absolute, the wind having died down completely. Then she heard it. Faintly, from somewhere up the canyon, the distinct metallic clink of a horseshoe striking stone. She sat bolt upright, her heart instantly pounding. Jed had heard it too. He shifted silently, bringing the Winchester up, peering intently into the darkness. Another clink, closer this time. Someone was moving down the game trail they had used, moving cautiously, but moving nonetheless. Jed scrambled silently over to Abigail, putting a finger to his lips. "Stay low," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "Could be anything. Lost calf. Stray horse." But his eyes, glinting in the ember light, held no such optimistic belief. He clearly suspected the same thing she did. They had been followed, or their general direction anticipated. They waited, frozen, scarcely breathing, listening as the intermittent sounds drew nearer. The soft crunch of hooves on gravel, the creak of saddle leather, muffled voices, too low to distinguish words, but undeniably human. More than one person. Jed motioned Abigail further back into the deepest shadow beneath the overhang, pressing herself against the cold rock face. He took up a position near the edge, rifle ready, using a protrusion of rock as cover. The embers of the fire glowed faintly, too small now to offer much light, but potentially enough to betray their position if the newcomers came closer. Jed carefully, silently, scooped handfuls of dirt onto the embers, extinguishing the last red glow. Now, only the faint starlight filtering into the canyon offered any illumination. The sound stopped, directly above them, on the lip of the canyon overlook, or further down the trail. It was impossible to tell. Silence stretched, thick with menace. Abigail held her breath until her lungs burned. Were they listening? Had they seen the fire before Jed doused it? Did they know someone was down here? Then, a voice drifted down, clearer this time, carried on a slight eddy of air, a rough, impatient voice. "See anything, Jake?" Another voice, closer, answered, "Nothing down there. Dark as pitch. Told you that smoke we saw earlier was probably just drift from town." "Maybe," the first voice grumbled, unconvinced. "But Henderson wants this area checked. Said Croft used to ride this way sometimes. Said if the sheriff missed anything, we shouldn't." Henderson's men, sent to check the area, perhaps to ensure Silas's disposal was clean, or maybe just patrolling Seabar's encroached territory. Abigail's blood ran cold. They were trapped, hiding almost directly beneath men likely involved in Silas's disappearance, men working for the rancher who likely ordered it. "Waste of time," the second voice, Jake, complained. "Ain't nothing up here but rocks and coyotes. Let's head back. It's cold enough to freeze the—" "Shut up," the first voice snapped. "Listen." Silence again. Had they heard something? A shifting horse? A nervous breath? Abigail pressed herself harder against the rock, willing herself invisible. Jed remained utterly still, a statue carved from shadow. After a long moment, the first voice spoke again, lower this time, edged with unease. "Thought I heard something, like rockfall down below." He paused. Probably just critters. Come on, let's get back to the line cabin. If Henderson wants this canyon searched proper, he can send more men and do it in daylight." The sounds resumed, saddle leather creaking, horses shifting, moving away this time, back up the canyon rim. Abigail didn't dare breathe until the sounds faded completely into the distance, leaving only the profound silence of the night. Jed slowly lowered his rifle, letting out a long, silent breath. He turned to Abigail, his face a pale blur in the darkness. "Key bar hands," he whispered unnecessarily. "Searchin'. Henderson's sweepin' up." The close call left Abigail trembling uncontrollably. They had been feet away from discovery by men who would surely have killed them without a second thought to protect their boss's secret. Ink and betrayal had led to blood, and now the perpetrators were actively covering their tracks. "They didn't see us," Abigail whispered back, stating the obvious, needing the reassurance. "Don't think so," Jed agreed. "Lucky the fire was down. Lucky they was lazy and cold." He paused. "But they know someone might be around. That smoke they saw." "Could have been our fire earlier, faint as it was. They'll be back. Or Brody will." The fragile safety of their hiding spot evaporated. They couldn't stay here. But moving in the dark was equally perilous. As if in answer to their dilemma, the first drops of icy rain began to fall, whispering against the rock overhang. The wind picked up again, swirling down into the canyon, carrying the scent of imminent, heavier rain or sleet. "Damn," Jed muttered. "Just what we needed." He looked around the dark space. Maybe one of them mine shafts ain't such a bad idea after all. At least get us out of the wet and out of sight till dawn." He remembered an old prospector's tunnel marked on one of Silas's maps, not far from this canyon, deeper into the hills. It was a risk, entering an unknown shaft in the dark, but staying here felt like a bigger one now that Henderson's men were actively searching. Gathering their horses and belongings quickly, silently, they stumbled out from under the overhang into the now steady, freezing rain. Guided by Jed's memory and the faint starlight occasionally breaking through the thickening clouds, they began to make their way northward again, deeper into the hostile hills, seeking the dark, uncertain sanctuary of an abandoned mine, while the ink on the hidden ledger seemed to cry out Brody's betrayal, and the memory of Silas's blood stained the ground behind them, a grim testament to the price of greed on the unforgiving frontier. The hunt had become desperately real. Chapter 11. The name etched in fear. The freezing rain plastered Abigail's hair to her scalp beneath her sodden bonnet and seeped through the layers of her cloak and dress, chilling her to the bone. Riding was impossible in the near-total darkness and treacherous terrain. They led the horses, stumbling over loose rocks and slick patches of mud, guided only by Jed's instincts and the occasional glimpse of jagged ridgelines against the turbulent, starless sky. Every shadow seemed to writhe with menace. Every gust of wind carried the phantom sounds of pursuit, the clink of a horseshoe, a muffled voice. The close call with Henderson's men back in the canyon had stripped away any lingering sense of security, leaving behind only raw, gnawing fear and the desperate need for sanctuary. Jed pushed onward relentlessly, his wiry frame surprisingly resilient against the fatigue and the elements. He seemed focused on a point somewhere ahead in the blackness, relying on a map etched in his memory. Abigail followed numbly, her world reduced to the slick reins in her frozen hand, the looming shadow of Onyx beside her, and the dark shape of Jed moving steadily ahead. The weight of Silas's rifle slung across her back now to free her hands felt immense, a burden both physical and symbolic. After what felt like hours of stumbling progress through the icy rain and darkness, Jed finally stopped at the base of a steep cliff face, barely visible as a wall of deeper black against the night sky. He ran a hand along the cold, wet rock. "Should be here somewhere," he muttered, his voice low and strained. "Old Silas marked it on a map once. Prospector's Hope, he called it, though looked more like Prospector's Folly to me. Just a hole in the rock, far as I recall." He began moving slowly along the base of the cliff, feeling the rock face, searching for an opening. Abigail waited, shivering violently now, the horses shifting restlessly behind her, their breath pluming white in the frigid air. The rain slanted down, relentless and unforgiving. Doubt began to creep in. What if Jed couldn't find it? What if they were forced to spend the rest of the night exposed to the elements, easy targets for Henderson's men or for Brody himself? Then, Jed gave a low grunt of satisfaction. "Here, found it." Abigail stumbled forward, peering into the darkness where Jed stood. At first, she saw nothing but solid rock. Then, as her eyes adjusted, she discerned a low, narrow opening, partially obscured by dripping, thorny bushes growing defiantly at the cliff base. It looked less like a mine entrance and more like an animal den, dark and uninviting. "Ain't much," Jed admitted, pulling aside the wet bushes, "but it ought to get us out of this rain." He peered inside, sniffing the air cautiously. "Smells dry enough. No critters seem to be claiming it right now." He unslung his rifle. "Wait here with the horses. Let me check it out first. Don't want any nasty surprises." He ducked low and disappeared into the black opening, taking the small lantern he carried, though he didn't light it yet. Abigail waited, her heart pounding, listening to the drip of water from the cliff face and the anxious snorts of the horses. The darkness inside the mine entrance seemed absolute, capable of swallowing a man whole. What if it wasn't stable? What if it housed something dangerous? Animal or human? After a few tense minutes that stretched into an eternity, Jed reappeared, ducking back out into the rain. "It's small," he reported. "Goes back maybe 20, 30 feet. Seems solid enough, dry floor. Widens out a bit inside. Enough room for us and maybe the horses, if they ain't too spooked." Getting the horses inside was a challenge. The opening was low, and the animals balked, rolling their eyes at the unnatural darkness and the confined space. It took patience, soothing words from Jed, and gentle but firm pressure, but eventually they coaxed the reluctant animals one by one through the narrow entrance. Inside, the difference was immediate and profound. The relentless wind and driving rain were shut out, replaced by a damp, earthy silence and absolute darkness. The air was cold, but still, free from the biting wind chill. Jed finally risked lighting the lantern, shielding its initial flare. The small flame cast a pool of wavering yellow light, revealing their refuge. It was indeed a prospector's tunnel, crudely hewn from the rock, likely by hand decades ago. The floor was uneven packed earth. The walls were rough stone, glittering faintly with quartz or some other mineral deposit in the lantern light. It wasn't deep, ending abruptly in a solid rock face where the unknown prospector had clearly given up hope. Simple, abandoned, yet at that moment it felt like a palace. "Not grand," Jed said, setting the lantern on a flat-topped rock, "but it's shelter." He began unsaddling the weary horses, rubbing them down as best he could with handfuls of dry grass he found surprisingly preserved in a back corner. Abigail sank onto the dusty floor near the lantern, too exhausted to move. Relief washing over her in waves so strong, they left her feeling weak and shaky. She peeled off her soaked gloves, chafing her numb fingers back to life near the lantern's small warmth. The simple fact of being out of the relentless, freezing rain felt like a miracle. Once the horses were tended to and stood shifting quietly in the back of the small tunnel, Jed slumped down near Abigail. He pulled a small flask from his coat pocket, uncorked it, and took a cautious sip before offering it to her. "Whiskey. Ain't much, but might warm the blood." Abigail hesitated, then accepted it gratefully. The fiery liquid burned its way down her throat, sending tendrils of warmth through her chilled body. It tasted raw, potent, but undeniably welcome. She handed the flask back to Jed, who took another small swallow before tucking it away. They sat in silence for a while, listening to the muffled sound of the rain still drumming against the cliff face outside. The small lantern cast their shadows large and distorted against the rough rock walls. The isolation felt complete now, buried alive in the heart of the hostile hills. "Jed," Abigail said finally, her voice sounding loud in the confined space, "that ledger. Silas's accusation against Brody, it changes everything, doesn't it?" Jed nodded slowly, his face grim in the lantern light. "Changes everything," he agreed. "Means we ain't just looking for a missing man, or even just looking for proof against Henderson. We're sitting on dynamite that could blow the sheriff clean out of the territory or get us killed trying." He looked at her directly. "You understand the danger, Miss Conway? Truly? Brody finds out we got that ledger, or even suspects what we know. He won't hesitate. He can't afford to." "I understand," Abigail whispered, though the full weight of it felt crushing. She thought of Brody's cold eyes, his quiet confidence, the authority vested in his star. He held all the power. They held only a hidden ledger, a tarnished cufflink, and the terrifying memory of a spectral touch. "We need more," Jed continued, thinking aloud. "Silas's word is something, especially hidden like that. The cufflink, the blood, the casin, that proves foul play up on the ridge. But connecting it all directly to Brody? Getting someone outside Redemption Creek to believe it over the word of the sheriff and likely Henderson?" He rubbed his temples wearily. "We need something Brody can't deny, something he can't twist or bury." "Like finding Silas's body?" Abigail asked, the words tasting like ash. "That'd be the surest thing," Jed admitted grimly. "A body tells tales, bullet holes, signs of struggle, location if it's hidden somewhere incriminating." He sighed. "But finding it in these hills could take weeks, months. We ain't got that long. Brody knows we're here now, or suspects it after our trip to town. He ain't gonna sit idle." "What about the land grant papers?" Abigail asked, deciding it was finally time, the shared danger overriding her earlier caution. "The ones Silas mentioned needing to prove his claim against Henderson? I found them, Jed, hidden in the study." Jed's head snapped up, his eyes widening. "You found them? The original grant? Where?" Abigail described the hidden compartment in the bookcase. Jed listened intently, a slow whistle escaping his lips when she finished. "Well, I'll be damned," he breathed. "Clever old fox. Right under our noses." He frowned. "So the proof against Henderson is safe too?" "Yes, along with—" Abigail hesitated, then plunged ahead. "Along with letters from Eleanor." Jed's expression flickered with surprise, then settled back into weary understanding. "Ah, kept those too, did he?" He shook his head. "Man never could quite let go of the past." He looked back at Abigail. "Those grant papers, they're solid proof of Henderson's motive, but they don't directly tie Brody to the killing. Unless—" A thought seemed to strike him. Unless Brody knew Silas had him and knew where they were hidden, maybe part of his deal with Henderson was securing that land, which meant getting rid of Silas and the proof. It was a plausible connection. Brody eliminates Silas for Henderson, ensuring the land dispute dies with him, perhaps even securing the grant papers himself as part of the bargain, while also silencing a man who knew about his gambling debts and compromised position. So, finding the body is still paramount, Abigail reasoned. Or finding someone who witnessed something, one of Henderson's men, maybe. Someone with a conscience or someone Brody crossed? Jed snorted softly. Conscience is in short supply amongst Henderson's crew, and Brody's careful. He wouldn't leave loose ends like that, not if he planned it. He fell silent again, staring at the rough rock wall opposite them, lost in thought. The lantern flame cast deep shadows in the lines on his face. Abigail watched him, then let her own gaze drift around their small sanctuary. The lantern light flickered, catching on the uneven surfaces of the tunnel walls. Mostly just gray rock, seams of quartz, patches of dampness. But then, her eyes caught something else, low down on the wall near the back, partially obscured by shadow, and a scattering of loose rock debris on the floor. Carvings. Curiosity piqued. She picked up the lantern and moved closer, holding the light low. The carvings were crude, clearly not natural formations, scratched into the rock surface with a sharp tool, perhaps by the original prospector decades ago. There were initials, J.H. perhaps for Jedediah Harper? No, the style was different, older. Maybe J.D. for John Doe, the hopeful prospector himself. Below the initials were simple symbols, a pickaxe, a shovel, perhaps a crude drawing of a mule. But below those symbols, newer looking, scratched with less certainty but still deliberate, was something else. A single name. Abigail leaned closer, holding the lantern steady, her breath catching in her throat. The letters were uneven, gouged into the stone as if by a trembling or weakened hand, but they were legible. B-R-O-D-Y beneath the name, scratched even more faintly, almost obliterated by time and shadow, was what looked like a date, or part of one. Octave, followed by a single digit, a 6 or maybe an 8, impossible to tell for sure. Abigail stared at the name etched into the rock, her blood running cold. Brody, here, in this remote, abandoned mine shaft, and a date that corresponded chillingly with the time of Silas Croft's disappearance. "Jed," she whispered, her voice hoarse, unable to look away from the terrifying inscription. "Jed, come look at this." Jed scrambled over, peering where she pointed, holding his own lantern closer to the wall. He saw the name, the partial date. He swore softly, violently under his breath. "Brody," he breathed, tracing the letters with a trembling finger. What in God's hell? Why would Brody's name be carved here? And who carved it? Not the original prospector, surely. This carving looked much newer, fresher than the symbols above it. Could it have been Silas? Abigail's mind flashed back to the scene on the ridge, the ambush, the shot fired, the blood. What if Silas wasn't killed instantly? What if he was wounded, captured? What if Brody and Henderson's men brought him here, to this remote tunnel, intending to finish the job, or perhaps to hold him, to torture him for the location of the grant papers? And what if, in a moment when his captors were distracted, weak from injury, knowing his time was short, Silas had managed to scratch his killer's name onto the wall, a final desperate message left for whoever might find him? The scenario was horrifying, almost too chilling to contemplate, but the name etched into the stone, coupled with the partial date, offered a terrifyingly plausible explanation. "Silas," Jed whispered, voicing Abigail's own thought. It had to be Silas, wounded maybe, brought here. His gaze swept the confined space, suddenly seeing it not as a refuge but as a potential prison, a place of final agony. He ran his hands along the floor near the carving, searching for what? More bloodstains? A hidden grave marker? The floor was just packed earth and rock debris. There was no obvious sign of a recent burial. But the tunnel was small. If Silas died here, where was his body now? Taken deeper into the hills? Or was there more to this tunnel than met the eye? Jed shone his lantern beam upwards, examining the ceiling, then back toward the solid rock face that marked the end of the tunnel. He tapped the end wall with the butt of his rifle. It sounded solid. He moved along the side walls, tapping, listening. Then, near the back, on the left-hand side, hidden behind a jumble of fallen rocks that looked like natural debris, the sound changed. Instead of a solid thud, there was a slightly hollow echo. "Hold the light steady, ma'am," Jed breathed, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of dread and grim determination. He began pulling away the fallen rocks, rolling them aside with effort. Behind them, the rock wall looked intact, but Jed ran his hand over it, feeling for seams, irregularities. His fingers stopped on what felt like a drilled hole, plugged loosely with hardened mud. He scraped the mud away, revealing a small, dark opening. "Drill hole," he muttered. "For blasting, but—" He peered closer. "Looks like the charge never went off, or only partially. Maybe destabilized the rock?" He braced himself and pushed hard against the wall section near the drill hole. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a low groan of protesting rock, a section of the wall, fractured by the old, incomplete blast, shifted inward, revealing a dark opening beyond. Not a natural cave, but another section of tunnel, rougher, darker, descending slightly. A wave of cold, foul air washed out from the opening, carrying the scent of damp earth, stagnant water, and something else. Something indescribably vile. The smell of decay. Abigail gagged, stumbling back, covering her nose and mouth with her hand. Jed recoiled too, his face paling further in the lantern light. They looked at each other, the same horrified understanding in their eyes. The name etched in fear on the wall, the hidden continuation of the tunnel, the unmistakable stench of death. They had found where Brody, or Henderson's men, had hidden Silas Croft's body. Chapter 12. A Dance of Doubt and Desire. The stench rolling out from the newly revealed opening was overpowering, a thick, cloying miasma of decay that clung to the back of Abigail's throat and churned her stomach. She pressed her handkerchief tighter against her nose and mouth, fighting the urge to retch, her eyes watering. Beside her, Jed stood frozen for a moment, his face bleached of color, his knuckles white where he gripped his rifle. The grim satisfaction of discovery was instantly swallowed by the horrifying reality of what lay beyond that dark aperture. "Sweet Mother of God," Jed breathed, his voice raspy. He took an involuntary step back, away from the suffocating odor. The lantern light trembled in his other hand, casting wild shadows that danced like ghouls on the tunnel walls. They had sought proof, confirmation of Silas's fate, and now it lay potentially just feet away, hidden in the Stygian blackness of the secondary tunnel. The name etched on the wall, Brody, felt less like a clue now and more like a curse, marking this abandoned prospect hole as a makeshift tomb, a place of brutal, hidden violence. The very air felt poisoned, heavy with the finality of death. Abigail felt a wave of dizziness, leaning against the cold rock wall for support. The image of Silas Croft's kind eyes, crinkled at the corners in the photograph he'd sent, flashed through her mind, superimposed over the horrifying reality of the stench of his decay. The man who had offered her a future, a companionable union under the vast western sky, had met his end here, in this cold, dark hole in the ground betrayed by the man sworn to protect him. Grief, sharp and unexpectedly potent for a man she'd never met, but whose hopes she had shared, mingled with the bile rising in her throat. Jed seemed to shake himself, forcing down his own revulsion, his jaw setting in grim lines. Loyalty and a need for justice, however delayed, seemed to override his initial horror. We gotta look," he said, his voice strained but resolute. "We gotta be sure." He glanced at Abigail, his eyes filled with a mixture of grim determination and concern. "You stay here, ma'am. No need for you to see this." Abigail hesitated. Part of her wanted nothing more than to shrink away, to block out the smell, the implications, the horror. But another part, the part that had carried her across a continent on the strength of a stranger's promise, the part that had faced down Brody's suspicion and Henderson's lurking threat, refused to turn away now. She owed Silas Croft this. She needed to bear witness, to know the truth, however gruesome. And perhaps, selfishly, she didn't want Jed facing it alone. Their uneasy alliance, forged in shared danger, felt strongest in moments like these. "No, Jed," she said, her voice muffled by the handkerchief but surprisingly firm. "I'm coming with you." She straightened up, forcing down the nausea, meeting his gaze. "We face this together." Jed looked at her for a long moment, reading the determination in her eyes. He gave a single, reluctant nod. "All right, but stay behind me, and be prepared." He took a deep breath, held it, and then, holding his lantern high, ducked through the newly opened passage into the deeper darkness beyond. Abigail took her own deep breath of the relatively cleaner air in the main tunnel, then followed Jed, stepping over the rubble into the blackness. The stench immediately intensified, thick and suffocating, making her eyes stream despite the handkerchief. The air was heavy, still and impossibly cold. The second tunnel was rougher than the first, descending slightly, the floor uneven and littered with loose rock. Water dripped steadily from the ceiling, pooling in stagnant puddles that reflected the lantern light like dark, oily eyes. Jed moved slowly, cautiously, sweeping the lantern beam ahead. The tunnel twisted slightly, narrowing, then widening again into a small, cave-like chamber. He stopped at the entrance to the chamber, holding the lantern aloft. And there it was. In the far corner, partially covered by a hastily thrown pile of rocks and dirt, lay the unmistakable shape of a human body, or what remained of one. Time, dampness, and the work of unseen scavengers had taken a gruesome toll, but the remnants of clothing, a sturdy wool coat, denim trousers, worn leather boots, were identifiable, and amidst the decay, glinting dully in the lantern light, was the shine of a silver belt buckle, intricately engraved with the SC brand. Silas Croft. Abigail stifled a cry behind her handkerchief, turning her face away, unable to bear the sight for more than an instant. Bile burned her throat. The reality was far worse than anything her imagination could have conjured. Jed stood frozen, his face ashen, his knuckles white where he gripped the lantern. He didn't move closer, didn't attempt to uncover the remains further. The identity was tragically, undeniably clear. He slowly lowered the lantern, his shoulders slumping, the weight of the discovery seeming to crush him. He closed his eyes briefly, muttering something under his breath, a prayer perhaps, or a curse upon the men who had done this. "God rest his soul," Jed whispered finally, his voice thick with emotion. He turned away from the grim sight, facing Abigail, his eyes dark with shared horror and righteous fury. "Brody Henderson! They brought him here, killed him like an animal, and left him to rot in the dark." The confirmation, brutal and absolute, hung heavy in the foul air. They had found Silas. They had found the proof Brody couldn't deny, couldn't twist. But the knowledge offered no triumph, only a profound, soul-deep sickness, and the terrifying question of what came next. We have to cover him again," Abigail managed, her voice trembling. Leave him with some dignity." It felt like a pitifully inadequate gesture, but the thought of leaving him exposed in this horrific state was unbearable. Jed nodded numbly. Together, avoiding looking directly at the remains, they carefully replaced the rocks and dirt, restoring the makeshift grave, sealing the horror back into the shadows. The act felt both necessary and sacrilegious. When they were finished, Jed stood silently for a moment, his head bowed. Then, resolutely, he turned back towards the opening. "Come on, ma'am. Let's get out of this hellhole." They stumbled back through the narrow passage into the main tunnel, gasping for the relatively cleaner air, though the stench seemed to cling to their clothes, their skin, their very souls. Jed immediately began rolling the larger rocks back into place, sealing the opening to the secondary tunnel, hiding the grim secret once more. The finality of the grating stone felt like locking a tomb. Back in the relative sanctuary of the main tunnel, the small space felt both safer and infinitely more claustrophobic. The knowledge of what lay just feet away behind that sealed rock face permeated the air, a silent, gruesome testament to Brody's betrayal. Abigail sank back onto the floor, pulling her knees to her chest, shivering uncontrollably, though not entirely from cold now. Jed paced the small space like a caged animal, his face a thunderous mask of grief and rage. "That bastard," Jed spat, slamming a fist against the rock wall, the impact echoing dully. "That smilin', backslappin' bastard Brody, wearing a star, pretending to be Silas's friend, all while plotting with Henderson, taking his money, killing him, and throwing him away like garbage." His voice choked with fury. "I swear, Miss Conway, before this is over, Brody will pay. He will pay." Abigail watched him, seeing the raw pain beneath the anger. Jed's loyalty to Silas was fierce, profound. His guilt over not believing Silas's warnings earlier seemed to fuel his rage now. While her own connection to Silas was based on letters and hope, Jed's was rooted in years of shared work, shared hardships, friendship. His desire for vengeance felt personal, visceral. Her own feelings were more complex. Horror, yes. Grief for the lost future, the betrayed trust. Anger at Brody, at Henderson, but underneath it all, tangled with the fear, was something else, something unsettling and confusing that had been growing subtly since her arrival, her own reluctant, inexplicable reaction to Sheriff Brody himself. She remembered his eyes, those cold, assessing gray eyes that had held suspicion. Yes, but also something else? A flicker of interest? A hint of weary competence beneath the guarded exterior? She remembered the way he moved, with that quiet confidence, the latent strength in his shoulders. Even when he was warning her off, treating her with undisguised suspicion, there had been a strange pull, a reluctant awareness of him as a man, not just a potentially corrupt lawman. Now, knowing what he had likely done, knowing he was almost certainly Silas's killer, that awareness felt monstrous, shameful. How could she feel anything but revulsion for such a man? Yet the memory of his presence, the intensity of his gaze lingered, a disturbing counterpoint to the horror of their discovery. Was it just fear manifesting in a twisted way? Or was there some deeper, more perverse current at play, a dangerous attraction to the very source of the threat? The thought made her feel disgusted with herself, disloyal to Silas's memory, to Jed's righteous anger. She pushed the confusing feelings away, focusing on the immediate problem. "What now, Jed?" she asked, her voice still shaky. "We know where he is. We have the ledger, the cufflink. Is it enough?" Jed stopped pacing, running a hand through his thinning hair. "It's more'n we had," he conceded. "The body, knowing where it is, that's leverage. If we could get the marshal here, show him." He trailed off, the familiar roadblock resurfacing. Still gotta get past Brody. Still gotta convince the marshal to come, to believe us over the local sheriff. Could we force Brody's hand? Somehow? Abigail wondered aloud. Let him know we know something? Not everything, perhaps, but enough to make him nervous? Make him make a mistake? It felt like playing with fire, poking a viper with a stick, but waiting passively seemed equally dangerous. Jed considered it, chewing on his lower lip. "Risky," he said slowly. "Damn risky. If he thinks we know too much, he'll come after us hard and fast. No more warnings, no more subtle threats. He'll silence us, just like he silenced Silas." He looked around the small tunnel. "And we're trapped out here." "But we can't stay trapped forever," Abigail argued. "The rain won't last. Henderson's men might come back. Brody might ride out himself, checking the area. We need a plan." "Plan," Jed repeated bitterly. "Hard to make plans when the man holding all the cards wants you dead." He sank back down onto the floor, the brief flare of rage replaced by a heavy weariness. Maybe we split up?" he suggested reluctantly. "You take Onyx, ride hard for Junction City, take the ledger, the cufflink, tell the marshal everything. I stay here, lay low, try to watch Brody, see if I can get something more concrete." Abigail immediately rejected the idea. "No, Jed, we stick together. Dividing would make us weaker, easier targets, and sending me alone to face the marshal, a lone woman accusing a sheriff based on a hidden ledger and circumstantial evidence? They wouldn't listen, just like you said. They'd send word to Brody and he'd intercept me long before I reached Junction City." Her own confusing feelings about Brody aside, the practicalities were clear. Jed's plan was suicide for her, and likely wouldn't help him either. "Besides," she added more softly, "I don't want to leave you to face him alone." Jed looked at her, a flicker of surprise and gratitude in his eyes. The bond between them, forged in fear and shared knowledge, solidified further. "All right, ma'am," he said gruffly. "Together it is, then. But we need a better plan than just waiting for Brody to find us." They fell silent again, the weight of their predicament pressing down. The only sounds were the muffled drumming of the rain outside and the soft shifting of the horses. Abigail stared at the rough rock wall opposite, the wall that concealed Silas's makeshift tomb. The horror of it felt suffocating. She needed to think about something else, anything else to push away the gruesome images, the stench that still seemed to linger in her nostrils. Her mind, traitorously, drifted back to Brody. Why? Why would a man betray his friend, his duty, so completely? The ledger mentioned gambling debts to Henderson. Was it just money? Or was there more to it? What kind of man was Cole Henderson to inspire such loyalty, such fear that a sheriff would resort to murder to protect him? And what kind of man was Brody, beneath the star and the stony exterior, to be capable of such cold-blooded betrayal, yet still possess that unsettling flicker of something that drew Abigail's reluctant attention? She thought about the way he had looked at her on the station platform, that cool assessment. Had it purely been suspicion? Or had there been a spark of something else, quickly suppressed? When he'd warned her off at the ranch, telling her to go back to Boston, had it solely been to protect himself? Or was there a shred, however small, of genuine concern for her safety mixed in with his own self-preservation? Protecting himself by getting her out of harm's way. The thought was illogical, contradictory, yet it persisted. It was a dangerous dance, this internal conflict. Doubting the killer, feeling a flicker of unwanted empathy or worse, attraction. It felt like a betrayal of Silas, of Jed, of herself. Yet the ambiguity lingered, a confusing counterpoint to the stark horror of their discovery. Was Brody purely evil, a cold-blooded killer bought by Henderson's money? Or was he a flawed man trapped in a web of debt and bad choices, forced into increasingly desperate acts? Did it even matter? He had killed Silas or orchestrated his killing. That was the unforgivable truth. Maybe, Jed said slowly, interrupting her troubled thoughts, maybe we use Henderson. Abigail looked at him, startled. Use Henderson? How? We know Brody's protecting him, Jed reasoned. We know Henderson wanted Silas out of the way for the land, for the water rights. What if we could play them against each other? Make Henderson think Brody's getting greedy, maybe making a side deal. Or make Brody think Henderson's going to cut him loose, maybe even pin the whole thing on him? It was a convoluted, dangerous idea. They knew so little about the dynamics between the two men, beyond the gambling debts and the shared conspiracy. Trying to manipulate such ruthless individuals felt like walking into a den of rattlesnakes armed with a feather. How could we even do that, Jed? Abigail asked skeptically. We can't approach either of them directly. No, Jed admitted. But word gets around in Redemption Creek. Whispers start. Maybe a dropped hint in the mercantile? A rumor started at the saloon? Something to plant a seed of doubt between them. Make them suspicious of each other. A man like Henderson, he trusts nobody. A man like Brody, deep in debt and compromised. He's got to be watching his back constantly. Jed rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If they start doubting each other, they might get careless. One of them might slip up. Say something, do something that gives us the proof we need. It was a long shot, fraught with peril. If their clumsy attempts at manipulation were discovered, it would bring the wrath of both men down upon them instantly. But it was the first glimmer of a proactive strategy they'd conceived, something beyond just hiding or running. It's dangerous, Jed, Abigail said quietly. Everything's dangerous now, ma'am, Jed replied grimly. Question is, which danger gives us the best chance of seeing justice done for Silas, and maybe seeing tomorrow ourselves? The choice hung in the cold, damp air of the mine shaft. Outside, the rain continued its relentless rhythm. Inside, the silence was broken only by their breathing and the knowledge of the horror hidden behind the wall. A dance of doubt, about their safety, about their chances, about the men they hunted, mingled with the faint, disturbing flicker of Abigail's own unwanted desire, or perhaps just morbid curiosity regarding the enigmatic Sheriff Brody. Their path forward remained shrouded in fog, as uncertain and treacherous as the dark, rain-swept hills outside. But the need for action, any action, was becoming undeniable. Chapter 13. Testing the limits of the lawman's heart. The journey back from the black maw of the mine shaft was undertaken in a grim, soul-numbing silence. The freezing rain eventually lessened, dwindling to a miserable drizzle, before finally ceasing altogether as the first hints of dawn bruised the eastern horizon. A weak, watery light filtered through the ragged edges of the clouds, revealing a landscape washed clean, but looking starker, colder, more desolate than before. The air felt scoured, carrying the damp scent of wet earth and bruised sage. They retraced their path, moving with the leaden exhaustion of soldiers retreating from a lost battle, the horrific discovery in the hidden tunnel weighing on them far more heavily than their fatigue or the physical discomfort of their soaked clothing. Abigail rode Onyx numbly, her mind replaying the horrors, the stench, the shape beneath the rocks, the glint of the SC belt buckle, Silas Croft reduced to decaying remains in a forgotten hole, and the name, Brody, etched crudely onto the stone wall, a final desperate accusation. The knowledge sat like ice in her gut, freezing out the confusing flickers of doubt or morbid curiosity she'd felt about the sheriff. Now, seeing his face in her mind's eye, the square jaw, the assessing gray eyes, the star pinned to his chest, only invoked a cold, visceral revulsion mixed with heart-pounding fear. He wasn't just a compromised lawman, he was a murderer, or complicit in murder, hiding behind a badge. Jed rode slightly ahead, his shoulders slumped, but his eyes held a new, hard light. The grief was still there, palpable in his silence, but it had been tempered into something sharper, more dangerous: resolve. He scanned the terrain not just for threats now, but with the calculating gaze of a man planning retribution. The discovery of Silas's body, however horrific, had provided the grim certainty they needed. Their purpose was no longer just uncovering the truth. It was finding a way to bring the guilty to justice, however slim the odds. As they neared the familiar contours of the land surrounding Redemption Creek, the low ridges rolling towards the cluster of buildings still miles distant, they paused beneath the relative cover of a stand of wind-battered pines. "We can't go back to the ranch," Jed stated flatly, voicing what Abigail already knew. "Not now. Brody might have had men watching it already, wondering why we rode out, and after finding that—" He gestured vaguely back towards the hills. "This changes the game. He can't afford for us to talk." "So what do we do?" Abigail asked, her voice rough from the cold and lack of sleep. "We need food, dry clothes. The horses are spent." Jed surveyed the landscape, his gaze thoughtful. "There's an old line cabin Silas used sometimes, about 5 miles west of here. Used for roundups, shelter in storms. Ain't much, but it's got a stove, maybe some dry wood, horse shelter, less obvious than the main ranch house. Brody might not think to check it right away." He looked at her. "We hole up there? Rest up? Try to figure our next move?" It sounded marginally safer than returning to the SC ranch, marginally better than staying out in the open. "All right, Jed," Abigail agreed. "Lead the way." They altered course, heading west, keeping to lower ground, using folds in the land and patches of scrub for cover whenever possible. The line cabin, when they finally reached it in the weak mid-morning light, was little more than a rough-hewn log shack tucked against a low bluff. A small corral, its fence dilapidated but functional, stood beside it, along with a lean-to shelter barely large enough for the 2 horses. It looked deserted, neglected. Jed dismounted, cautiously approaching the cabin, rifle ready. He pushed open the warped plank door, peering inside before signaling Abigail that it was clear. Inside, it was basic: a dirt floor, a small pot-bellied stove, rusted but intact, a rough table and 2 stools, built-in bunks against one wall piled with musty-smelling straw ticking. But crucially, there was a small stack of dry firewood beside the stove and no sign of recent occupation. While Jed saw to the horses, settling them in the lean-to with the last of their oats, Abigail explored the cabin's meager resources. She found a tin box containing coffee, hardtack, and some dried beans, emergency rations left over from some past roundup. There was a bucket for water near the door, empty now, but a small, muddy spring trickled nearby. Using the wood Jed had found, she managed to get a fire going in the stove, the small space gradually filling with welcome warmth and the cheerful crackle of flames. The simple act of building the fire, of creating warmth and light against the oppressive gloom, felt like an act of defiance. They were still alive, still free, still possessed knowledge that could shatter Sheriff Brody's world. The fear remained, a constant cold undercurrent, but the immediate horror receded slightly, replaced by the pressing need for survival and strategy. Jed came back inside, shaking water from his hat. "Horses settled," he reported. "Found tracks near the spring, though. Couple days old, maybe. Shod horses. Could be C-bar hands checking the boundaries again." Another reminder of the constant lurking threat. They were on borrowed time. "We need that plan, Jed," Abigail said, pouring precious coffee grounds into the pot she'd found hanging near the stove, adding water from the bucket she'd filled at the spring. "The one about sowing distrust between Brody and Henderson." Jed nodded slowly, accepting the need to shift from grieving rage to calculated action. He pulled one of the rough stools closer to the stove. "It's risky as hell," he reiterated. "One wrong word and they'll know we're onto 'em." "But doing nothing is just waiting for them to find us," Abigail countered. "We have to try something. We need to get back into town, or at least close enough to plant those seeds." "Town's dangerous," Jed said, frowning. "Brody is the town near enough. Eyes everywhere. The mercantile, the saloon, the livery. Folks report to him." "Maybe not everyone," Abigail mused, thinking of the whispers she'd already heard. Mr. Peterson seemed nervous, but not necessarily allied with Brody. Ben Carver at the livery seemed decent. What about Mrs. Gable at the boarding house? Martha Gable? Jed considered. Widow woman, keeps to herself mostly, runs a clean house. Wouldn't trust her with the whole story, but she sees folks come and go, hears things. Might be a place to stay low for a day, maybe gather some local gossip without being too obvious. "And the mercantile," Abigail continued, thinking through the logistics. "I need proper supplies, dry clothes. Going back there is believable. While I'm there—" "You could try dropping a hint?" Jed finished, his expression dubious. "To Peterson? Or just loud enough for others to overhear?" "Something subtle," Abigail insisted. "Something that sounds like genuine worry, or maybe repeating a rumor I supposedly overheard. Nothing directly accusing, just enough to make someone wonder, enough to get reported back to Brody or Henderson in a way that makes them wonder about each other." It felt like walking a razor's edge. "What kind of hint?" Jed asked skeptically. Abigail thought hard, trying to put herself in the minds of the men they hunted. What would make a man like Henderson, greedy and ruthless, doubt his paid-off sheriff? What would make Brody, compromised and desperate, fear his powerful ally might betray him? "Maybe something about Henderson talking too much," she suggested. "Like someone heard him boasting down at the saloon about how the Croft land, especially the water rights along the bluffs, would soon be his, no matter what old papers Croft thought he had, implying Henderson feels overly confident, perhaps indiscreet?" Jed considered it. "Might work," he conceded slowly. "Makes Henderson look arrogant, maybe careless. Might make Brody nervous. Henderson's loose tongue could expose their deal, or Abigail picked up the thread. Something to make Henderson doubt Brody? Like mentioning how the sheriff seems to be spending a lot of time investigating Silas's disappearance, asking questions everywhere almost too diligently? Maybe someone saw him riding out towards Junction City, making Henderson wonder if Brody's thinking of cutting his own deal with the marshal, pinning it all on the C-bar? That's playing with fire," Jed warned, though a spark of interest lit his eyes. "Accusing Brody of doing his job too well. Clever. Could make Henderson sweat. Think Brody's planning to double-cross him." He rubbed his jaw. "It's thin, ma'am. Real thin. But maybe thin is all we need to make a crack appear." They decided Abigail would attempt the second approach. It felt slightly less likely to immediately boomerang back on her personally. If she was seen questioning the sheriff's diligence, it could be interpreted as the worried fiancé's impatience, rather than direct accusation or manipulation. Jed would stay out of sight, perhaps circling closer to town later to watch, to listen, to be ready if things went wrong. They rested for a few hours in the relative warmth of the cabin, drinking coffee, forcing down some hardtack. Abigail managed to dry her outer clothes somewhat near the stove. The respite was brief, punctuated by the constant awareness of their precarious situation and the memory of the mine shaft tomb. By early afternoon, feeling marginally recovered but acutely aware of the dwindling daylight and mounting danger, they prepared to move again. Jed gave Abigail careful directions to Redemption Creek, advising her on the safest approach, keeping to low ground. "Don't go looking for trouble, Miss Conway," he warned her earnestly as she mounted Onyx. "Just get the supplies, plant that seed if the chance comes natural-like, and get out. Meet me back here before dusk if you can. If something goes wrong, if you even think something's wrong, ride hard, ride west. Don't try to be a hero." Abigail nodded, the Colt revolver feeling heavy and alien at her hip. "Be careful, Jed." He gave a curt nod, his eyes conveying a silent understanding, a shared burden. He watched her ride away, then melted back towards the cover of the bluff, presumably to begin his own cautious reconnaissance. The ride towards town felt different this time. The knowledge Abigail carried was a physical weight, altering her perception of the familiar landscape. Every rider spotted in the distance, every isolated cabin, felt like a potential threat. The town itself, when it finally came into view, looked less like a refuge and more like the heart of the danger, Brody's domain. She entered Redemption Creek cautiously, trying to appear calm, just a woman running necessary errands. The street was quiet, a few horses hitched outside the saloon and mercantile, a wagon loading supplies further down. Fewer people seemed to be out and about than on her previous visit, perhaps due to the earlier rain and persistent chill. Still, heads turned as she rode past, familiar curiosity mixed with suspicion in their gazes. The phantom bride was back. She dismounted in front of the general mercantile, tethering Onyx securely. Taking a deep breath, smoothing her still damp skirt, she pushed open the door, the bell jangling overhead. Mr. Peterson, the storekeeper, looked up from behind his counter, his eyes widening slightly behind his spectacles. There were no other customers in the store at that moment, only the familiar clutter and the warmth radiating from the pot-bellied stove. "Miss Conway?" he stammered, surprise making him momentarily forget his usual nervous deference. Didn't expect to see you back so soon. Everything all right out at the ranch?" "As all right as can be expected, Mr. Peterson," Abigail replied, forcing a calm, slightly weary tone. "But I find myself in need of a few more things. The damp gets into everything." She moved towards the shelves, pretending to browse, giving herself a moment to gather her thoughts, to gauge the storekeeper's mood. He seemed genuinely surprised, perhaps a little concerned, but not immediately hostile. "Terrible business. Terrible," Peterson clucked sympathetically, regaining his composure. "Poor Mr. Croft. Still no word, I suppose?" "None," Abigail said, shaking her head sadly. This was her opening, though Sheriff Brody seems determined to find answers. She paused, turning to face Peterson, injecting a note of faint puzzlement into her voice. In fact, some folks are saying he seems almost frantic about it, riding out at all hours, questioning everyone, heading towards Junction City even. It's almost as if... She trailed off, letting Peterson fill in the blank. Peterson blinked, processing her words. "Frantic? Sheriff Brody?" He frowned slightly. "Well, he aims to do his duty, I reckon, Miss Conway. Important man like Mr. Croft vanishing reflects badly on the town, on the sheriff himself." "Oh, of course," Abigail agreed quickly, adopting an air of slightly naive concern. "It's just, well, you hear whispers. Some wonder if maybe he's pushing so hard because he feels responsible somehow. Or perhaps," she lowered her voice slightly, conspiratorially, "perhaps he knows more than he's letting on and is trying to control the investigation. Maybe point it in a certain direction?" She watched Peterson closely. His eyes widened further and he glanced nervously towards the door, as if afraid Brody himself might walk in. "Miss Conway," he whispered, wringing his hands, "best not talk like that. Sheriff Brody, he wouldn't appreciate folks second-guessing him." "Oh, I'm not second-guessing," Abigail protested, feigning innocence. "Heavens, no. I'm sure he's doing his best. It's just confusing, especially when you hear other rumors." She let her voice trail off again, picking up a tin of peaches, pretending to examine the label. "Other rumors?" Peterson prompted, his curiosity piqued despite his fear. "Well," Abigail hesitated, as if reluctant to gossip. "Just talk. Down at the saloon, perhaps, about Mr. Henderson seeming awfully pleased with himself lately, almost triumphant, as if he already knows how that old land dispute is going to end now that Mr. Croft isn't here to argue his case with those papers he supposedly had." She kept her tone light, conversational, but loaded the words carefully. Peterson's face paled slightly. He clearly understood the implication. Henderson's confidence might stem from knowing Croft was permanently removed, perhaps even implying Henderson felt secure because his ally, the sheriff, was handling things. Before Peterson could respond, the bell above the door jangled loudly. Both Abigail and the storekeeper jumped, turning sharply towards the entrance. Sheriff Brody stood there, framed in the doorway, his duster coat brushing against the jambs. His hat was pulled low, casting his face in shadow, but Abigail didn't need to see his eyes clearly to feel the intensity of his gaze sweeping over the store, settling on her. He hadn't entered immediately, just stood there, listening, observing. "Sheriff," Peterson squeaked, his voice unnaturally high. Just helping Miss Conway here with some supplies." Brody stepped inside, letting the door swing shut behind him. He moved with that same quiet confidence Abigail remembered, his presence seeming to suck the air out of the small store. He didn't look at Peterson. His gaze remained fixed on Abigail. "Miss Conway," he said, his voice that familiar, low, rough-edged gravel. It sent an involuntary shiver down her spine, a confusing mix of fear and that damnable, unwanted awareness. "Didn't expect to see you in town again so soon. Everything all right out at the ranch?" The exact same question Peterson had asked, but loaded with entirely different weight. Abigail forced herself to meet his gaze, praying her face didn't betray the terror and revulsion churning inside her, or the memory of his name etched on the cold stone wall of Silas's tomb. "Just needed a few things, Sheriff," she said, striving for a calm, steady tone. "It gets lonely out there. And damp." Brody took a step closer, stopping only a few feet away, close enough that she could see the lines etched around his eyes, the faint stubble shadowing his square jaw, the way his gray eyes narrowed slightly as he studied her. Was he searching for something? Did he suspect? "Lonely," he repeated, his voice flat. "Can be. Dangerous, too. Still think you ought to reconsider heading back east." It wasn't advice this time. It felt like an order wrapped in a suggestion. "Mr. Croft invited me here, Sheriff," Abigail replied, holding her ground, clutching the tin of peaches like a shield. "Until I know for certain what happened to him, I feel I owe it to his memory to stay." She paused, then took the plunge, subtly deploying the seed she'd planted with Peterson, aiming it directly at the sheriff now, testing the limits of his composure, his hidden loyalties. "Besides, I have faith you'll find answers soon. Everyone says you're pursuing the investigation with such singular focus, almost as if you have a personal stake in resolving it quickly." She watched his face intently, searching for any flicker, any reaction. Did his eyes tighten? Did a muscle twitch in his jaw? For a heart-stopping moment, his expression remained utterly unreadable, a mask of stone. Then she saw it, or thought she did. A fractional narrowing of his eyes, not in suspicion of her, but a fleeting shadow that might have been calculation, uncertainty, a flicker of doubt directed inward, or perhaps towards his unseen ally, Henderson. His voice, when he replied, was colder than ever, devoid of any emotion. "Just doing my job, Miss Conway, like I told you." He held her gaze for another long, tense moment, an unspoken battle of wills playing out in the silence of the dusty store. Then he seemed to dismiss her, turning abruptly towards the terrified storekeeper. "Peterson, need to talk to you about that last shipment." He turned his back on Abigail, effectively ending the conversation, leaving her standing there, heart pounding, unsure if her gamble had worked or if she had just painted an even larger target on her back. Had she tested the limits of the lawman's heart, revealing a crack in his alliance with Henderson, or had she merely tested the limits of his patience, solidifying his resolve to eliminate the troublesome phantom bride who knew far too much? As Brody began speaking to Peterson in low tones, Abigail slowly gathered a few necessary items, paid the trembling storekeeper, and retreated from the store, escaping the sheriff's suffocating presence. But as she mounted Onyx and rode quickly out of town, she couldn't shake the feeling that the dance had just become infinitely more dangerous. The lawman's heart remained an enigma, but his capacity for cold, decisive action felt terrifyingly clear. Chapter 14. Beneath the Star, a Hidden Scar. Sheriff Sam Brody watched the Conway woman ride out of town, her back straight, her head held high, mounted on Silas Croft's black mare. He stood just inside the mercantile window, partially obscured by a display of dusty canned goods, tracking her progress until she disappeared around the bend leading out onto the open prairie. Peterson, the storekeeper, hovered nervously nearby, ostensibly rearranging sacks of flour, but clearly waiting for Brody to speak, his earlier conversation with the woman likely still buzzing in his ears. Brody ignored him. His thoughts were focused entirely on Abigail Conway, singular focus, personal stake, her words delivered with that unnerving calm, that steady gaze that seemed to see more than it should, echoed in his mind. Was it just an observation, an impatient fiancé repeating town gossip? Or was it deliberate? A subtle probe, a test, hinting that she knew or suspected far more than she let on. He cursed inwardly. The woman was becoming a complication he hadn't anticipated. When word first reached him that Silas's mail-order bride was actually on her way, arriving days after Silas's disappearance had been quietly arranged, it had seemed like a minor inconvenience, an awkward situation easily managed. A lone woman, likely naive, arriving penniless and friendless, expecting a comfortable life only to find her intended vanished. She'd be distraught, vulnerable, easily convinced to accept a small sum for her troubles and take the next train back east. He'd planned to be sympathetic but firm, emphasize the dangers, perhaps subtly hint at Silas having second thoughts or hidden debts, enough to scare her off without raising undue suspicion. But Abigail Conway wasn't behaving according to plan. She wasn't distraught, at least not outwardly. She wasn't vulnerable. She was composed, observant, and stubbornly determined to stay, to ask questions. She'd faced his initial suspicion with cool defiance. She'd ridden out to the isolated, empty ranch alone, survived the night, and now she was back in town, not only buying supplies, but apparently listening, planting seeds of doubt, or merely reflecting the unease already simmering beneath the surface of Redemption Creek. Maybe he knows more than he's letting on, trying to control the investigation, point it in a certain direction. Her words, repeated by a stammering Peterson moments after Brody entered, were particularly galling. They hit too close to the mark. He was controlling the investigation, carefully steering it away from Cole Henderson, away from the C-Bar, focusing instead on vague possibilities. Robbery, accident, wandering off. And he was trying to point it in a direction, however subtly, towards the idea that Silas might have simply abandoned his life, his responsibilities, even his bride-to-be. But the woman's other comment, relayed by Peterson with wide, fearful eyes, Henderson seeming awfully pleased, triumphant, as if he already knows how the land dispute will end. That jab was aimed elsewhere, potentially sowing discord between Brody and the man he was protecting. Was that her intention? To play them against each other? Or was she simply repeating dangerous saloon gossip, unaware of the potential consequences? Brody rubbed his jaw, the rough stubble rasping against his palm. He didn't like ambiguity. He didn't like loose ends, and Abigail Conway felt like a very dangerous loose end. He turned abruptly from the window, making Peterson jump. "Forget the shipment for now, Peterson," Brody said curtly. "Just keep your ears open. Anything unusual, anyone asking questions about Croft, anyone talking out of turn, you let me know." Yes, Sheriff," Peterson stammered, nodding vigorously. "Of course, Sheriff. Right away." Brody gave him a hard look, then pushed open the door and stepped back out onto the dusty boardwalk, settling his hat more firmly on his head. The gray sky threatened more rain, the air cold and damp. He stood for a moment, surveying the quiet street, the saloon, the livery, the assayer's office, the boarding house. Eyes were likely watching him from behind curtained windows, just as he had watched Abigail Conway. This town held few secrets for long. Whispers traveled faster than tumbleweeds. He needed to know what the Conway woman was up to. Riding back out to the SC ranch alone? Unlikely now. She had Jed Harper with her, presumably. Brody had seen Jed's horse tracks heading out towards the North Range days ago. Then nothing. He'd assumed the foreman had given up the search. Maybe even ridden off for good, unwilling to face the questions surrounding his boss's disappearance. But if Jed was back, if he had met up with the woman, that changed things. Jed knew Silas well, knew his habits, his worries, maybe even his secrets. Jed wouldn't be easily scared off. Together, the woman and the foreman posed a significant threat. And where had they been? Riding into town from the west, Peterson said she came from. That meant they likely weren't at the main ranch house. The old line cabin, maybe? Brody frowned. Possible. He'd have to check it out, but first, Henderson. He needed to talk to Cole Henderson. Needed to gauge his mood, see if the woman's planted rumor about Henderson's supposed boasting held any water, or if Henderson had heard the whispers about Brody's own diligent investigation. He needed to reinforce their alliance, ensure Henderson wasn't getting careless, wasn't leaving loose ends of his own. The C-Bar rancher was powerful, ruthless, but also arrogant and sometimes impulsive. Brody didn't trust him any further than he had to. Their arrangement was one of mutual necessity, cemented by Brody's gambling debts and Henderson's insatiable greed for land and water. It wasn't based on loyalty or friendship. He walked down the street towards the livery stable, his boots echoing hollowly on the boardwalk. Ben Carver, the livery owner, was repairing a harness near the wide doorway, whistling tunelessly. He stopped whistling as Brody approached, his expression carefully neutral. "Mornin', Sheriff," Carver greeted him. "Ben," Brody acknowledged with a curt nod. "Need my horse." "Right away, Sheriff." Carver disappeared into the dim, hay-scented interior. While he waited, Brody let his gaze drift across the street towards the Golden Spur Saloon. Even at this hour, the bat-wing doors swung occasionally, emitting bursts of tinny piano music and rough laughter. That was likely where the rumors Abigail Conway claimed to have heard originated. Henderson's men frequented the place, drinking, gambling, boasting. Had one of them said too much? Or was the woman simply inventing gossip to stir trouble? Carver returned, leading Brody's powerful bay horse, already saddled. Brody checked the cinch automatically, his movements economical and precise. He swung himself into the saddle, the familiar feel of the worn leather reassuring. "Seen Jed Harper around?" Brody asked casually as he gathered the reins. Carver paused, scratching his head. "Jed? Ain't seen hide nor hair of him since before Mr. Croft went missing. Figured he was still out searching or maybe took off." So Jed hadn't come into town. He and the woman were likely holed up somewhere. Maybe that line cabin. Brody filed the information away. "Much obliged, Ben." He nudged the bay forward, heading out of town. Not east towards the SC Ranch, but west, towards the sprawling lands of the C-Bar. The ride to the C-Bar headquarters took over an hour, crossing rolling grasslands that gradually improved in quality compared to the drier ranges further east. Henderson had claimed prime territory. Fences, sturdy and well-maintained unlike the Croft place, marked the boundaries. Fat cattle grazed peacefully. Smoke curled invitingly from the chimney of the main ranch house, a large, imposing structure built of solid timber and stone, radiating an aura of prosperity and brute strength. Several rough-looking cowboys lounged near the corral, pausing their work to watch the sheriff approach, their expressions sullen, wary. They knew who he was, knew his connection to their boss. Cole Henderson himself emerged onto the wide porch as Brody dismounted. He was a big man, burly, with a florid face, booming voice, and eyes that were small, shrewd, and missed nothing. He wore expensive, well-cut range clothes that couldn't quite disguise the ruthlessness beneath. A welcoming smile spread across his face, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Sheriff Brody didn't expect you out this way today," Henderson boomed, stepping forward, hand outstretched. "Come on in, have a drink. Must be chilled to the bone." Brody ignored the offered hand, stepping past Henderson onto the porch, removing his hat. "Cole, need to talk." Henderson's smile faltered slightly at Brody's curt tone. He ushered the sheriff inside, into a large main room dominated by a massive stone fireplace, antler chandeliers, and heavy, expensive-looking furniture. A half-eaten meal sat on the large oak table. The room smelled of wood smoke, roasting meat, and money. "Whiskey?" Henderson offered again, moving towards a sideboard laden with decanters. "Not now," Brody said, turning to face the rancher directly. "I was just in town. Seems Silas Croft's mail-order bride is back." Henderson paused, decanter in hand, his eyes narrowing. "The woman? Thought you scared her off." "Tried to," Brody admitted grimly. "She's stubborn. Worse, she's been listening to town gossip. Or maybe starting some." "Gossip?" Henderson poured himself a generous measure of whiskey, his movements deliberate. "What kind of gossip?" "The kind that says you're already measuring curtains for the Croft place," Brody said bluntly, "boasting about how the land dispute's as good as settled now." Henderson threw back his head and laughed, a harsh barking sound. "Folks talk. Let 'em. Croft's gone. That land, especially the water rights along the bluff, will be mine. Everyone knows it." His gaze sharpened. "Unless you worried my talking makes you nervous, Sheriff?" Brody met his gaze steadily. "I worry about loose ends, Cole. Careless talk is a loose end. We had an agreement, clean, quiet, no trails." "And there ain't none," Henderson insisted, taking a large swallow of whiskey. "My boys handled it out on the ridge, just like we planned. Quick, efficient. Took 'em up into the hills. Found one of them old prospector holes Silas was always mappin'. Left him there. Nobody'll ever find him." He smirked. "Unless his ghost leads him there." Brody felt a chill despite the warmth of the room. Henderson's casual brutality was unnerving. Left him there. Had Silas still been alive then? The thought was disturbing, but Brody pushed it away. What was done was done. Focus on the present. "Maybe," Brody said slowly. "But the woman, she was also asking questions about my investigation, wondering why I was being so diligent, riding out towards Junction City even." Henderson frowned, swirling the whiskey in his glass. "Junction City? You ain't thinking of—" "Of course not," Brody cut him off sharply. "But she's planting seeds, Cole, trying to make folks wonder. Maybe trying to make you wonder if I'm looking out for my own hide." Henderson studied Brody over the rim of his glass, his shrewd eyes narrowed. "Are you, Sheriff? Looking out for your own hide?" The question hung in the air, laced with suspicion. Brody felt a surge of resentment. He was risking everything, his badge, his freedom, his soul, such as it was, to cover this mess, largely driven by Henderson's greed, while also trying to manage his own crippling debts to the man. And Henderson dared to question his loyalty? "I'm looking out for our hides, Cole," Brody said, his voice dangerously quiet. "Yours and mine. We're tied together in this. If one hangs, the other swings too. Remember that." He held Henderson's gaze, letting the threat sink in. This woman, Abigail Conway, she's trouble. She might have Jed Harper with her now. They could be anywhere. They could have found something. "Found what?" Henderson scoffed. "My boys were thorough, left nothing on the ridge. Nothing at the disposal site." "Silas was a careful man," Brody countered. "He knew you were after his land, knew I was compromised. You think he didn't take precautions, hide papers, leave messages?" Henderson shifted uneasily, the arrogant confidence faltering slightly. "What kind of papers?" "The original land grant, maybe," Brody suggested, watching Henderson closely. "The one that proves his claim to the bluffs, makes yours look like hot air. He told folks he had it." Henderson slammed his glass down on the table. Damn him, if he hid that. His eyes darted around the room, then fixed back on Brody. "We need to find it, and we need to find the woman and the foreman. Shut them up permanently." "My thoughts exactly," Brody agreed grimly. "But we need to be careful. Can't just ride out guns blazing. Too many questions already. We need to know where they are, what they know." He paused, then added deliberately, "And we need to make sure none of your boys get careless, Cole. No more loose talk in the saloon. No unnecessary rides through Croft territory. Keep them close." Henderson bristled at the implied order, but seemed to recognize the necessity. "Fine," he grunted. "I'll tell him. But you find that woman, Brody. Find her and Harper. Find out what they know and deal with it. That's your job." He gestured towards the star on Brody's chest. "That's what I pay you for." The reminder stung, scraping against the raw edges of Brody's compromised honor. He wasn't just a sheriff anymore. He was Henderson's hired gun, Henderson's cleaner, bound by debts and complicity. He hated Henderson for it, hated himself even more. Beneath the star, beneath the carefully constructed facade of the tough, capable lawman, was a hidden scar, the deep, festering wound of his own weakness, his own betrayal of everything he was supposed to represent. He had taken the sheriff job years ago, wanting respect, wanting to make something of himself after a drifting, aimless youth. He'd been good at it, too. Fair, mostly. Tough when needed. He'd earned the town's grudging respect. But the loneliness, the low pay, the temptations, poker games started innocently, then escalated. Small debts grew larger. Henderson, always expansive, always willing to extend credit, had reeled him in slowly, expertly, until the debts were insurmountable, the obligations undeniable. When Henderson decided he wanted the Croft land and water, and Silas refused to yield, the final, terrible demand had been made. And Brody, trapped, desperate, had agreed. Now, staring into Henderson's smug, ruthless face, Brody felt trapped all over again, trapped by his past choices, trapped by his complicity, trapped by the Conway woman's unnerving persistence. He had crossed a line protecting Henderson, a line stained with Silas Croft's blood, and there was no going back. "I'll handle it," Brody said, his voice flat, emotionless. He turned towards the door, pulling his hat back on, needing to escape the suffocating richness of Henderson's house, the stench of his own compromised soul. "But you keep your end clean, Cole. No mistakes." He rode away from the Seabar Ranch feeling colder than the wind could account for. The conversation had achieved its purpose, reinforcing the fragile alliance, confirming Henderson's casual brutality, heightening the urgency to find Abigail and Jed. But it had also deepened Brody's own internal conflict, the gnawing sense of being caught between a ruthless rancher, a persistent woman who saw too much, and the ghosts of his own squandered integrity. He needed to find Abigail Conway, needed to know what she knew, needed to neutralize the threat she represented. But as he rode back towards Redemption Creek, the image of her steady gaze, the echo of her quiet, probing words, lingered disturbingly. Testing the limits of the lawman's heart? Perhaps. But the real question was whether there was anything left within that compromised heart to test, beyond fear and the desperate instinct for self-preservation. The scar beneath the star pulsed, a painful reminder of the man he had become. Chapter 15. The Ghost's Desperate Plea. Darkness fell swiftly over the desolate hills, swallowing the last vestiges of the gray, weary day. Inside the cramped, cold-lined cabin, the tiny fire in the pot-bellied stove offered the only light and a meager pocket of warmth against the encroaching chill. Abigail huddled on one of the rough bunks, wrapped in her quilt, listening to the wind sighing around the corners of the log walls like a mournful chorus. Jed sat hunched on a stool near the stove, cleaning his rifle with slow, deliberate movements, his face cast in shadow, his thoughts seemingly miles away. The hours since Abigail's return from Redemption Creek had passed in a tense, watchful silence. She had recounted her encounter with Sheriff Brody at the Mercantile, describing the subtle hints she'd dropped, Brody's unnervingly calm reaction, and the feeling that her words had hit some mark. Though whether they had sown useful distrust or simply heightened Brody's determination to eliminate her remained terrifyingly unclear. Jed had listened intently, nodding grimly, offering no easy reassurances. They both understood the danger had escalated. Brody knew she was asking questions, planting seeds. He wouldn't remain idle for long. They had eaten more hardtack and dried beans, washed down with gritty coffee brewed over the small stove. The conversation was sparse, practical. They discussed escape routes, contingency plans if Brody or Henderson's men found the cabin, the dwindling supplies. The horrific discovery in the mine shaft lay unspoken between them, a shared trauma too raw, too gruesome to revisit directly, yet it colored every silence, every worried glance exchanged in the flickering firelight. Now, with Jed seemingly lost in the methodical task of cleaning his weapon, Abigail found her own thoughts drifting, circling back inevitably to the mine, to the name etched on the wall, and to the chilling possibility that had led them there, the spectral cold, the sense of presence, the feeling of being guided. Had it truly been Silas? A ghost clinging desperately to the place of his betrayal, trying to lead them to the truth. She had tried to rationalize it earlier, attributing the sensations to fear, exhaustion, the power of suggestion. But the cold had been too specific, too localized. The timing leading them directly to the hidden alcove on the ridge, then the feeling returning, guiding her gaze to the name carved inside the mine. It felt too coincidental to be mere imagination. And the touch, that feather-light brush of impossible cold against her cheek in the dead of night at the ranch house, had that been him too? A first tentative attempt to communicate, to make his presence known? The idea sent a shiver down her spine that had nothing to do with the cabin's chill. Ghosts, spirits, things she had relegated to folklore and fantasy back in the rational, ordered world of Boston. Yet here, in this raw, untamed land where life felt cheap and violence simmered just beneath the surface, the veil between worlds felt thinner, more permeable. Tragedy lingered in the air like the scent of wood smoke, and the vast, indifferent landscape seemed capable of holding on to echoes, shadows, grief. If it was Silas, what did he want? He had led them to the proof of his murder, pointed the finger at his killer. Was his task done? Or was there more? Was he still present? Here, even now? She glanced around the small, shadowed cabin, her heart starting to pound again. The firelight cast dancing shadows, making the rough log walls seem to shift and breathe. The wind moaned outside, sounding almost like a human voice. Was that rustle just the wind or something else? Was that flicker of movement in the corner just her eyes playing tricks in the dim light? She hugged the quilt tighter, trying to dismiss the rising tide of superstitious fear. She needed to focus on the tangible threats. Brody, Henderson, their hired guns. Worrying about ghosts was a distraction, a dangerous indulgence when real, flesh-and-blood enemies were likely closing in. Yet the feeling persisted. A faint unease, a sense of being watched, not by hostile human eyes, but by something else, something sorrowful, desperate, and very, very cold. Jed finished cleaning his rifle, carefully reassembling the mechanism with practiced hands. He leaned it against the wall near his stool and picked up Abigail's heavier Springfield, beginning the same meticulous process. The repetitive, practical sounds, the click of metal, the rasp of the cleaning cloth were grounding, pulling Abigail slightly back from the edge of her spectral fears. "Think they'll check this cabin?" she asked, needing to break the silence to focus on the practical danger. Jed didn't look up from his work. Maybe, maybe not. Depends how spooked Brody is. Depends if anyone saw us heading west. He paused, sighting down the rifle barrel. My guess? Brody'll check the main ranch first. Might send men out towards the ridge, see if we went back there. This place, it's out of the way. Might buy us a day, maybe two. A day or two. Not much time to formulate a plan, gather more proof, or find a way to safely deliver the evidence they already possessed. We need to decide what to do with the ledger, Jed, Abigail said quietly, and the cufflink, the cartridge, leaving them hidden in the barn in your pocket. It feels too risky. If something happens to us... Jed nodded slowly, understanding her unspoken fear. You're right. If Brody catches us, finds that stuff on us, it's over. And if he just makes us disappear, the proof disappears with us. He carefully wiped down the Springfield stock. Maybe one of us should try for Junction City. Not alone, maybe. But if we could find someone trustworthy in town, Ben Carver maybe, get him to take a message or even the evidence itself straight to the marshal? It was still incredibly risky. Trusting anyone in Redemption Creek felt like a gamble, Could Ben Carver withstand pressure from Brody or Henderson if they discovered his role? How would we even approach him? Abigail wondered. We can't just ride into town together now. No, Jed agreed. But maybe one of us slips in after dark, goes straight to Carver's house. Not the livery? Tries to talk to him privately? He sighed. Still feels like a long shot. As they spoke, the feeling of cold intensified in the small cabin. Not the general chill of the night air, but that specific localized cold Abigail had felt before. It seemed to gather in the corner opposite the stove, near the dark, unused bunks piled with straw. The fire in the stove flickered suddenly, casting erratic shadows. Abigail's breath caught. She glanced nervously towards the corner, then quickly looked away, not wanting Jed to notice her reaction, not wanting to acknowledge the terrifying possibility herself. But the cold persisted, growing stronger, accompanied by that faint, almost inaudible stirring of the air, like a silent, sorrowful sigh. The sense of presence was undeniable now, heavy and expectant. Abigail's hands trembled beneath the quilt. She tried to focus on Jed, on their conversation, but her attention kept being pulled towards that cold corner, towards the unseen entity that seemed to be gathering there. Was it Silas? Had he followed them from the mine? Or was this something else entirely? Jed, seemingly oblivious, continued to clean the rifle. His brow furrowed in concentration as he considered their options. Maybe the railroad? He mused. If we could get to the station unnoticed, flag down the eastbound train, give the package to the conductor, tell him to deliver it only to the marshal in Junction City? The idea had merit, bypassing Redemption Creek's compromised channels entirely. But getting to the station, timing it with the train's arrival, all without being seen by Brody or his potential watchers, it felt almost impossible. As Jed spoke, the cold in the corner seemed to coalesce, to sharpen. Abigail risked a glance. In the deepest shadow, where the firelight barely reached, she thought she saw it again. That faint distortion in the air, the suggestion of a man-shaped form, darker than the surrounding gloom, indistinct yet undeniably present. It wasn't moving, just standing there, watching, waiting, radiating an aura of profound grief and desperate urgency. Her heart hammered against her ribs. She wanted to cry out, to point, to alert Jed, but fear held her paralyzed, mute. What could she say? Jed, there's a ghost in the corner? He would think the strain had finally broken her. The spectral figure remained motionless for a long moment, a silent, sorrowful sentinel in the shadows. Then, slowly, agonizingly, it seemed to lift an arm, pointing, not towards the door, not towards Jed, but towards the rough log wall directly behind the stovepipe. Abigail stared, mesmerized, terrified. The gesture was faint, almost imperceptible, like watching something through heat haze, but the intent was clear. It was pointing at the wall, at a specific spot on the wall. What did it mean? Was there something hidden there, another clue, another secret Silas had concealed? Or was this truly just her mind playing tricks, projecting her desperate hope for answers onto the flickering shadows? The figure held the pointing gesture for a few seconds longer, the sense of urgency intensifying, feeling almost like a silent plea. Then, as if its strength failed, the arm dropped, and the shadowy form seemed to waver, to thin, the intense cold slowly receding, dissipating back into the general chill of the cabin. Within moments, it was gone. The corner held only shadows again. Abigail was left breathless, trembling, her mind reeling. Had Jed seen any of it? She glanced quickly at him. He was still focused on the rifle, seemingly unaware that anything unusual had occurred. Or if he had felt the cold, sensed the presence, he gave no sign, perhaps attributing it to a draft or his own fatigue. Should she tell him? Should she risk sounding like a lunatic by describing what she thought she saw, what she felt? The name etched on the mine wall had been tangible proof, something Jed could see and touch. This was different. A fleeting shadow, a pointing gesture, a subjective feeling of cold and desperation. But the intensity of the experience, the clarity of the pointing gesture, it felt too real, too significant to ignore. What if it was Silas, making one last desperate attempt to communicate, to reveal something crucial before his strength faded entirely. Ignoring it felt like betraying him all over again. Taking a shaky breath, Abigail forced herself to speak, her voice barely above a whisper. "Jed?" He looked up, surprised by her tone. "Ma'am, you all right? You look pale as a sheet." "Jed, I know this sounds strange," she began, stumbling over the words, feeling foolish even as she spoke. "But just now, I felt it again, the cold, like on the ridge before we found the evidence." Jed frowned, lowering the rifle, his attention fully on her now. "The cold? Yes, and I thought I saw something. In the corner." She braced herself for his disbelief, his skepticism. A shadow, like Silas, maybe. And he pointed. Jed stared at her, his expression unreadable. Disbelief, concern, or perhaps a flicker of something else? Had he sensed something too, despite his silence? "Pointed where?" he asked quietly, his voice neutral, non-committal. Abigail pointed a trembling finger towards the log wall behind the stove. "There, right behind the stovepipe." Jed followed her gesture, his gaze resting on the rough-hewn logs, darkened by years of smoke and heat from the stove. It looked like any other part of the wall. He stood up slowly, walked over to the spot, and ran his hand over the logs, his touch searching, testing. "Just logs, ma'am," he said, though his voice lacked conviction. He seemed to be humoring her, yet also considering the possibility. After the name etched in the mind, perhaps he was less inclined to dismiss the inexplicable. He tapped the logs. They sounded solid. He examined the chinking between them, dried mud and moss, crumbling in places but seemingly undisturbed. "Don't see nothin' out of the ordinary," he reported, turning back to Abigail. Disappointment washed over Abigail. Had she imagined it after all? Had the stress, the horror, finally conjured phantoms from her own desperate mind? She felt a flush of embarrassment, but then Jed frowned again, his gaze lingering on one particular log, roughly level with his chest. "Hold on," he murmured. He leaned closer, peering at the wood grain. "This log. See how the axe marks are different? Smoother? And this chinking—" He picked at the dried mud near the end of the log. It crumbled away easily, revealing not solid wood behind it, but a narrow gap. "This ain't original chinking. This has been patched up. Recently." His eyes met Abigail's, wide with dawning realization. He inserted the blade of his knife into the gap and pried gently. The log end didn't move, but there was a slight give, a faint scraping sound. It's loose," Jed breathed. "Like it's been cut, hollowed out maybe, then put back and sealed." Working together using the knife blade and their fingers, they carefully chipped away the newer, looser chinking around the end of the suspicious log. Sure enough, the log end wasn't attached to the rest of the wall structure. It seemed to be a carefully fitted plug. With considerable effort, Jed managed to grip the end and wiggle it back and forth. Slowly, reluctantly, the log section began to slide outward. It wasn't just a plug. It was the end section of a log that had been cleverly hollowed out, creating a hidden compartment within the cabin wall itself. Jed pulled the section completely free. Reaching inside the dark cavity, his fingers closed around something wrapped in oilskin. He drew it out carefully. Another package, smaller than the one containing the land grants, but wrapped just as securely against the elements. His hands trembled slightly as he unwrapped it beneath the lantern light. Inside wasn't paper, but metal. A small, flat tin box, rusted slightly around the edges, but heavy for its size. There was no lock. Jed lifted the lid. Nestled inside on a bed of faded velvet lining lay two objects. One was a small stack of banknotes. $50, maybe more. Significant, but not a fortune. The other object made Abigail gasp. It was a sheriff's badge, not Brody's current star, but an older, tarnished silver star, simpler in design, and lying beneath it, folded neatly, was a single sheet of paper. A letter. Jed picked up the letter, his hand unsteady, and unfolded it carefully. The handwriting was Silas Croft's. Abigail leaned closer, reading over his shoulder, her heart pounding. "To whoever finds this," the letter began, the ink slightly faded but clear. "If Jed is gone, and the woman I hope to marry has arrived, give this to her. If neither is possible, give it to the marshal. Do not trust Sheriff Brody. He is bought by Cole Henderson. The enclosed funds are all I could spare. Use them to get clear, to get help. The badge. The badge belonged to Sheriff McCabe, a good man, an honest man. He was sheriff here before Brody. McCabe died suddenly, about 5 years back. Official story was heart failure. I never believed it. McCabe was investigating Henderson back then. Cattle rustling, boundary disputes, same as always. McCabe told me, in confidence, that he suspected Henderson was getting inside help, maybe even from his deputy, a young, ambitious deputy named Sam Brody. McCabe said he was close to proof. Then he was found dead in his office. Brody, his deputy, was the one who found him. Brody claimed it was heart failure. The territorial doctor, Doc Evans, a known drunkard heavily in debt to Henderson, signed the death certificate without much of an examination. Brody was appointed sheriff shortly after. Henderson's troubles magically disappeared, until I started pushing back. I believe Brody killed Sheriff McCabe, or arranged it, to protect Henderson, to clear his own path to the star, to pay his debts. The same way he likely intends to deal with me. This badge is all that's left of McCabe's legacy. Maybe it and this testimony can finally bring his killer and mine to justice. Be careful. Brody is ruthless. God help you. Silas Croft. The letter dropped from Jed's numb fingers onto the floor. Abigail stared at the tarnished silver star lying in the tin box. Sheriff McCabe, murdered by his own deputy, by Brody. The betrayal ran deeper, colder than they could have possibly imagined. Brody hadn't just killed Silas to protect Henderson and cover his debts. He had likely killed before, murdering his predecessor to gain the very power he now abused. The star he wore wasn't just compromised, it was stained with the blood of 2 sheriffs, maybe more. The ghost's desperate plea, the pointing finger, had led them not just to confirmation, but to the root of the evil festering in Redemption Creek. They now held the story of Brody's original sin, the motive behind his desperation, the proof of a pattern of betrayal and murder. But this knowledge, this tarnished badge and damning letter, made them infinitely more dangerous to Sheriff Sam Brody, and infinitely more vulnerable. Chapter 16. Tangled Loyalties, Hidden Graves. The silence that followed the reading of Silas Croft's final, damning letter was heavier, colder, than the damp air in the cramped line cabin. The tarnished silver star, Sheriff McCabe's stolen badge, lay glinting dully in the tin box beside the small stack of banknotes, an emblem of ambition soured into murderous betrayal. Brody hadn't just killed Silas for land and gambling debts. He had likely ascended to his position over the body of his predecessor, a secret buried for years, festering beneath the surface of Redemption Creek like a hidden grave. Abigail felt the blood drain from her face, leaving her skin cold and clammy despite the quilt wrapped around her. The pieces clicked into place with horrifying clarity. McCabe's convenient heart failure, the indebted doctor signing the certificate, the ambitious deputy stepping smoothly into the dead man's boots, Henderson's troubles vanishing. It painted a picture of Sam Brody not just as a man compromised by debt, but as a cold-blooded opportunist, capable of ultimate betrayal for power and position long before Henderson's specific demands regarding Silas Croft arose. The flicker of ambiguity she had sometimes felt about him, that confusing sense of something more complex beneath the surface, seemed utterly extinguished now, replaced by chilling certainty. He was a viper who had shed his skin once already. Jed sat hunched over, staring at the letter lying on the dirt floor as if it were a venomous snake. His breath came in shallow rasps. He slowly reached down and picked it up again, rereading Silas's words, his face a mask of stunned comprehension and dawning horror. "McCabe," he whispered, the name Ruff, incredulous. I remember McCabe, decent fella, stern but fair, always seemed solid. He looked up at Abigail, his eyes reflecting a dawning, sickening realization. His death, folks talked about it at the time, seemed sudden. He wasn't that old. But Doc Evans said his heart gave out. Brody found him. Nobody questioned it much. Brody was his deputy, seemed natural he'd take over. Jed shook his head slowly, disgust twisting his features. We all just accepted it. Accepted Brody. He closed his eyes, a muscle working frantically in his jaw. Silas, he suspected this all along and kept it quiet? He said McCabe told him in confidence. Abigail reminded him gently, though her own voice trembled. And he had no proof then, only suspicion. What could he do? Accuse the newly appointed sheriff of murdering his predecessor based on hearsay, especially with the doctor backing Brody's story? No, Jed conceded heavily. No, he couldn't do nothing. Not without proof. Just had to live with it. Watch Brody wearing McCabe's star, knowing. He trailed off, unable to voice the full extent of the suspected betrayal. He opened his eyes again, and the grief that had momentarily been overshadowed by shock returned, sharper now, mixed with fury. So Brody wasn't just covering his debts this time. He was protecting himself from this old secret, too. Silas finding out about the gambling, starting to push back against Henderson. Maybe Brody figured Silas was getting too close to the truth about McCabe as well. Had to shut him up permanently before both secrets came out. The motive deepened, broadened, became utterly terrifying in its scope. Brody wasn't just a Henderson's pawn. He was protecting his own murderous past, his entire fraudulent position of authority. His desperation would be absolute. Abigail picked up the tarnished star from the box, its weight surprisingly heavy in her palm. It felt cold, imbued with the tragic history Silas's letter described, a symbol of justice, desecrated by the man who had stolen it. "What do we do with this, Jed?" she whispered. "This letter, this badge, it's proof of Brody's motive, his character. It makes Silas's accusation in the ledger even more believable. But how do we use it? Who do we show it to?" Jed stared at the badge in her hand, then back at the letter. The pragmatic, cautious side of him warred visibly with the burning desire for justice, for vengeance. It's old news, ma'am," he said slowly, voicing the difficulty. "McCabe's been dead 5 years. Folks might say Silas was just holding an old grudge, maybe paranoid because of the feud with Henderson. Doc Evans is still around, likely still indebted to Henderson. He'll stick to his original story about the heart failure. Brody will deny everything, call Silas a liar." He sighed, running a hand over his face. Getting the marshal to reopen a 5-year-old death investigation based on a letter found hidden by a man Brody will claim just vanished or ran off, it's still damn near impossible. "But it establishes a pattern," Abigail insisted. "Betrayal, suspicious death, Brody benefiting directly. It supports everything Silas wrote in the ledger about Brody's character, his willingness to protect Henderson at any cost." "I know," Jed snapped, his voice rising before he quickly controlled it, glancing nervously towards the cabin door. "I know what it means, ma'am, but knowing it and proving it to outsiders who want to trust the local sheriff, they're 2 different mountains to climb." He took a deep breath, visibly struggling for calm. "Look, this changes the risk calculation, all right? Brody ain't just protecting Henderson now. He's protecting himself from a murder charge going back years. He finds out we have this." He gestured towards the box, the letter. "He won't just try to scare us off. He won't just send Henderson's boys. He'll come himself, and he won't leave witnesses." The air in the cabin felt thick, suffocating. The knowledge they possessed was a weapon, but one that seemed just as likely to destroy them as their target. So, hiding it was the right thing, Abigail murmured, thinking of the ledger beneath the feed sacks, the land grants in the bookcase. This new explosive evidence needed to be concealed just as carefully, perhaps even more so. "Where?" Jed asked grimly. Can't take it with us if we make a run for it. Can't leave it here. This cabin feels compromised already." He looked around the small space, his gaze sharp and assessing. His eyes fell on the pot-bellied stove, cold now, the earlier fire having died down completely. "Maybe—" He walked over to the stove, opened the firebox door, and peered inside at the bed of gray ash. Under the ashes. If we wrap it tight in the oilskin again, it might survive even if someone builds another fire, especially if it's tucked way in the back corner. It seemed as good a place as any, perhaps better than most. Unlikely someone would sift through cold ashes unless they were specifically searching for something hidden. Abigail carefully rewrapped the tin box containing the badge, the money, and Silas's devastating letter in the oilskin Jed had kept. Jed cleared a space in the thick ash at the very back of the firebox, nestled the package deep inside, and then carefully rearranged the ashes over it, making it look undisturbed. The act of concealing this final, terrible secret felt like burying hope and sealing their fate simultaneously. They now had multiple caches of evidence hidden across the hostile landscape, a ledger in the barn, land grants in the ranch house study, and the truth about McCabe buried in the ashes of a line cabin stove. Their knowledge was fragmented, scattered, mirroring their own precarious, hunted existence. "All right," Jed said, dusting ash from his hands. "That's done. Now we gotta move. Can't stay here. Those C-Bar boys might swing back this way, or Brody himself could be checking these cabins." "Move where?" Abigail asked wearily. "Back towards town? Try the railroad plan?" Jed hesitated, clearly torn. "The railroad? It's clean if we can make it work. Give the evidence to the conductor, hope he's honest, and gets it to the marshal." He shook his head. "But getting to the station unseen, it's miles east, back towards where Brody likely operates. Feels like walking into the wolf's den." "And going to Ben Carver?" "Still risky," Jed maintained. "Puts him in danger. And we still don't know for sure if he'd stand up to Brody." He fell silent, pacing the small cabin again, the tangled loyalties of Redemption Creek playing out in his troubled expression. Who could they trust? Peterson, the storekeeper? Too timid. Mrs. Gable at the boarding house? An unknown quantity. Henderson's men? Bought and paid for, likely. What about Brody's own deputy? Abigail hadn't even seen him. Didn't know if Brody had a deputy currently. Likely anyone working under Brody would be chosen for loyalty or easily intimidated. There's maybe one other person," Jed said, slowly, reluctantly, as if pulling the name from a deep, unwilling place. "Doc Evans." Abigail stared at him. "Doc Evans? The man who signed McCabe's death certificate? The one Silas said was in debt to Henderson?" "The same," Jed confirmed grimly. "But folks change, ma'am. Debts get paid or become too heavy a burden. Doc's been drinking less lately, folks say. Took care of my hand last year when I tangled with some barbed wire. Did a good job, seemed. Tired. Sad, maybe. Not like a man entirely comfortable with his choices." He shrugged. "Maybe his conscience is catching up to him. Maybe seeing Silas disappear, knowing what he knew about McCabe. Maybe it's weighing on him." "You think he might help us?" Abigail asked, incredulous. "Risk Henderson's wrath? Risk Brody?" "Probably not," Jed admitted honestly. "Odds are he's too scared, or still too deep in their pockets, but he's the only one besides us and the killers who might have actual knowledge about McCabe's death. If his conscience is bothering him, maybe showing him Silas's letter, McCabe's badge, maybe it'd be enough to make him talk. Write an affidavit? Give us something concrete to take to the marshal?" It was another long shot, perhaps the longest yet. Approaching the man who had facilitated the cover-up of McCabe's murder felt incredibly dangerous. But Jed was right. Evans was a direct link, a potential witness, however compromised. "How would we even get to him?" Abigail asked. "His office is right in town, isn't it?" "Yeah, next to the assay office," Jed confirmed. "But he makes house calls, too. Lives in a small place on the edge of town near the creek. Maybe we could watch his place? Try to catch him alone, away from prying eyes." The plan felt desperate. cobbled together from slim hopes and mounting fear. But it was a plan, a potential path forward that didn't involve immediately fleeing or confronting Brody directly. Before they could discuss it further, a sound from outside brought them both instantly alert. The unmistakable whinny of a horse, closer than it should be. Not Onyx or the sorrel, who were quiet in the lean-to, but another horse. Jed grabbed his rifle, motioning Abigail towards the back of the cabin, away from the single, grubby window and the door. He crept towards the window himself, peering out cautiously through a crack in the log wall. His body went rigid. "Brody!" he breathed, pulling back sharply. "He's here." Rode right up to the spring, letting his horse drink. Panic seized Abigail, cold and absolute. Trapped. Brody was right outside. Had he seen their horses in the lean-to? Had he noticed the faint smoke still trickling from the stovepipe? Or was this just a coincidence, stopping for water on a routine patrol? Jed held up a hand, demanding silence. They listened, hearts pounding as Brody presumably finished watering his horse. Would he ride on, or would he approach the cabin? The silence stretched, agonizingly long. Then the crunch of boots on the damp earth outside the door. He was coming. Jed flattened himself against the wall beside the door, rifle held ready but pointed safely towards the floor, his face grim. There was no escape. Abigail pressed herself into the darkest corner, clutching the heavy Colt revolver Jed had given her, its cold metal slippery in her sweaty palm. Her mind raced. What would Brody do? Arrest them, question them, or simply draw his own weapon and eliminate the threat they represented? The door creaked open slowly. Sheriff Brody filled the opening, pausing on the threshold, his eyes accustomed to the brighter daylight outside, taking a moment to adjust to the dim interior. He saw the rough bunks, the table, the dying embers in the stove, and then his gaze found Abigail, huddled in the corner, revolver clutched in her hand. Surprise flickered across his features, quickly replaced by a cold, hard mask. His hand instinctively dropped towards the peacemaker holstered at his hip. Before Brody could draw, Jed stepped out from beside the door, leveling his Winchester squarely at the sheriff's chest. "Hold it right there, Brody," Jed commanded, his voice low and steady, deadly calm. Brody froze, his hand hovering over his gun butt. His eyes flicked from Jed's rifle to Abigail in the corner, then back to Jed, assessing the situation with unnerving speed. There was no fear in his eyes, only a sudden, sharp calculation, like a cornered wolf deciding its next move. "Jed," Brody said, his voice dangerously soft, "didn't expect to find you here, or the lady." His gaze swept the small cabin, taking in the signs of recent occupation, the lingering warmth from the stove. "Getting cozy?" "We know, Brody," Jed said, ignoring the sheriff's attempt at deflection. His rifle remained steady, aimed unwavering at the star on Brody's chest. "We know what you did. To Silas. And maybe to McCabe, too." The moment Jed mentioned McCabe's name, a change occurred in Brody's eyes. The calculation sharpened into something colder, harder, utterly devoid of doubt. Any lingering possibility of talking their way out, of bluffing, vanished. Jed had laid their cards on the table, revealing the depth of their knowledge. Brody didn't flinch. He didn't deny. A muscle twitched in his jaw, the only outward sign of the tension coiling within him. "Silas talked too much," he said flatly, his voice like chips of ice. "So did McCabe, eventually." It was a confession, stark and chilling in its simplicity. Abigail felt her breath catch. He admitted it, just like that. "And now," Brody continued, his gaze shifting briefly to Abigail, then locking back onto Jed, "looks like you two know too much as well." His hand, which had remained hovering near his gun, began to move, slowly, deliberately, dropping towards the handle of his peacemaker. The air crackled with imminent violence. Jed's finger tightened on the trigger of his Winchester. Abigail raised the heavy Colt, her hand trembling violently, trying to steady the barrel on Brody's form. 3 people crammed into a tiny log cabin, 2 rifles and a revolver against the sheriff's deadly draw, the tangled loyalties and hidden graves of Redemption Creek converging on this single desperate moment. Time seemed to slow, stretch, the silence broken only by the frantic pounding of Abigail's own heart. Who would move first? And who would be left standing when the echoes faded? Chapter 17. Riding into the storm's eye, the tiny cabin felt charged, compressed, ready to explode. The space between Brody's hand dropping towards his gun and Jed's finger tightening on the trigger seemed infinitesimal, yet stretched into an eternity. Abigail's own Colt felt impossibly heavy, her arm shaking so badly she doubted she could hit anything, let alone the sheriff standing mere feet away, radiating lethal intent. His confession, cold and unrepentant, still echoed in the charged silence. Silas talked too much. So did McCabe. He wasn't just corrupt, he was a predator who eliminated threats without remorse. Brody's eyes, cold gray flint, darted between Jed's steady rifle and Abigail's wavering revolver. He was calculating odds, timing, angles. He was a lawman, trained, experienced, likely deadly fast. Jed was older, wiry, fueled by righteous fury, but perhaps not as quick. Abigail was an unknown quantity, terrified but armed. Who would he target first? The immediate threat, Jed's rifle, or the unpredictable woman in the corner? Just as Brody's fingers brushed the smooth handle of his peacemaker, just as Jed braced himself to fire, a sudden, unexpected sound shattered the tension. The frantic whinny of a horse from outside, followed immediately by a loud shout. "Sheriff! Sheriff Brody, you out here?" Brody froze, his draw momentarily arrested. Jed's trigger finger hesitated. Abigail blinked, confused. Who was calling? Another shout, closer now, urgent. "Sheriff! It's Henderson! Sent me to find ya! Trouble back at the C-Bar!" Henderson. The name jolted them all. Brody's head snapped towards the door, his expression shifting from lethal focus to irritation, then sharp concern. Trouble at the C-Bar? What kind of trouble? "Stay put," Brody hissed at Jed and Abigail, his voice low and menacing, his gun hand still poised. He edged towards the doorway, peering cautiously outside. Visible through the opening was one of the C-Bar cowboys Abigail had seen lounging near Henderson's ranch house, a lanky, unshaven man with nervous eyes, mounted on a sweat-lathered horse. He looked agitated, scanning the area frantically until he spotted Brody in the cabin doorway. "Sheriff! Thank God!" the cowboy exclaimed, relief washing over his face. "You gotta come quick, it's the boss, Henderson. He took a tumble down the old quarry bluff. Looks bad, real bad, might be dead." Henderson? Dead? Or gravely injured? The news was stunning, completely unexpected. Abigail exchanged a wide-eyed glance with Jed. What did this mean? Was it an accident? Or something more sinister? Had Brody's carefully constructed web of complicity begun to unravel in ways even he hadn't anticipated? Brody seemed equally stunned, though his face remained largely impassive. "Dead?" he repeated sharply, stepping fully out onto the damp earth, forgetting for the moment the armed standoff inside the cabin. How the hell did that happen? "Don't know," the cowboy stammered, clearly shaken. "Me and Jake was checking fence lines near the quarry, heard a yell, then nothing. Rode over, saw him down at the bottom. Horses still up top, reins tangled in the brush. Looks like he went right over the edge." The cowboy wrung his hands. "We didn't move him, Sheriff. Figured we should get you first. What do we do?" Brody's mind seemed to work rapidly, processing this new, chaotic variable. Henderson potentially dead? It changed everything. His primary reason for silencing Silas, his main source of financial backing and crushing debt, gone in an instant. Did it make Brody more dangerous, free from Henderson's influence but perhaps desperate to consolidate his own position, erase all evidence of their connection? Or less dangerous, the immediate pressure relieved? He seemed to reach a decision. He turned back towards the cabin doorway, his expression hard, unreadable. Jed still stood just inside, rifle held ready. Though the immediate threat had momentarily passed, Abigail remained frozen in the corner, the heavy Colt still clutched in her hand. "All right," Brody said, his voice regaining its authoritative edge, directed at the cowboy but clearly meant for Jed and Abigail as well. "You ride back. Tell Jake not to touch anything. Keep everyone away from the quarry until I get there, understand?" Yes, Sheriff." The cowboy nodded eagerly, relieved to have orders, to shift responsibility. He wheeled his horse around and spurred it back the way he had come, riding hard towards the C-bar. Brody watched him go, then turned his attention back to the cabin, his gaze settling on Jed's rifle. The standoff resumed, but the dynamics had shifted. Henderson's potential death created a power vacuum, an unknown future. "Looks like your plans just got complicated, Brody," Jed said quietly, his rifle still steady. Brody's lips thinned into a grim line. Maybe simplified. He looked from Jed to Abigail, his eyes narrowed in thought. He couldn't leave them here, armed and knowing what they knew, not while he dealt with the situation at the C-bar. But killing them now, with Henderson's man knowing he was here, would raise too many questions later. He needed to control them, neutralize them, until he understood the full implications of Henderson's accident or murder. "Put the rifles down," Brody ordered, his voice flat, devoid of emotion, but carrying the absolute weight of his authority, compromised though it was. "Both of you." And the lady drops the Colt, slowly. His hand rested firmly on his own gun butt now, ready to draw instantly if they hesitated. Jed hesitated, glancing at Abigail. Disarming themselves felt like suicide. But defying Brody now, with Henderson out of the picture and Brody's next move uncertain, seemed equally perilous. Maybe playing along, buying time, was the only option. Abigail looked at Jed, seeking guidance. He gave an almost imperceptible nod. Slowly, reluctantly, Jed lowered the barrel of his Winchester and carefully leaned it against the cabin wall. Abigail, her hand trembling even more violently now, mirrored his action, placing the heavy Springfield beside Jed's rifle. Then, even more slowly, she uncocked the Colt and carefully placed it on the rough wooden bunk beside her. The feeling of vulnerability, of being utterly defenseless before this man who had admitted to killing Silas and McCabe, was overwhelming. "Good," Brody said, his eyes never leaving them. He didn't draw his own weapon, but kept his hand poised. "Now you two are coming with me, back to town." "Back to town?" Jed echoed suspiciously. "Why? So you can lock us up on some trumped-up charge? Silence us proper?" "Maybe," Brody admitted with chilling candor. "Or maybe I just need to keep you where I can see you while I sort out this mess with Henderson." He gestured towards the door with his head. "Move. Outside. Mount up." There was no choice but to obey. They were unarmed. Brody was ready to draw, and arguing would be futile, likely fatal. Abigail and Jed exchanged another look. Resignation mixed with a desperate, unspoken agreement to watch, wait, look for any opportunity. They moved out of the cabin into the cold, damp air. Brody directed them to saddle their horses, watching their every move, his hand never straying from his gun. The simple act of saddling Onyx felt surreal, Abigail's fingers clumsy with cold and fear, acutely aware of Brody standing just feet away, a silent, menacing presence. Once mounted, Brody positioned himself slightly behind and between them, making it impossible for them to communicate easily or make any sudden moves without him seeing. "Ride east," he commanded, "towards town, and no sudden moves. Understand?" They nodded mutely and urged their tired horses forward, leaving the dubious sanctuary of the line cabin behind. They rode in silence, Brody a constant, watchful presence behind them. Abigail's mind raced. What was Brody planning? Taking them back to town seemed counterintuitive if he wanted them silenced permanently. Was he truly just planning to lock them up? Or was he luring them into another trap? Maybe planning to dispose of them on the trail, make it look like an accident, or blame it on remnants of Henderson's crew settling scores. The ride felt endless, each mile stretching under the oppressive gray sky. Abigail was acutely aware of every flicker of movement in the landscape, every shadow, expecting an attack, a sudden betrayal from the man riding behind them. She found herself studying Brody's reflection when they crossed shallow creeks, trying to read his expression in the distorted water, but his face remained an unreadable mask beneath his hat brim. Her own internal turmoil resurfaced, confusing and unwelcome. Despite the terror, despite the confirmed knowledge of his guilt, a part of her still registered his competence, his control, the way he handled the situation with cold efficiency. There was a dark magnetism about him, the allure of power, perhaps, or the morbid fascination with a man capable of such profound betrayal while maintaining such outward composure. It was a dangerous, shameful fascination, and she hated herself for it, pushing it down, focusing instead on the image of Silas's makeshift grave, McCabe's tarnished star. This man was a killer, her enemy. As they drew closer to Redemption Creek, the tension ratcheted higher. What awaited them there? A jail cell or something worse? Would anyone in town dare to intervene, or would they simply watch, avert their eyes, cowed by the sheriff's authority and the town's history of tangled loyalties and buried secrets? They rode past the turnoff to the SC Ranch, Abigail forcing herself not to look towards the silent house that should have been her home. They passed Broken Spur Ridge, its jagged silhouette a grim reminder of where Silas's fate was sealed. The landscape felt haunted now, every landmark imbued with tragedy. Finally, the first buildings of Redemption Creek appeared on the horizon. Brody urged them forward, taking a route that skirted the main part of town, heading directly towards the small, grim building that housed the sheriff's office and the town's 2 jail cells. As they dismounted in front of the office, the street seemed unnaturally quiet. A few curious faces peered from windows, but no one approached. The news of Henderson's accident must have spread like wildfire, casting a pall of uncertainty and fear over the town. Brody quickly tethered their horses alongside his own bay. "Inside!" he ordered curtly, gesturing towards the office door. The office was small, Spartan. A scarred wooden desk dominated the space, littered with papers. A gun rack on the wall held a couple of shotguns. A pot-bellied stove stood cold in the corner. 2 heavy iron-barred doors at the back led to the cells. The air smelled faintly of stale coffee, gun oil, and dust. "In there," Brody said, nodding towards one of the empty cells. The cell was tiny, containing only a narrow metal cot bolted to the wall and a bucket in the corner. The stone walls felt cold, damp. Jed balked at the doorway. "You locking us up, Brody? On what charge?" "Protective custody," Brody replied smoothly, a grim parody of official procedure. "For your own safety. Lot of uncertainty right now. Henderson's boys might be looking for trouble." He met Jed's glare, his own eyes hard as nails. "Or maybe obstruction, interference with an ongoing investigation. Take your pick. Now get in, both of you." There was no arguing. The cell door clanged shut behind them with a sound of chilling finality, the heavy lock grating as Brody turned the key. They were trapped, disarmed, completely at the mercy of the man who had killed Silas Croft and Sheriff McCabe. Brody stood outside the bars for a moment, looking them over, his expression unreadable. "Don't get any ideas," he warned softly. "I'll be back." He turned and walked towards his desk, leaving them locked in the cold, dim cell. Abigail sank onto the edge of the hard cot, the full weight of their predicament crashing down on her. They had ridden directly into the storm's eye, into the very heart of Brody's power, and now they were caged, waiting for his next move. Would he simply leave them here to rot, arrange an accident within the jail itself? Or was this just a temporary measure while he solidified his position in the wake of Henderson's potential death? Through the bars, she watched Brody sit down heavily behind his desk. He removed his hat, running a hand wearily through his dark hair. For the first time, she saw not just the cold killer, but a man under immense pressure, caught in a web of his own making, the lines of strain deep around his eyes and mouth. He picked up a pen, then tossed it down again. He stared blankly at the papers before him, then his gaze drifted towards the cell, towards Abigail. Their eyes met through the iron bars. Abigail quickly looked away, unnerved by the intensity, the ambiguity she still sometimes glimpsed beneath the surface. But in that brief moment, she hadn't seen triumph or malice in his eyes. she had seen something that looked almost like weariness, regret, or was that just another layer of his careful deception? Testing the limits of the lawman's heart? Perhaps the greatest danger lay not in his overt threats, but in the tangled, hidden depths suggested by the scar beneath the star, depths that might yet consume them all. Locked in his jail, their fate rested entirely on the unpredictable machinations of a killer sheriff whose world was suddenly, violently, tilting off its axis. Chapter 18. Secrets Spoken in the Dark. The hours following the clang of the cell door crawled by with agonizing slowness. The dim light filtering through the single barred window high on the outer wall faded from weak afternoon gray to deep twilight, then to impenetrable darkness, broken only by the faint flickering glow of the single kerosene lamp Brody left burning on his desk in the outer office. The silence in the jail was profound, heavy, broken only by the occasional creak of the building settling, the distant muffled sounds from the saloon down the street, and the rhythmic breathing of Jed beside Abigail on the narrow, uncomfortable cot. They hadn't spoken much since Brody locked them in. The shock of their capture, the chilling finality of the cell door, the uncertainty of Brody's intentions had left them drained, submerged in their own private fears and grim speculations. What was happening out there? Was Henderson truly dead? What moves was Brody making? Were they simply pawns he was holding in reserve, or were they lambs awaiting slaughter? Every creak of a floorboard from the outer office, every distant shout from the street, sent jolts of adrenaline through Abigail, her nerves frayed raw. Jed seemed to have retreated into a stoic, watchful silence, sitting hunched on the end of the cot, his gaze fixed on the iron bars, his expression grim. Abigail suspected his mind was replaying decades of interactions with Brody, searching for missed clues, overlooked warnings, berating himself for his misplaced trust. The weight of Silas's death, McCabe's murder, and his own unwitting proximity to the sheriff's long-held secrets seemed to age him years in a matter of hours. Abigail huddled under her quilt, trying to conserve warmth against the cell's damp chill. The hard metal cot offered no comfort. The thin straw mattress beneath them felt lumpy and smelt faintly of mildew and desperation. Sleep was impossible. Her mind raced, replaying the events of the past few days, the hopeful train journey, the desolate ranch, the spectral encounters, the terrifying discovery in the mine, the confrontation in the cabin, Brody's cold confession, and now this cold, dark cage. It felt like a lifetime crammed into less than a week, a dizzying descent into a nightmare orchestrated by the man sitting just beyond the bars. She watched Brody through the bars whenever he moved within the lamp-lit radius of the outer office. He hadn't left. He sat at his desk, sometimes staring blankly at papers, sometimes pacing the small space, sometimes simply sitting motionless, staring towards the cells, his face obscured by shadow. He looked contained, tense, like a coiled spring. Was he waiting for news from the C-Bar? Planning his next move regarding them, or wrestling with his own demons? The ambiguity was maddening, terrifying. Sometime deep in the night, when the sounds from the saloon had finally died down and an oppressive silence enveloped the town, Jed finally spoke, his voice low and rough in the darkness. "He admitted it, you know," Jed murmured, not looking at Abigail, his gaze still fixed on the shadowed outer office. "Right there in the cabin. Said Silas talked too much. Said McCabe talked too much." "I heard him," Abigail whispered back, the memory sending a fresh chill through her. "Just cold as ice," Jed continued, shaking his head slowly. "No remorse, no regret, like swatting flies." He paused. "All those years, working alongside Silas, seeing Brody in town, nodding hello, talking weather or cattle prices, all while Brody carried that secret about McCabe, all while he was likely taking Henderson's money, laughing behind Silas's back." The bitterness in Jed's voice was corrosive. "Makes you wonder if you can trust anyone." "Silas trusted you, Jed," Abigail said softly. "He relied on you. You were his friend." Jed let out a harsh, mirthless breath. "Some friend. Didn't believe him when he needed me to. Told him he was being paranoid about Brody." He lapsed back into silence, the weight of his guilt almost palpable in the darkness. Abigail felt a pang of sympathy for the old foreman. He was a good man caught in a web of deceit, spun by others. His loyalty to Silas was undeniable, his anger at Brody righteous. But his guilt, however understandable, wouldn't help them now. "We can't change the past, Jed," she said gently. "We can only deal with what's in front of us. Brody has us locked up. He confessed, but only to us. We need to think. How do we get out of here? How do we use what we know?" "Get out?" Jed echoed hollowly. "He holds the keys, ma'am. Holds the guns. Holds the whole damn town in his fist, especially now Henderson's likely out of the picture." He sighed heavily. Maybe there ain't no getting out. Maybe this is where it ends." "Don't say that," Abigail whispered fiercely, refusing to succumb to the despair threatening to engulf them. Silas didn't give up. He hid the evidence, left clues, tried to ensure the truth came out. We owe it to him, to McCabe, to ourselves, not to give up either. Her words seemed to penetrate Jed's weary resignation. He shifted on the cot, turning slightly toward her dim outline in the darkness. "You got fire, Miss Conway," he said, a grudging respect in his tone. "More'n I expected." "We need more than fire," Abigail replied. "We need a plan. Brody confessed to us. If we could somehow get him to confess again, but this time, where someone else could hear." "Who?" Jed scoffed. "His deputy, if he has one? Likely loyal. Peterson, Carver, they'd run screaming. Mrs. Gable? She ain't gonna hide behind a door listening to the sheriff confess to murder." "Maybe not," Abigail conceded. "But Brody, he seems pressured, unsettled by Henderson's accident. Maybe he's not thinking entirely clearly. Maybe he can be provoked." She remembered the flicker of reaction in his eyes at the Mercantile when she'd subtly questioned his motives, hinted at Henderson's overconfidence. Could they push those buttons again? Make him angry enough, defensive enough to say something incriminating within earshot of who? It seemed impossible. They were locked in a cell. Brody controlled everything. Unless Brody wasn't the only one feeling the pressure. Unless the tangled loyalties in Redemption Creek extended further than they knew. "Jed," Abigail began hesitantly, an idea forming, nebulous and risky. "You mentioned Doc Evans, the doctor who signed McCabe's death certificate." "Yeah?" Jed sounded wary. "What about him?" "Silas believed Evans was compromised, in debt to Henderson," Abigail recounted. "But you said you thought maybe his conscience was bothering him." "Maybe," Jed repeated doubtfully. Still a hell of a long shot. "But what if Brody thinks Evans might talk?" Abigail pressed, the idea taking shape. "What if Brody is worried about Evans, especially now Henderson might be gone? Evans is a loose end too, isn't he? The only other person who officially participated in the McCabe cover-up." Jed was silent for a moment, considering it. "Could be," he admitted slowly. "If Henderson's dead, Evans's protector, and maybe his creditor, is gone. Maybe Brody is worried the doc might get religion now, try to clear his name." "So," Abigail continued, her mind racing, "what if we could make Brody believe we've already spoken to Evans? Or that Evans is planning to speak to the marshal? What if we could make Brody feel cornered, not just by us, but by the possibility of his original conspiracy unraveling?" "How?" Jed asked skeptically. "We're locked in here. We can't talk to Evans. We can't talk to anyone." "Not directly," Abigail agreed. "But maybe we can talk to Brody, loudly, when he's nearby. Talk about Doc Evans. Wonder aloud if the doc will finally tell the truth about McCabe now that Henderson can't protect him anymore. Wonder if the doc has already sent word to the marshal." Jed caught on, a glimmer of grudging admiration in his voice. "Planting another seed, right under his nose." He considered it. He'd know we couldn't have actually talked to Evans since he locked us up. But it might make him think. Make him worry about what Evans might do, make him need to check on the doc? "Exactly," Abigail whispered. Make him need to confront Evans, silence him too, perhaps, and if Brody goes to see Evans, someone might see him go, Jed finished. Someone might hear something. Or maybe the doc is feeling guilty. Maybe Brody confronting him pushes him over the edge, makes him fight back, makes him talk afterwards. It was a desperate, intricate gamble, relying on psychological pressure, unknown variables, and pure luck. But it was better than sitting here, waiting for Brody to decide their fate. We have to time it right, Abigail murmured, when Brody is close enough to hear clearly, but maybe pretending not to listen, when he seems preoccupied. They fell silent again, listening to the sounds from the outer office. Brody shifted in his chair, coughed softly. He stood up, paced back and forth a few times, the floorboards creaking under his weight. He stopped near the stove, seemed to add wood. The faint scent of fresh smoke reached the cell. He was awake, likely restless, his mind undoubtedly grappling with the chaos Henderson's apparent demise had unleashed. Now might be the time. Abigail took a deep breath. "Jed," she began, pitching her voice just loud enough to carry clearly to the outer office, but keeping a tone of weary speculation, as if talking only to him. "I keep thinking about what Silas wrote, about Sheriff McCabe." Jed picked up his cue instantly. "Yeah," he sighed heavily, matching her volume. "Hard to believe Brody could have done that. McCabe seemed like a good man." "Silas seemed convinced," Abigail continued. "And that business with Doc Evans signing the certificate, it always sounded suspicious, didn't it? Especially with Evans owing Henderson so much money back then." "Suppose so," Jed grunted noncommittally, playing his part. "Water under the bridge now, though, ain't it?" "Maybe not," Abigail mused aloud. "With Henderson, well, with what happened today, maybe Doc Evans doesn't feel so beholden anymore. Maybe his conscience will finally get the better of him." She paused, letting the idea hang in the air. "You think he'd ever tell the truth about what really happened to McCabe? Maybe write it down? Send word to the marshal?" In the outer office, the pacing stopped abruptly. Silence. Brody was listening. Jed snorted softly, a sound of feigned disbelief. "Doc Evans, growing a conscience? Nah. He's too scared of Brody, always has been. He'll keep his mouth shut tight, just like he has for 5 years. "I don't know, Jed," Abigail argued softly. "A man can only live with a secret like that for so long, especially if he thinks the sheriff might be worried about him being a loose end now. Maybe the doc figures telling the truth is his only protection." "Protection?" Jed scoffed. "Talking against Brody and Henderson? That ain't protection, that's signing your own death warrant." "Maybe," Abigail conceded, unless he's already done it? Sent a letter to the marshal secretly, told him everything, just in case something happened to him? Another heavy silence from the outer office. Abigail could almost feel Brody's mind working, considering the possibility, the added complication. A potentially talkative doctor, the only other witness to the McCabe cover-up, suddenly looking like a liability. "You're just speculating, ma'am," Jed said gruffly, concluding their carefully staged conversation. "Best get some sleep. Nothing we can do locked in here anyway." They fell silent, listening intently. After a long moment, Brody moved again. He walked back towards his desk, the footsteps slow, measured. He sat down. More silence. Then, the distinct sound of a key turning in a lock. The desk drawer? Followed by the clink of metal. Brody checking his gun? Preparing for action? Minutes crawled by. Then, Brody stood up decisively. His footsteps approached the cell bars. Abigail held her breath, bracing herself. Was he coming for them? He stopped just outside the bars, his face obscured by the darkness beyond the lamp's reach. "Stay put," he ordered, his voice flat, cold. "Don't try anything." Then, he turned and walked briskly towards the outer door. They heard the door open, then close firmly behind him. His footsteps faded down the boardwalk outside. He was gone. "He took the bait," Jed breathed, relief and tension warring in his voice. "He's going to see Evans." "Or," Abigail whispered, a new fear clutching at her, "he's going to silence Evans." They were left alone in the locked jail, the single lamp in the outer office casting long shadows, the weight of their gamble settling upon them. Had they successfully sown doubt, potentially forcing Brody into a mistake? Or had they just signed Doc Evans's death warrant and escalated the danger to themselves when Brody inevitably returned, his secrets potentially secured, his focus entirely on them? Abigail thought of the tarnished badge hidden in the ashes, Silas's final letter, the body in the mine. Secrets upon secrets, hidden graves literal and figurative. Their desperate attempt to manipulate the killer sheriff felt like shouting into a storm, hoping the echoes might somehow shift the wind. Now, locked in the dark, they could only wait, listening for Brody's returning footsteps, wondering if he would come back alone, and what fate he had decided for them in the tangled, deadly silence of the Redemption Creek night. The secrets spoken in the dark had set something in motion, but the outcome remained terrifyingly uncertain. Chapter 19. A Choice Between Two Shadows. The silence Sheriff Brody left behind was more unnerving than his menacing presence. Alone in the locked cell, the darkness pressing in, Abigail and Jed were acutely aware of their vulnerability, the audacity of their gamble, and the potentially lethal consequences if it backfired. Every distant sound, the creak of a floorboard in the empty office, the howl of the wind picking up again outside, the scurrying of a mouse within the walls, seemed magnified, ominous. "How long do you reckon he'll be gone?" Abigail whispered. Breaking the tense silence after several minutes had crawled by, Jed shifted on the cot, peering through the bars into the dimly lit outer office. "Depends," he said grimly. "Depends if he's just going to lean on the doc, scare him into keeping quiet, or if he's planning something more permanent." He shuddered slightly. Poor old Evans. If Brody thinks he's a threat... The thought was chilling. Had their desperate ploy inadvertently sentenced another man to death? The weight of that possibility felt heavy, suffocating. "We have to get out of here, Jed," Abigail insisted, urgency lending strength to her voice. "We can't just wait for him to come back. If he has silenced Evans, we'll be next." "Easier said than done, ma'am," Jed replied, his gaze sweeping the solid iron bars, the heavy lock. "This ain't no flimsy cage. Brody holds the only key." "There has to be a way," Abigail persisted, her mind racing. She scanned the small cell, her eyes probing the shadows, searching for any weakness, any possibility. The walls were solid stone, the floor, rough concrete, the cot, bolted firmly to the wall, the bars, thick iron set deep into the stone frame. The lock looked heavy, impenetrable. She got up from the cot, ignoring the cold seeping through her worn boots, and examined the lock closely through the bars. It was a standard, heavy-duty tumbler lock, common for jails of the era. Could it be picked? She had no tools, no expertise. Jed likely didn't either. Her eyes drifted to the outer office, to Brody's desk. Keys often had duplicates. Did Brody keep a spare set? Maybe in his desk drawer? She remembered the sound of him unlocking something just before he left. "Jed," she whispered excitedly, "when Brody was at his desk just before he left, I heard him unlock something. A drawer, maybe. Could he keep a spare key in there?" Jed frowned, considering it. "Maybe. Some lawmen do, but even if he does, how does that help us? We're in here. The desk is out there." Abigail looked around the cell again, desperately searching. Her gaze fell on the metal bucket in the corner, then on the thin, lumpy straw mattress on the cot. An idea sparked, wild and improbable, born of desperation. "The mattress ticking," she breathed. "It's rough cloth, but maybe we could unravel some threads, make a line?" Jed looked skeptical. "A line? To do what, fish for a key?" "Maybe," Abigail persisted. "Or maybe use it to reach something else? Something we could use to try and snag the key ring if he left it on the desk? Or maybe use to work the lock?" She knew it sounded far-fetched, like something out of a dime novel, but doing something, however improbable, felt better than passive waiting. They set to work, tearing at a seam in the rough mattress, ticking with their fingernails, pulling out long, surprisingly strong strands of coarse thread. It was slow, painstaking work in the dim light, filtering from the outer office lamp. Their fingers grew raw, but spurred by adrenaline and the fear of Brody's imminent return, they managed to gather a small bundle of threads. Jed, his calloused fingers surprisingly nimble, began twisting and braiding the threads together, fashioning a makeshift line, thin but reasonably strong. "All right," he muttered, testing the line's strength. "Got maybe 10, 12 feet of it. Now what?" Abigail peered through the bars towards the desk again. Brody hadn't taken the lamp with him. It still sat on the corner of the desk, casting its pool of light. Had he left his main key ring? She strained her eyes, trying to make out details in the shadowed clutter. Papers, an inkwell, a blotter, no obvious sign of keys. "What about reaching the lock itself?" Jed suggested, examining the heavy tumbler mechanism again. "Maybe we can fashion a hook? Trip the tumbler somehow?" They looked around the cell again, nothing remotely resembling a hook. The bucket was smooth metal. The cot frame was solid iron, bolted tight. Abigail ran her hand along the underside of the cot frame, feeling for any loose bolts, any protruding pieces of metal. Nothing. Her hand brushed against something small and hard tucked deep in the seam where the mattress met the frame. Curious, she pulled it free. It was a hairpin, a simple bent piece of wire, likely dropped or hidden by a previous occupant of the cell. "Jed," she whispered, holding it up. "Look!" Jed squinted at it. "A hairpin?" He took it from her, turning it over. "Well, might be something." He straightened the bent wire as best he could, trying to fashion a crude pick. "Read about this once," he murmured, concentrating. "Don't know if it actually works on these kind of locks, though." He knelt by the cell door, inserting the tip of the straightened hairpin into the keyhole, probing gently, listening intently. Abigail held her breath, watching him, hope warring with skepticism. Minutes passed. Jed grunted in frustration, sweat beading on his forehead despite the cell's chill. "Damn thing's stiff," he muttered. "Tumblers ain't moving easy." He kept working, twisting, probing, his breath held in concentration. Abigail could hear the faint clicks and scrapes of the wire against the metal mechanism. It sounded impossibly complex. Suddenly, a distinct click echoed in the small space, louder than the previous tentative sounds. Jed froze. He tried the hairpin again. Another click. He carefully withdrew the hairpin and gently, tentatively, pushed on the heavy cell door. It swung inward with a low, protesting groan. They stared at the open doorway, then at each other, disbelief warring with elation. It had worked. The hairpin, the dime novel trick, had actually worked. They were free, or at least free from the cell. They were still trapped in the locked sheriff's office, deep in enemy territory. "Don't just stand there," Jed hissed, grabbing his rifle and Abigail's Springfield from where they leaned against the wall. He handed the heavier rifle to Abigail. "We gotta move, now before he gets back." Abigail took the rifle, its weight familiar now, reassuring. She quickly retrieved the Colt from the bunk, checking its load, feeling a surge of renewed resolve. They weren't defenseless anymore. They crept out of the cell into the outer office, moving like shadows, every sense hyper-alert. The single lamp cast long, dancing shadows, making the familiar space seem alien and threatening. Jed immediately went to Brody's desk, keeping low. "Keys ain't here," he whispered, scanning the desktop. He tried the drawer Abigail had heard Brody unlock earlier. It was locked again. Damn. No spare key. "The door, Jed," Abigail urged, nodding towards the main office door leading outside. "Can we get out?" Jed examined the door lock. It was simpler than the cell lock, but still sturdy. "Maybe," he muttered, retrieving the hairpin he'd dropped near the cell. He set to work again, his earlier success lending confidence to his movements. Abigail stood guard, rifle ready, watching the barred window, listening intently for any sound from the street, her heart pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. This lock proved more stubborn, or perhaps Jed's luck had run out. He struggled with it, cursing softly under his breath. "It ain't budging," he finally whispered in frustration, sweat dripping from his brow. Mechanisms different, or maybe just rusted tighter. They were still trapped, free from the cell, but locked inside the sheriff's office. Brody could return at any moment. Abigail looked around the office desperately. The gun rack held 2 shotguns. Ammunition? Brody likely kept some in his desk, but the drawer was locked. The window? Barred. There had to be another way. Her gaze fell on the cold pot-bellied stove in the corner. The stovepipe went up through the ceiling, connecting to a chimney? Could they? No. Impossibly small and likely blocked. Her eyes scanned the walls again. Log construction, similar to the line cabin. Could there be another hidden compartment? A loose log? It seemed unlikely. Too coincidental. But desperation fueled improbable hopes. She began running her hands along the walls near the floor, near the ceiling, searching for any irregularity, any seam that didn't look right. Jed watched her for a moment, then seemed to understand her desperate search. He started examining the wall near the gun rack. They moved quickly, silently, their hands tracing the rough wood, tapping, listening. Here, Jed breathed suddenly, pointing to a section of wall behind Brody's desk, partially obscured by shadow. This floorboard, it's shorter than the others, and the nails look newer. They both knelt down, examining the board Jed indicated. It was indeed shorter, ending abruptly near the wall, while the adjacent boards ran underneath the desk. Using the tip of Jed's knife, they carefully pried at the edge of the short board. It lifted slightly, revealing not earth or foundation beneath, but darkness. A trapdoor? Working together, they managed to lift the short section of floorboard completely free. It revealed a dark, narrow opening, leading down into what looked like a small cellar or crawl space beneath the office. A rough ladder, little more than notched timbers, descended into the blackness. The air wafting up smelled of damp earth, mildew, and something else. Stale whiskey? A cellar? Abigail whispered, peering down. Does it lead anywhere? Maybe, Jed said, grabbing the lantern from the desk. Some old buildings had 'em for storage. Sometimes they connected to other basements, or even tunnels from way back. Smuggling routes, maybe, or just access for repairs. He held the lantern over the opening. The light penetrated only a few feet down, revealing packed earth floor, stone foundation walls, and cobwebs thick as curtains. Only one way to find out. He looked at Abigail. You first, ma'am, or me? You lead, Abigail decided. Jed knew more about old buildings, potential tunnels. She handed him her Colt revolver. Take this, too. Easier to handle down there than the rifle. Jed nodded, tucking the Colt into his belt. He slung his rifle over his back, took the lantern, and carefully started down the rickety ladder, testing each rung before putting his weight on it. He disappeared into the darkness below. Abigail waited, heart pounding, listening to his muffled movements, the scuff of his boots on the earth floor. All right, his voice echoed up after a minute. Seems solid enough. Just a storage cellar, looks like. Barrels, crates, wait. A pause, then his voice held a note of excitement. There's another opening back here. Looks like an old coal chute, maybe? Leads towards the back alley. Hope surged through Abigail. A way out. She quickly lowered the rifles down to Jed, then, taking a deep breath, swung herself onto the ladder and descended into the cold, damp blackness of the cellar. The space was low-ceilinged, cramped, smelling strongly of earth and decay, with the faint, lingering sourness of spilled liquor. Crates and barrels, dusty and forgotten, were piled against the stone foundation walls. Jed stood near the back wall, holding the lantern up to a small square opening near the ceiling, partially blocked by crumbling brickwork. Coal chute, all right, he confirmed. Goes up and out towards the alley behind the office. Bricks are loose. Think we can push through. It was their chance. Working together, using the butt of Jed's rifle and sheer brute force, they managed to dislodge the crumbling bricks, sending dust and debris showering down onto the cellar floor. The opening widened, revealing a narrow, upward-sloping shaft lined with soot-blackened brick, ending in a patch of less dark night sky. Freedom was tantalizingly close. You first, ma'am, Jed said, gesturing towards the opening. Might be a tight squeeze. Abigail nodded. Handing the Colt back to Jed, she slung the Springfield rifle onto her back and scrambled towards the opening. It was narrow, rough, scraping against her clothes, but she managed to wiggle her way up the short shaft, propelled by adrenaline and desperation. She emerged, gasping, into the cool night air of the back alley behind the sheriff's office, finding herself amidst overflowing trash barrels and discarded refuse. The alley was dark, deserted. She quickly turned and reached down to help Jed, taking the rifles as he passed them up, then grabbing his hand as he scrambled out of the chute, dusty and panting. They were out. Out of the cell, out of the office, hidden for the moment in the shadows of the alleyway. "Now what?" Abigail whispered, glancing nervously up and down the dark, refuse-strewn alley. They could hear the faint sounds of Brody's horse returning, hoofbeats slowing as he approached the front of the sheriff's office. He was back. "Split up," Jed decided instantly, his voice low and urgent. "He finds the cell empty. Finds the cellar. He'll know we escaped. He'll search the town first. We gotta get out of Redemption Creek. Now." He pressed the Colt back into Abigail's hand. "You take Onyx, ride west, hard and fast, back towards the line cabin or further if you can. Lay low. I'll create a diversion. Lead him off, maybe double back for the sorrel later if I can." "A diversion?" Abigail protested. "Jed, no, that's too dangerous. He'll hunt you down." "Maybe," Jed said grimly. "But it's our best chance. Gives you time to get clear, get somewhere safe. Maybe circle back towards the railroad later. Try that plan." His eyes met hers in the darkness, filled with a fierce, protective loyalty. "Silas trusted me to look out for things, ma'am. That includes you now. Go. Don't argue. And be careful." Before Abigail could protest further, they heard the front door of the sheriff's office slam open, followed by an enraged roar from Brody as he discovered the empty cell. Footsteps pounded inside the office. "Go!" Jed hissed, giving her a gentle push down the alley away from the office. He turned and sprinted in the opposite direction, deliberately kicking over a stack of empty crates to create noise, drawing attention towards himself. Abigail hesitated for only a fraction of a second, torn between fleeing and helping Jed, but his sacrifice would be meaningless if she were caught. Clasping the Colt, rifle bumping against her back, she forced herself to run, stumbling through the darkness of the alley, heading towards the livery stable where Onyx was tethered, praying Jed's diversion would work, praying Brody wouldn't find her first. She emerged from the alley onto a side street, heart pounding, gasping for breath. She could hear Brody shouting from the front of his office, presumably discovering the open cellar. Lights were starting to appear in nearby windows as the commotion roused the sleeping town. She needed to get to Onyx, get away, before the entire town became Brody's hunting ground. She saw the livery stable ahead, dark and silent, but standing near the corner, half hidden in the deep shadow cast by the overhanging roof, was a figure. Tall, broad-shouldered, wearing a familiar duster coat and wide-brimmed hat. Brody. He hadn't gone after Jed's diversion. He had anticipated. He knew she would head for her horse. He stood there, motionless, waiting for her, a dark silhouette against the dimly lit street, blocking her only path to escape. Abigail froze, trapped between the approaching sounds of pursuit from the alley behind her and the silent, menacing figure of the sheriff waiting ahead. She was caught between two shadows, the shadow of Jed's selfless diversion, leading towards unknown peril, and the cold, deadly shadow of Sheriff Brody, standing directly in her path, his intentions terrifyingly clear. There was nowhere left to run. Chapter 20. Cornered by truth and temptation. The world seemed to contract around Abigail, shrinking to the space between the dark alley behind her, echoing with the sounds of Jed's diversion and Brody's imminent discovery, and the silent, implacable figure of Sheriff Sam Brody standing like a gatekeeper to damnation just yards ahead. Moonlight, filtering weakly through a break in the clouds, glinted off the star on his chest, a mocking symbol of the justice he had so thoroughly perverted. His face remained obscured by shadow beneath his hat brim, but she didn't need to see his eyes to feel the weight of his stare, the cold, calculating finality of his presence. He hadn't been fooled by Jed's desperate ploy. He had anticipated her move, understood her objective, Onyx escape, and positioned himself perfectly to intercept her. Cornered. The word echoed the claustrophobia of the jail cell, the suffocating darkness of the mine shaft tomb. There was no escape route left, only confrontation. Her hand tightened instinctively around the cold butt of the Colt revolver Jed had pressed back into her palm. It felt heavy, alien, yet it was her only defense against the man who had killed and would undoubtedly kill again to protect his secrets. Could she use it? Could she raise it? Aim it? Pull the trigger against another human being, even one as guilty as Brody? The thought sent a wave of nausea through her, colder than the night air. Brody didn't move, didn't speak. He simply stood there, a steady and controlled menace, letting the silence stretch, letting her fear build. He knew he had her trapped. He held all the power, the authority, the lethal skill. He was waiting for her to break, perhaps? To surrender? To make a foolish move that would justify his inevitable response? From the direction of the sheriff's office, the sounds intensified. Brody's angry shouts, presumably directed at the empty cell, then the crash of something heavy overturning, perhaps the desk as he discovered the open cellar entrance. He knew they were out. He knew they were loose in his town, and he knew she stood before him now. Why wasn't he drawing his weapon? Why the silent waiting game? Was it confidence? Arrogance? Or something else? That flicker of ambiguity she kept sensing, the unsettling complexity beneath the killer's mask, was it surfacing even now in this final confrontation? "It's over, Miss Conway," Brody said finally, his voice low and steady, carrying easily in the unnatural quiet of the street. It wasn't a shout, not a threat, just a statement of fact, chilling in its calm certainty. There's nowhere left to run. Abigail forced herself to stand straighter, to meet the shadowed place where his eyes would be. Her heart hammered against her ribs, but she refused to cower. "What do you want, Sheriff?" she asked, her voice trembling only slightly. "To lock me up again, or is this where you finish it? Like you finished Silas, like you finished McCabe?" She saw him flinch almost imperceptibly at the mention of McCabe's name. He hadn't expected her to know that secret, the older, deeper betrayal. The revelation seemed to momentarily disrupt his composure. "You found the letter," he stated, his voice hardening, losing its earlier calm. "In the line cabin. Silas, always too clever for his own good." "He left the truth behind," Abigail countered, emboldened slightly by his reaction. "He knew what you were, what you did." "He knew nothing for certain," Brody snapped back, taking a half-step closer. "Just suspicions. Wouldn't have been enough." "Maybe not," Abigail conceded, "but we found more. We found where you put him, Brody, in that old mine shaft." The words felt like stones torn from her throat, heavy, ugly. "We saw the proof. The blood, his cufflink." She saw his hand twitch towards his gun again at the mention of the physical evidence. "And we found the name etched on the wall, your name." A tense silence descended again. Brody stood motionless, absorbing the extent of her knowledge. She had the letter about McCabe, the ledger accusing him regarding Silas, though he didn't know she knew about that hiding place, and now knowledge of the body's location and the damning inscription. She and Jed held all the pieces, all the proof needed to destroy him, if they could only get it to the right people, which was precisely why he couldn't let them live. "Jed Harper," Brody said, his voice dangerously soft again. "Where is he?" "Gus," Abigail lied, praying Jed had made it clear, praying Brody wouldn't find him easily. "He created a diversion so I could get away. You won't find him." Brody seemed to consider this, his head tilted slightly. "Maybe," he conceded, "but I found you. And right now, Miss Conway, you're the one holding the key." He didn't mean the jail key. He meant the knowledge. He took another step closer, emerging slightly from the deepest shadow. Abigail could see his face more clearly now in the intermittent moonlight. The lines seemed deeper, etched by strain and lack of sleep. His eyes, when they met hers, held not just coldness but a profound weariness, a hint of desperation. The situation with Henderson, the escape, the revealed secrets, it was all unraveling, pushing him into a corner just as surely as he had cornered her. "What happens now, Sheriff?" Abigail asked, forcing herself to hold his gaze, the Colt still heavy, useless in her hand. "That depends," Brody said slowly, his gaze intense, searching her face. "Depends on what you choose." "Choose?" she echoed, confused. "What choice do I have?" "You have knowledge," Brody stated. "Knowledge that could destroy me. Knowledge that could tear this town apart." He paused, letting the weight of his words sink in. "Or you could choose differently." Abigail stared at him, uncomprehending at first. What was he suggesting? A deal? Was he trying to bribe her? Buy her silence? After confessing to murder? "What are you saying?" she whispered, incredulous. Brody took another step, closing the distance between them until only a few feet separated them, close enough that she could smell the faint scent of rain on his duster, the underlying notes of coffee and leather, close enough to feel the dangerous energy radiating from him. "Henderson is dead," Brody stated flatly. "Or dying." The message was clear. Either way, he's finished. The power dynamic in this valley just shifted dramatically. He paused, his eyes holding hers captive. "The C-bar is weakened, likely leaderless soon. The land dispute, it becomes irrelevant. Silas's claim," he hesitated almost imperceptibly, or rather his heir's claim, "will likely stand unchallenged now." His heir? He meant her. Silas's mail-order fiancée, the woman who stood to inherit the vast SC ranch now that its owner was confirmed dead and his main rival incapacitated. The implication hung heavy in the air. "What are you proposing, Sheriff?" Abigail asked, her voice barely audible, her mind struggling to grasp the sudden, shocking shift in his approach. "A truce," Brody said, his voice low, intense. "A practical arrangement. You have information that could ruin me. I have the power to make your life here difficult or impossible." He let that sink in. "Or," he continued, his voice dropping further, becoming almost intimate, dangerously persuasive, "we could find a different path." Abigail felt a tremor run through her, a mixture of fear, revulsion, and a deeply unsettling flicker of something else. Temptation, morbid curiosity. The sheer audacity of his proposal, standing there with the blood of Silas and McCabe figuratively on his hands, offering her a deal based on shared secrets and mutual advantage, was staggering. "A different path?" she echoed numbly. "Think about it, Miss Conway," Brody urged, his gaze unwavering. "You came here seeking a future security. Silas offered it, but circumstances intervened." A gross understatement. Now Henderson is gone. The SC Ranch, a prosperous holding, could be yours. You could have the life you came here for. Wealth, position, independence, a fresh start. "A life built on lies?" Abigail choked out, horrified. "On your crimes?" "Life out here is built on compromises, Miss Conway," Brody countered smoothly, his voice regaining some of its earlier confidence, sensing perhaps a crack in her revulsion. "On hard choices. Everyone has secrets. Everyone has things they'd rather keep buried." His eyes seemed to bore into hers, hinting at a shared understanding, a shared burden of hidden truths. "You think Silas was a saint? You found Eleanor's letters, didn't you? Everyone carries scars." He was trying to normalize his monstrous actions, equate his murders with past heartbreaks, trying to draw her into a gray world where morality was fluid, negotiable, trying to tempt her with the very thing she had journeyed west to find: security, a home, a future. And worse, a treacherous part of her, the part exhausted by fear and uncertainty, the part that still felt that unwilling pull towards his dark charisma, felt a momentary, shameful flicker of consideration. The ranch, independence, an end to running, hiding, fearing for her life. She could almost picture it. Abigail Conway, mistress of the SC Ranch, a respected figure in Redemption Creek, and Sheriff Brody, the capable lawman, Perhaps her ally, perhaps more? The thought was sickening, a grotesque betrayal of Silas, of Jed, of everything decent. Yet the image persisted for a fleeting, terrifying moment, a glimpse into a potential future built on a foundation of unimaginable darkness. "How?" she whispered, not because she was truly considering it, but needing to understand the depths of his proposition, the shape of the temptation he dangled. How could that possibly work? The truth. McCabe? Silas? The truth is what people believe, Brody said softly, leaning slightly closer. The proximity was unnerving, magnetic. McCabe died of heart failure years ago. Tragic, but undisputed, thanks to Doc Evans, who will remain silent, especially now Henderson can't hold his debts over him. He paused. Silas Croft disappeared tragically, maybe killed by Henderson's men seeking revenge for old grudges before Henderson himself met his fate. Or perhaps he simply rode off, unable to face his responsibilities, his new bride. Brody's eyes held a challenge. Who's to say otherwise? Jed Harper? An old foreman with a grudge, easily discredited. You? A distraught woman, perhaps confused by grief? He was offering her a narrative, a lie they could both live with, benefit from. He would control the investigation into Silas's disappearance, steering it towards Henderson, now conveniently silenced himself, or towards simple abandonment. He would ensure her claim to the ranch was recognized. In return, her silence, her complicity. And the body? Abigail whispered, the image from the mine shaft vivid in her mind. The ledger? The badge? Evidence can disappear, Brody said simply, his voice dropping to a near whisper. Things get lost. Fires happen. Memories fade. He looked directly into her eyes, a silent promise or threat passing between them. The mine shaft, it can remain sealed, forgotten, a hidden grave among many in these hills. He reached out, his gloved hand hovering just inches from her arm, a gesture that could have been comforting or controlling. We keep each other's secrets, Miss Conway. We survive. We even prosper. The air crackled between them. Fear warred with a dizzying, horrifying temptation. The path he offered was dark, treacherous, built on lies and blood, yet it led to survival, security, the very things she craved. The alternative path, pursuing justice, exposing Brody, seemed almost suicidal, leading only to more danger, more uncertainty, likely death. She looked into his eyes, searching for the truth behind the proposition. Was this genuine? A desperate man seeking an unlikely ally, offering a share in his ill-gotten security? Or was it simply another manipulation, a way to lower her guard, gain her trust, perhaps retrieve the hidden evidence before silencing her permanently once she had served her purpose? Trusting him felt like trusting a rattlesnake not to strike. Yet the weariness in his eyes, the lines of strain, he looked like a man pushed to his limits, gambling everything on one last desperate throw. Maybe, just maybe, he saw her not just as a threat, but as a potential partner in survival, someone intelligent and resilient enough to understand the brutal calculus of the frontier. Her heart pounded. Her mind raced. Two shadows stretched before her. One led towards a life of security and prosperity, draped in lies and stained with blood, forever bound to this dangerous, compromised man. The other led towards an uncertain, likely violent confrontation with truth and justice, potentially costing her life, but preserving her soul. Jed's face flashed in her mind, his loyalty, his grief, his determination for justice. Silas's face, his kind eyes, his hope for a shared future, his desperate plea for the truth to be known. McCabe's tarnished star, symbol of stolen honor. Could she live with herself, knowing the truth, accepting Brody's blood-soaked compromise? Could she stand on Silas's land, sleep in his house, knowing his body lay rotting in a forgotten mine shaft, his killer walking free, perhaps even standing beside her? No. The revulsion finally, decisively, overwhelmed the flicker of temptation. The price was too high. Her soul wasn't worth a ranch, wasn't worth security bought with silence and complicity. She took a shaky step back, away from Brody's proximity, away from the dark allure of his offer. She raised her chin, meeting his intense gaze, the Colt still heavy in her hand, though she made no move to lift it. "No, Sheriff," she said, her voice low but clear, vibrating with newfound, hard-won resolve. "There will be no truce, no arrangement." She saw his eyes narrow, the brief flicker of hope or calculation extinguished, replaced by cold resignation, perhaps even a grudging respect for her choice, foolish though he might deem it. The truth about Silas, about McCabe, it will come out, one way or another. Brody held her gaze for another long moment, the silence stretching, pregnant with unspoken consequences. The dance was over. The choice was made. He had offered her a path through the shadows, a temptation woven from fear and desire, and she had refused it. Now only the confrontation remained. "A pity," Brody said softly, the word hanging like a death sentence in the cold night air. His hand finally, decisively, closed around the butt of his peacemaker. "I guess this is where it ends then." Chapter 21. The Reckoning at Bitter Creek. The space between Brody's final, chilling words, "I guess this is where it ends then," and the blur of his hand streaking towards his peacemaker was a void where time ceased to exist. Abigail reacted not with thought, but with raw, primal instinct, a gasp tearing from her throat as she stumbled backwards, throwing herself sideways just as the roar of Brody's gun shattered the night air. Splinters exploded from the wooden wall of the livery stable where her head had been a fraction of a second before. The sound of the shot, shockingly loud in the confined street, echoed off the silent buildings. She landed hard on the dusty ground, the impact knocking the wind from her lungs, the heavy Springfield rifle slung on her back digging painfully into her spine. The Colt revolver flew from her grasp, skittering away into the shadows near the water trough. Disarmed. Defenseless. Brody cursed, taking a step forward, his own gun already leveling for a second, more carefully aimed shot. Terror, cold and absolute, flooded Abigail. This was it. He wouldn't miss again. But in that split second, another sound ripped through the night. Not a gunshot, but a frantic, high-pitched yell from the direction Jed had fled down the alley, followed by the distinct crash of breaking glass, likely the window of the saloon or mercantile. "Fire! Fire!" Jed's voice bellowed, raw and desperate. "The saloon's on fire!" The cry, the impossible claim, was enough. Brody hesitated, his aim faltering for a crucial instant, his head instinctively turning towards the source of the commotion, towards the heart of the town he ostensibly protected. Fire was a death sentence in these dry wooden settlements. Even amidst his own murderous intent, the ingrained duty, or perhaps just the potential chaos disrupting his plans, made him pause. It was the only chance Abigail would get. Scrambling on all fours like a terrified animal, ignoring the sharp pain in her side from the fall, she surged towards the deeper shadows pooling between the livery and the adjacent building, the assay office. Brody, realizing his mistake, his attention snapping back to her, fired again. The bullet whined past her ear, ricocheting off the stone foundation of the assayer's building with a sharp crack. She didn't look back. Plunging into the narrow gap between the buildings, she ran, her breath sobbing in her chest, fueled by sheer adrenaline. The alleyway behind the buildings offered a confusing maze of trash barrels, stacked firewood, and overflowing privies. She stumbled through the darkness, guided only by instinct, away from the sounds of Brody's pursuit, which began almost immediately, his heavy boots pounding on the boardwalk, then crunching on the gritty earth of the alleyway. "Conway!" His voice, tight with fury, echoed behind her. "You can't hide!" She ignored him, forcing her legs to move faster, her lungs burning. Where could she go? Not back towards the sheriff's office. Not towards the main street where lights were now blooming in windows as Jed's false alarm roused the townsfolk. She needed cover, space, maybe a different weapon if she could find one. Her eyes scanned the dark shapes. The back door of the mercantile? Likely locked. The saloon? Too many people. Too much chaos. Brody wouldn't hesitate to follow her in. The creek. Bitter Creek wound its way around the southern edge of town, carving a shallow channel through the prairie, its banks lined with willows, rocks, and shadowed, undercut banks. It offered cover, uneven terrain, the confusing sound of water potentially masking her movements. It felt like her only option. Veering sharply left, she scrambled over a low fence separating the back lots from the open ground leading towards the creek. Behind her, she heard Brody curse again as he presumably navigated the same obstacle. He was relentless, surprisingly fast for a man his size, driven by the desperate need to silence her before Jed's diversion, or Henderson's demise, or the hidden evidence could expose him completely. The ground sloped downwards towards the creek. Moonlight, stronger now as the clouds thinned, silvered the landscape, making the scattered rocks and clumps of brush stand out in stark relief, offering both potential cover and treacherous obstacles. Abigail ran awkwardly, hampered by her long skirt, the heavy rifle bumping against her back. She could hear Brody gaining on her, his breathing harsh in the cold air. She reached the creek bank, a drop of several feet, to the shallow, fast-moving water below. Without hesitating, she slid down the muddy bank, landing with a splash in the icy water that shocked the breath from her body. The cold was brutal, instantly numbing her feet and soaking the hem of her dress, dragging at her with surprising force. She pushed forward, stumbling on the slick, unseen rocks of the creek bed, the sound of the rushing water loud in her ears. She glanced back. Brody stood silhouetted on the bank above her, rifle raised now, scanning the moonlit water. He hadn't followed her in immediately, perhaps wary of the uncertain footing, the potential ambush. "Give it up, Conway," he yelled, his voice echoing strangely over the gurgle of the creek. "There's nowhere to go. Make it easy on yourself." Easy? Like Silas? Like McCabe? Fury, cold and sharp, momentarily cut through her fear. She wouldn't make it easy. She scrambled towards the opposite bank, seeking the deeper shadows beneath an undercut section where tangled willow roots offered a semblance of cover. The water swirled around her waist, icy fingers clutching at her, threatening to pull her off her feet. She reached the far bank, clawing her way up the slippery mud, collapsing behind the tangle of roots just as Brody fired his rifle. The bullet smacked into the mud bank inches from her head, sending clods of wet earth showering down. He knew where she was. She fumbled with the Springfield rifle, pulling it from her back, her fingers numb and clumsy with cold. It felt heavier than ever, unwieldy. Could she even load it, aim it in this state? She checked the breech. Jed must have left it loaded. Thank God for Jed. Peering cautiously through the screen of willow roots, she saw Brody making his way down the bank, moving with surprising agility, his own rifle held ready. He entered the creek, moving upstream slightly, using the rocks for cover, clearly intending to flank her position. It was cat and mouse now, played out in the cold, moonlit waters of Bitter Creek. Abigail shifted her position slightly, trying to get a clearer line of sight, trying to anticipate his move. The creek wasn't wide, perhaps 20 feet across at this point, but the fast-flowing water, the scattered boulders, and the deep shadows created a confusing, dangerous battlefield. She saw him again, a dark shape moving between two large rocks midstream. He was closer now, maybe 30 yards away. He raised his rifle, aiming towards her hiding place. Abigail ducked instinctively as the gun roared again, the bullet thudding harmlessly into the thick root mass above her. She had to move. He had her pinned down. Waiting here meant certain death. Taking a deep breath, she pushed herself away from the bank, plunging back into the deeper, faster current of the creek, letting it carry her downstream a few yards before scrambling towards another cluster of rocks near the center of the channel. The icy water felt like a physical blow, stealing her breath, but the movement offered temporary escape. She crouched behind the rocks, shivering violently, water streaming from her hair and clothes, the heavy rifle clutched tightly. She risked a peek. Brody was moving again, following her downstream, relentless, patient, like a predator stalking its prey. He knew he had the advantage. Skill, experience, ruthlessness. He probably thought she was just a terrified woman, cornered, waiting for the inevitable. And perhaps she was terrified, but she was also angry. Angry for Silas, for McCabe, for Jed, who was risking his life for her, for herself and the future that had been stolen and twisted into this nightmare. That anger began to burn away the edges of her fear, hardening into a cold, desperate resolve. She wouldn't die here, cowering behind a rock. She waited until Brody moved again, stepping out from behind cover to cross a shallow, moonlit section of the creek. Bracing the heavy Springfield against the rock, ignoring the trembling in her arms, Abigail took aim as best she could at the dark shape of his torso and squeezed the trigger. The rifle bucked hard against her shoulder, the report deafeningly loud, echoing off the unseen canyon walls upstream. Brody stumbled, crying out, not in pain but surprise and anger, as the bullet kicked up water and stone chips just inches from his feet. She had missed, but she had fired back. She wasn't passive prey anymore. The shot seemed to galvanize Brody. He dropped low behind a large boulder, returning fire almost instantly. His shot went wide, but it forced Abigail to duck again, pressing herself against the cold, wet stone. Gunsmoke drifted over the water, acrid and sharp in the cold air. A deadly stalemate. He knew where she was. She knew roughly where he was. Neither could advance without exposing themselves to potentially lethal fire. The cold was seeping deeper into Abigail's bones, her limbs growing stiff, her fingers losing feeling. She couldn't stay here indefinitely. Brody, fueled by desperation and likely more accustomed to harsh conditions, could probably outweight her. She needed to change the equation. Looking around frantically, her eyes scanned the creek banks, the rocks, the water itself. The current was strong here, swirling around the rocks she hid behind. An idea sparked. Desperate, risky. She carefully, slowly eased the heavy rifle off the rock, keeping her head down. Then, taking another deep breath, she pushed herself away from the rocks again, not trying to swim or wade this time, but letting the current take her, rolling, tumbling downstream in the icy water, trying to present as small and unpredictable a target as possible. Brody fired again as soon as she moved, the bullet splashing harmlessly in the water where she had been moments before. He cursed loudly, realizing she was moving again. The current carried her swiftly, bumping her against submerged rocks, soaking her completely, the cold stealing the last of her strength. She tumbled downstream perhaps 20 yards before managing to gain purchase on the slippery creek bottom near the bank she had started from, finding herself near another cluster of rocks and a thick patch of cattails. She dragged herself behind the flimsy cover, gasping, shivering so violently her teeth chattered uncontrollably. The rifle felt like it weighed a ton, its wooden stock slick with icy water. She risked peering through the cattails. Brody was moving again, cautiously making his way downstream along the opposite bank, his silhouette stark against the moonlit prairie beyond the creek bed. He hadn't spotted her new position yet. He was scanning the rocks where she had last taken cover. This was her chance. Maybe her only chance. Her hands were almost too numb to function, but she forced her fingers to find the trigger guard, to brace the heavy rifle against a half-submerged rock. She tried to steady her breathing, tried to control the violent shivering racking her body. Aiming was almost impossible. Her vision blurred by cold and exhaustion, the target a dark shape moving against a slightly less dark background. She thought of Silas's kind eyes, of McCabe's stolen star, of Jed's loyalty. She thought of Brody's cold confession, his offer of a poisoned future. This wasn't just about survival anymore. It was about justice, about ending the reign of fear that gripped Redemption Creek. Brody stopped, raising his rifle again, perhaps having spotted a flicker of movement, perhaps just taking aim at her previous position as a precaution. He stood exposed for a fraction of a second, side on, moonlight catching the tarnished star on his chest. Abigail fired. This time, the heavy rifle felt steadier, her resolve momentarily overcoming the cold and fear. The roar of the gun echoed, followed instantly by a choked cry from Brody. He staggered, clutching at his chest, his rifle clattering onto the rocks at his feet. He took another stumbling step, then collapsed heavily, face down, into the shallow, rushing water near the bank. Silence descended, broken only by the relentless murmur of Bitter Creek and the ragged gasping of Abigail's own breath. Was he... She remained frozen behind the cattails, rifle still raised, watching the dark shape lying motionless in the water. Was it a trick? Was he feigning injury, waiting for her to expose herself? Minutes passed. Brody didn't move. The water swirled around his unmoving form, tugging gently at his duster coat. A dark stain began to spread slowly in the moonlit water near his chest. Slowly, cautiously, Abigail lowered the rifle. Reaction set in, a violent wave of trembling, nausea, and disbelief. She had done it. She had shot Sheriff Brody. Killed him? Likely. The thought was horrifying, sickening, yet mingled with a fierce, undeniable surge of relief, of grim triumph. She didn't know how long she stayed there, huddled behind the cattails, shivering, watching the unmoving form in the water. Eventually, the cold and the need to know for certain forced her to move. Pushing herself stiffly to her feet, using the rifle as a crutch, she waded cautiously across the creek towards where Brody lay. He was unquestionably dead. His eyes stared blankly up through the shallow water at the indifferent moon, his face pale and still. The star on his chest was partially submerged, tarnished not just by time, but now, finally, by the truth of the man who wore it. Abigail looked down at him, not with hatred, not with satisfaction, but with a profound, weary sadness. Sadness for Silas, for McCabe, for the waste and betrayal his ambition had caused. Sadness even for the spark of competence, the hint of complexity she had sometimes glimpsed within him, now extinguished forever in the cold waters of Bitter Creek. She was alive. He was dead. The reckoning had come. Suddenly she heard hoofbeats approaching rapidly from the direction of town, accompanied by shouts. Jed? Or townsfolk drawn by the gunfire? She quickly retrieved Brody's fallen rifle and his peacemaker from its holster, not wanting them to fall into the wrong hands. Then, exhausted, freezing, but strangely calm now, she turned away from the body in the creek and waited on the bank, rifle held loosely at her side, ready to face whatever or whoever came next. The storm had broken, leaving devastation in its wake, but beneath the clearing clouds, a fragile, uncertain dawn was finally beginning to break over Redemption Creek. Chapter 22. Where Love and Justice Collide. The murmur of Bitter Creek seemed unnaturally loud in the sudden, profound silence following the gunshot's echo. Abigail stood on the muddy bank, shivering uncontrollably, the heavy Springfield rifle clutched in her numb hands, its barrel still warm. Across the shallow, moonlit water, Sheriff Sam Brody lay motionless, face down, his lifeblood staining the creek that shared its name with the bitterness of his betrayals. The star, pinned askew on his chest, gleamed wetly, a tarnished mockery of the authority he had so ruthlessly abused. She had done it. The realization settled into her bones with the penetrating cold of the creek water still soaking her skirts. She, Abigail Conway, the hopeful mail-order bride, had faced down and killed the man who murdered her intended, the man who had likely murdered his predecessor, the man who held Redemption Creek in a grip of fear and corruption. There was no triumph in the thought, only a vast, hollow weariness and the sickening recoil of having taken a human life. Justice had been served, perhaps, but its instrument had been violence, its cost measured in blood, staining the indifferent stones of the creek bed. The sound of approaching hoofbeats, frantic and uneven, pulled her from her shocked trance. Jed? Or townsfolk roused by the shots? She tightened her grip on the rifle, retrieving Brody's fallen weapons as well, his peacemaker and the repeating rifle, her movements stiff with cold and exhaustion. She wouldn't let these fall into the wrong hands. She waited, a solitary, dripping figure on the bank, the moon casting long, eerie shadows around her. A rider burst from the trees lining the creek bank further upstream, galloping recklessly towards her. It was Jed, his face pale and frantic in the moonlight, the sorrel horse heaving beneath him. He must have heard the shots, doubled back from his diversion. "Abigail!" he yelled, his voice hoarse with fear as he spotted her standing near the water's edge. He reined in sharply, throwing the sorrel back on its haunches, nearly unseating himself in his haste. He scanned her figure wildly. "Are you hurt? What happened? I heard shots." "I'm all right, Jed," Abigail managed, her voice sounding thin, distant even to her own ears. "Just cold." She gestured numbly with the rifle towards the figure in the water. "Brody!" Jed's eyes followed her gesture. He stared at the unmoving form, comprehension dawning slowly, followed by utter disbelief, then a profound, staggering relief that seemed to drain the tension from his wiry frame. He swung down from his horse, stumbling slightly as he landed, and approached the creek bank, peering down at the dead sheriff. He came after you," Jed breathed, looking back at Abigail, his eyes wide with a mixture of horror at her proximity to death and fierce pride in her survival. "And you?" Abigail nodded mutely, unable to put words to the final, desperate moments of the firefight. Jed didn't press. He looked back at Brody, his expression hardening into grim satisfaction. "Good," he said softly, fiercely. "Good riddance." He spat into the creek near the body, a gesture of final contempt. More sounds reached them now. Shouts from the direction of town, the glow of lanterns bobbing as people cautiously approached, drawn by Jed's false alarm of fire, then the undeniable reports of gunfire echoing from the creek. "Folks coming," Jed said urgently, his attention snapping back to their immediate situation. They need to understand what happened here." He looked at Abigail, his gaze steady despite the surrounding chaos. "You ready for this, ma'am?" Was she? Ready to face the town, explain the dead sheriff at her feet, unveil the layers of corruption and murder she and Jed had uncovered? She was exhausted, freezing, still reeling from the violence, but the resolve that had carried her through the confrontation held firm. "Yes, Jed," she said, meeting his gaze. "It's time the truth came out." The first townsfolk to arrive were hesitant, fearful, lanterns held high, peering into the moonlit scene with wide, uncertain eyes. Ben Carver from the livery was among them, his face etched with worry. Mr. Peterson, the mercantile owner, hovered nervously at the back, clutching his coat tightly around his thin frame. A few rough-looking men Abigail recognized from the saloon stared, mouths agape. They saw Abigail, soaked and shivering, holding 2 rifles. They saw Jed, grim-faced and protective beside her, and they saw the body of Sheriff Sam Brody lying face down in Bitter Creek. A collective gasp went through the small crowd. Whispers erupted, questions flying through the cold night air. "What happened?" Carver called out, taking a cautious step forward. "Miss Conway? Jed, is that the sheriff?" "It is," Jed answered, his voice ringing out clearly, silencing the whispers. "Or it was." He stepped forward slightly, positioning himself protectively beside Abigail. "Sheriff Brody won't be troubling this town no more." What do you mean?" Peterson stammered, shrinking back. He came after Miss Conway here," Jed stated plainly, his gaze sweeping the assembled faces, challenging any doubt. "Tried to kill her down by the livery. She defended herself." He gestured towards the body in the water. This was the result. A stunned silence followed his words. The idea of the sheriff trying to murder the newcomer, the mail-order bride, was shocking, almost unbelievable. Yet the evidence lay before them. The dead sheriff, the armed woman who looked more like a victim than an aggressor. "But why?" Carver asked, voicing the question on everyone's mind. "Why would the sheriff try to kill her?" "Because she knew too much," Abigail spoke up, her voice clearer now, steadier, fueled by the need to finally expose the truth. "Because we knew too much. About him, about what he did to Silas Croft, and about what he did to Sheriff McCabe 5 years ago." Another wave of shocked murmurs rippled through the crowd at the mention of the long-dead sheriff. Eyes widened. People exchanged uneasy glances. Old, half-forgotten suspicions perhaps resurfaced. "McCabe?" someone whispered from the back. "What's McCabe got to do with this?" "Everything," Jed said grimly. "Brody didn't just betray Silas Croft. He likely murdered Sheriff McCabe to take his star, with Doc Evans helping him cover it up. Silas suspected it, wrote it down before Brody silenced him too." This was the moment, the unveiling. Abigail knew they needed the proof, tangible items to back up their incredible claims. "Jed," she said quietly, "the evidence. We need to show them." Understanding flashed between them. While Abigail remained by the creek, holding the crowd's attention, recounting the discovery in the mine, the name etched on the wall, the confrontation at the line cabin, Jed slipped away. He rode Onyx hard back towards the SC ranch, knowing exactly where to look in the study bookcase. Meanwhile, Ben Carver, his face pale but resolute, perhaps sensing the tide turning against the dead sheriff he may never have fully trusted, volunteered 2 sturdy men to carefully retrieve Brody's body from the creek, laying it respectfully, yet grimly, on the muddy bank. Someone else, Peterson perhaps, nervously removed the tarnished star from Brody's vest, holding it uncertainly, as if unsure what it now represented. By the time Jed returned, carrying the oilskin package containing the original land grants and Eleanor's letters, the crowd had swelled. More lanterns bobbed, casting flickering light on anxious, uncertain faces. Word had spread like wildfire. The sheriff was dead, killed by the mail-order bride, and incredible accusations were flying. Jed quickly rode to the line cabin, retrieving the tin box from the stove ashes, then to the ranch barn, recovering the ledger from beneath the feed sacks. He rejoined Abigail, now standing near the sheriff's office where the crowd had migrated, the body having been moved there as well, laid out on the boardwalk under a rough blanket. In the tense, expectant silence, beneath the flickering lantern light, Abigail and Jed laid out their evidence on the dusty boardwalk outside the office door. The ledger, open to Silas's accusation, the tin box containing McCabe's tarnished star, the bribe money, and Silas's final devastating letter detailing Brody's suspected first murder. The original land grant papers, proving Silas's rightful claim and Henderson's motive. Silas's cufflink and the spent cartridge casing found on the ridge. One by one, townsfolk pressed forward cautiously to look, their faces illuminated by lantern glow, shifting from disbelief to dawning horror as they examined the tangible proof of their sheriff's long-hidden betrayals. Whispers turned to angry murmurs. Men who had perhaps owed Brody loyalty or feared him now looked shaken, uncertain. Just as the weight of the evidence seemed to settle over the crowd, another figure emerged from the darkness, Doc Evans. He looked pale, haggard, his hands trembling slightly. He had clearly heard the commotion. Perhaps even Brody's earlier visit had rattled him more than they knew. He pushed his way through the crowd, his eyes fixed on McCabe's tarnished star lying glinting beside Silas's letter. "It's true," Doc Evans said, his voice hoarse but carrying in the sudden hush. "Everything Silas wrote about McCabe, it's true." He didn't look at the crowd, couldn't meet their eyes. He stared only at the badge. Brody found him, claimed it was heart failure. I was in deep to Henderson. Brody promised Henderson would clear my debts if I signed the certificate, kept quiet. I was weak. Scared. Tears streamed down his wrinkled face. "God forgive me, I let him get away with it. Let him wear McCabe's star all these years." The doctor's confession, broken and remorseful, was the final damning piece. The truth, raw and ugly, lay exposed under the cold moonlight. The sheriff they had known, respected, or feared was a murderer twice over, a puppet master pulling strings of debt and intimidation, finally brought down not by formal law, but by the courage of a grieving fiancé and a loyal foreman. What followed was a strange mixture of grief, anger, and bewildered uncertainty. News arrived confirming Henderson had indeed died from his fall at the quarry. Whether a genuine accident in his haste or agitation after hearing rumors, or something arranged by Brody before their confrontation, no one would likely ever know. for sure. With both Brody and Henderson gone, the twin pillars of fear and corruption that had dominated Redemption Creek had crumbled overnight. A rough consensus emerged from the stunned townsfolk. Someone needed to ride for the marshal in Junction City, make an official report, bring formal law back to the reeling town. Ben Carver volunteered, accepting the responsibility with grim determination. Abigail provided him with Silas's letters, the ledger, McCabe's badge, the evidence to corroborate the story. And what of Abigail? As the initial shock subsided, the mood of the crowd towards her shifted. Suspicion was replaced by a grudging respect, sympathy, even awe. She had faced down the corrupt sheriff, survived, and brought the truth to light. She was no longer the phantom bride, the suspicious outsider. She was the woman who had cleansed Redemption Creek, albeit through violence born of desperation. Implicitly, her connection to Silas Croft, the man whose legacy Brody and Henderson had tried to erase, granted her a place. With Henderson gone, the SC Ranch, Silas's vast holdings, were now by default hers to claim, should she choose. The townsfolk seemed to accept this, perhaps seeing it as a form of rough justice, a restoration after the betrayal. As dawn painted the eastern sky in bruised shades of purple and gray, casting long shadows across the weary faces in the street, Abigail stood apart, watching Ben Carver ride out towards Junction City. Jed stood quietly beside her, a silent presence offering support without intrusion. She felt empty, exhausted to her very soul. The adrenaline had faded, leaving behind the bone-deep chill, the tremor in her hands, the haunting memory of Brody's face as he fell into the creek. Justice had collided with love. Her burgeoning respect and sympathy for the man Silas had been, her love for the dream of a future he represented, her growing commitment to seeking the truth for him, and the collision had been brutal, bloody, final. "What now, Miss Conway?" Jed asked softly, his voice rough with fatigue. "The ranch. It's likely yours, if you want it. Folks here, they owe you." Abigail looked around at the raw, dusty town, at the faces of the people slowly dispersing, trying to process the night's revelations, trying to imagine a future without Brody's shadow looming over them. She looked west, towards the vast, rolling prairie where the SC Ranch lay silent, waiting. It was the future she had traveled thousands of miles for, offered by Silas, now available to her through violence and tragedy. Could she stay? Could she build a life here, on land haunted by Silas's memory, in a town scarred by betrayal, knowing her own hands were not entirely clean? The thought of the quiet ranch house, the prairie rose quilt, the volume of poetry, tokens of Silas's hope, called to her, a promise of peace after the storm. But the emptiness, the trauma, the knowledge of what lay buried in the hills and in the town's history felt like an insurmountable weight. She met Jed's steady gaze. His eyes held understanding, patience. He wasn't pushing her, merely acknowledging the choice that lay before her. "I don't know, Jed," she whispered honestly, the uncertainty vast as the landscape stretching before them. "I truly don't know." The reckoning at Bitter Creek was over. The immediate threats were gone. Justice of a raw frontier kind had been served, but the collision had left deep scars, tangled loyalties exposed, future paths shrouded in doubt. For Abigail Conway, the storm had passed, but the quiet aftermath held its own complex challenges, its own choices between shadow and light, demanding a different kind of courage now, the courage to decide where and how to begin again. Epilogue. Dust settles on the prairie. Spring came cautiously to the high prairie surrounding Redemption Creek that year, as if hesitant to intrude upon a landscape still breathing out the harshness of the preceding winter and the colder chill of human violence. The snows receded slowly from the north-facing slopes of the distant hills, feeding Bitter Creek until it ran high and turbulent for a time, washing away the last physical traces of Sheriff Brody's blood from its stones. Though the memory lingered, an indelible stain on the town's collective consciousness, Delicate wildflowers, tentative splashes of blue and yellow and shy white, began to push through the thawing earth, defying the persistent wind that still carried a mournful edge as it swept across the vast, open country. At the SC Ranch, miles out from the nervous quiet of the town, Abigail Conway stood on the wide porch of the house Silas Croft had built, watching the pale light of dawn spill across the immense sky. Months had passed since that terrible night at Bitter Creek, months measured in the slow rhythm of ranch chores, the changing seasons, and the even slower process of internal healing. The air this morning was crisp, clean, smelling of damp earth, new grass, and the faint, comforting scent of wood smoke curling from the chimney behind her. Smoke from a fire she had built in the hearth that had once awaited her arrival under such different, hopeful circumstances. She drew her shawl tighter around her shoulders, a serviceable wool garment bought from Peterson's Mercantile, practical rather than fashionable, much like the woman she was becoming. The raw terror of those days had receded, leaving behind a different kind of weight, a profound weariness, an intimate understanding of the fragility of life and the high cost of justice on the frontier. The nightmares still came sometimes, filled with the stench of decay from the mine shaft, the roar of gunfire by the creek, the chilling emptiness in Brody's eyes as he fell. But they were less frequent now, intrusions rather than constant companions. The ranch was quiet, save for the lowing of cattle in the near pasture and the contented snort of Onyx, the black mare, from the corral near the barn. Jed Harper, his loyalty unwavering, his presence a quiet source of strength and shared memory, had already ridden out to check the farther fence lines, a task he undertook with the same diligence he had shown Silas. Their relationship had settled into one of deep, unspoken understanding. They rarely discussed the events directly, the horror of the mine, the confrontation with Brody, but the shared experience formed an invisible, unbreakable bond between the mail-order bride who had inherited a legacy of violence and the aging foreman who had lost a boss and a friend but found a new, unexpected purpose. Jed ran the ranch operations with quiet competence, consulting Abigail on major decisions, treating her not as a helpless woman but as the rightful mistress of the SC, a position she was slowly, hesitantly beginning to inhabit. Redemption. Creek itself was breathing again, though its respiration was shallow, cautious. The marshal from Junction City had come, listened grimly to the testimonies, Abigail's clear recounting, Jed's corroboration, Doc Evans' tearful, shame-faced confession regarding McCabe, and examined the evidence laid bare. The letters, the ledger, the tarnished star, the cufflink. He had organized a posse, guided by Jed, back into the hostile hills to formally recover Silas Croft's remains from the mine shaft. Silas was buried properly now in the small, windswept cemetery on the edge of town, his grave marked by a simple wooden cross, finally at peace beneath the prairie sky he had loved. The marshal's investigation officially ruled Sheriff Brody's death justifiable homicide, committed by Abigail in self-defense while Brody was attempting to silence witnesses to his crimes. Doc Evans spared prosecution due to his cooperation and the lack of other medical personnel in the territory, remained in Redemption Creek, a haunted, solitary figure trying to rebuild his practice and perhaps atone for his past cowardice through quiet acts of service. Cole Henderson's death was ruled accidental, a fittingly ambiguous end for a man whose greed had set the entire tragedy in motion. The Seabar Ranch, leaderless and tainted by association, fell into disarray, its future uncertain, its threat to the SC holdings effectively neutralized. The townspeople treated Abigail with a mixture of awe, respect, and a certain lingering unease. She was the woman who had faced the devil in their midst and won, the inheritor of Silas Croft's legacy, the unexpected force that had cleansed their town. But she was also the woman who had killed their sheriff, whose arrival coincided with the violent unraveling of long-buried secrets. She remained, in some ways, an outsider, marked by the events, her solitude on the vast ranch reinforcing her separation. She rarely went into town, preferring Jed to handle necessary supplies, avoiding the curious stares, the whispered conversations that still sometimes fell silent when she passed. She walked down the porch steps, her boots sinking slightly into the damp earth of the yard. Weeds still grew thick around the edges, a testament to the work still needed. But the place no longer felt quite so desolate, so abandoned. Jed, with a couple of hired hands paid for with the money found in Silas's hidden tin box, had begun restoring order. Fences were mended, the barn roof patched, the loose shutter on the upper floor finally secured against the incessant wind. Inside the house, Abigail had aired out the rooms, scrubbed away layers of dust, polished the furniture that had waited so long beneath shrouds. She had even replanted the small flower garden near the porch, coaxing life back into the neglected soil, finding a measure of peace in the simple grounding work. She hadn't removed Silas's photograph from the mantelpiece in the parlor. His kind eyes still gazed out, but she saw them differently now. Not just as the hopeful fiancé, but as a complex man who had known love and loss, who had fought for his land, harbored suspicions, and ultimately paid the price for underestimating the darkness hiding behind a sheriff's star. She felt a connection to him, not of romantic love as she had once dreamed, but of shared history, shared struggle against the same enemy. Running the ranch, preserving his legacy, felt like a way of honoring the man she never knew, completing the journey he had started. But could she truly make a life here? The question remained, a constant companion like the prairie wind. The beauty of the land was undeniable. The vast sweep of the sky, the changing colors of the grasses, the stark silhouette of the mesas against the sunset. There was a raw freedom here, a sense of space and possibility she had never known back east. Yet the beauty was forever intertwined with the memory of brutality. Every ride towards the eastern ridges brought the shadow of broken spur, the memory of the ambush site. Every glance towards the northern hills conjured the image of the dark mine shaft. The land held its ghosts, its hidden graves. And then there was Brody. His shadow lingered too, more complex, more troubling than the simple villain narrative the town now embraced. She couldn't forget his chilling confession, his capacity for violence, but she also couldn't entirely erase the memory of his competence, his control, the unsettling flicker of weariness she'd seen in his eyes in those final moments. Had he truly offered her a genuine, albeit monstrous, pact for survival? Or was it merely a final manipulation? The ambiguity gnawed at her sometimes in the quiet hours, a testament to the tangled complexities of human nature, even in its darkest forms. The fact that she had been the one to end his life, that her hands held the smoking gun, was a weight she would carry forever, a hidden scar beneath her own quiet composure. She walked towards the corral, Onyx nickering softly at her approach. The black mare nudged her hand, seeking the apple Abigail often brought her. Abigail stroked the horse's smooth neck, finding comfort in the simple, uncomplicated affection of the animal. Onyx was another link to Silas, the horse he had ridden on his final journey. Caring for the mare felt like another small act of remembrance, of continuity. Jed rode back into the yard as the sun climbed higher, warming the air, burning off the morning mist. He swung down from the sorrel, his movement still a little stiff but steady. "Mornin', ma'am," he greeted her, his customary nod, respectful but familiar now. "West fence line's holding. Cattle look good." "Good morning, Jed," Abigail replied, offering him a small smile. "Coffee's on." They walked towards the house together, a comfortable silence between them. Inside, the kitchen felt warmer, more welcoming than it had on her arrival. She had cleaned the windows, hung simple curtains she'd sewn herself, placed a jar of early wildflowers on the table, small touches making the space hers, slowly, tentatively. As Jed poured himself coffee, he hesitated, then spoke, his tone casual, but his eyes holding a question he hadn't asked directly in months. "Ben Carver stopped me on the trail yesterday morning, said the eastbound train comes through tomorrow afternoon, mentioned he could arrange passage if someone was looking to travel." The unspoken question hung in the air. Was she staying Or was she finally ready to leave Redemption Creek and its ghosts behind? The future she had sought, the SC Ranch, was hers. But was it the future she truly wanted, now that she knew its cost? Abigail looked out the kitchen window, her gaze drifting across the rolling prairie towards the distant horizon. Back east offered familiarity, perhaps a quieter life, but it also represented the closed doors, the limited prospects she had fled. Here the land was vast, demanding, scarred by tragedy, yet it also held a raw potential, a chance to forge something new from the wreckage of the past. It offered independence, solitude, the chance to heal at her own pace, under the wide, watchful sky. She thought of the resilience she had discovered within herself, the ability to face fear, to make hard choices, even to take a life to save her own. The frontier had tested her in ways she could never have imagined, stripped her bare, and shown her a strength she hadn't known she possessed. Could she turn her back on that? On the woman she had become here? The choice, she realized, wasn't just about staying or leaving. It was about embracing the complexities, the shadows as well as the light. It was about accepting the ghosts, both literal and figurative, that haunted this land and her own memory. It was about acknowledging the tangled loyalties, the hidden graves, and choosing to build a future anyway, not in spite of the darkness, but perhaps because of it. Finding peace not by erasing the past, but by integrating it, carrying its lessons, its sorrows, its unexpected strengths. She turned back from the window, meeting Jed's patient gaze. A decision settled within her, not with sudden clarity, but with a quiet, growing certainty, like prairie grass taking root in hard soil. "Thank Mr. Carver for the information, Jed," she said softly, a faint, bittersweet smile touching her lips. "But I won't be needing passage tomorrow." She gestured around the warm kitchen towards the waiting land outside. I think I'm home." Whether that home would bring lasting peace or simply a different kind of struggle remained uncertain. The dust was settling over Redemption Creek, but the prairie wind still whispered tales of love, loss, and the enduring echoes of violence. Abigail Conway, the phantom bride who had become the avenging survivor, stood ready to listen, ready to endure, ready to write the next unscripted chapter of her life on the starkly beautiful, forever haunted canvas of the American West. The cost had been high, the scars ran deep, but in choosing to stay, she claimed not just a ranch, but her own hard-won resilience, her own quiet place beneath the vast and watchful sky.